Chapter 25:25. Gu Fei got what he wanted, and the stall owner also got the immortal scripture that he desired. This was a kind of exchange that was needed everywhere. For cultivators, if they wanted to obtain what they needed, they would usually do it by exchanging with other cultivators or by robbing them. Of course, it was very rare for righteous cultivators to rob other cultivators' divine materials without any scruples. This was because righteous cultivators had many scruples, but demons had no scruples at all. As long as the demons were interested in something, the demons would do anything to get it. Gu Fei did not care about the Taoist. Although the Taoist cultivation had surpassed the immortal realm, the Taoist was not much stronger than an ant in Gu Fei's eyes. After obtaining the immortal scripture, the middle-aged stall owner packed up and left. That fella is really lucky. He actually managed to get the immortal scripture. Someone pointed in the direction where the middle-aged stall owner had disappeared. These people could not see the secret of the fire turtle gall, which was why they said that. However, the middle-aged Taoist was different. His cultivation had long surpassed the immortal realm, so he could naturally see the secret of the fire turtle gall. To those who really needed it, the fire turtle gall was a priceless treasure. Gu Fei did not forget his purpose of coming to the flying celestial city. However, there were many cultivators setting up stalls on both sides of the street. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wandered around the street. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the quality of the things these cultivators were selling. Some of the cultivators were selling shoddy goods or fake goods. However, although there were few good things, there were still some. Some of the materials these cultivators were selling were not bad. Gu Fei was not interested in ordinary materials, but he was afraid that he would not be able to find a truly heaven-defying material in the entire flying celestial city. Gu Fei was a little disappointed. After walking one round on the street, he headed straight for the flying celestial city's governor's mansion. There was only one teleportation formation platform in the entire flying celestial city that could teleport across regions. It was located in the governor's mansion of the flying celestial city. Halt! Just as Gu Fei arrived at the entrance of the city governor's mansion, a loud shout came from inside the mansion. Then, two silver-armored soldiers walked out of the mansion. Gu Fei stopped and looked at the two silver-armored immortal soldiers who were walking towards him from the gate. His eyes glinted with sharpness. Shua! Just as the two silver-armored soldiers were about to continue interrogating Gu Fei's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. What? The two silver-armored battle soldiers turned pale with fright when they saw Gu Fei suddenly disappear. Very quickly, the sound of a bugle horn resounded in the flying immortal city. What happened? Inside the flying celestial city, when the cultivators heard the sound of the horn, their faces changed drastically. This was the horn that would only sound when the flying celestial city was on the brink of life and death. Did the demons invade the city? Some people guessed. However, they would never have thought that it was not because the demons had invaded the city, but because someone had barged into the city governor's mansion. City governor of the flying celestial city, come out and meet me. At this moment, Gu Fei continued to head deeper into the city governor's mansion. Very quickly, he arrived in front of an ancient formation platform. As soon as Gu Fei arrived in front of the ancient formation platform, three figures silently walked out from the dark and surrounded him. Humph, the city governor doesn't see outsiders. Please leave. Among the three, a green-robed middle-aged man looked at Gu Fei. A cold, murderous intent appeared in the sky, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Immortal King. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he sensed the aura that erupted from the green-robed, middle-aged man. There were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the flying celestial city. There were actually 3 immortal kings guarding the flying celestial city. It seemed like the cultivation base of the mysterious city governor of the flying celestial city was definitely below that of the three immortal kings. "Hurry up and scram." A tall, dark-skinned man said to Gu Fei. It would appear that he did not view Gu Fei as a threat. He believed that Gu Fei was a cultivator who did not know the meaning of death. "You guys are the ones who should scram," Gu Fei said to the three immortal kings. "Since that's the case, go and die." That tall, burly man threw a punch at Gu Fei. The powerful force of the punch caused the void in front of his fist to vibrate. "You're the one who's going to die." Gu Fei suddenly laughed. With a wave of his hand, that dark-skinned man was sent flying. Bam! He exploded into a puddle of blood mist in the air. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he died. Seeing this scene, the remaining two immortal kings were extremely shocked. "Who the hell are you?" The middle-aged man in green stared at Gu Fei and asked cautiously. His voice was trembling. "It doesn't matter who I am." Gu Fei shook his head. He only wanted to return to the Eastern Domain. Moreover, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. However, it would be a different story if someone wanted to deal with him. "You want to see me?" Just as Gu Fei was about to continue his attack and kill the remaining two immortal kings, a figure flashed and appeared in front of the two immortal kings. "You are the city governor of the flying celestial city." Gu Fei looked at the masked woman, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but be stunned. He never thought that the city governor of the flying celestial city would be a woman. "I want to borrow this ancient formation platform. You don't have any objections, right?" Gu Fei looked at the masked woman and realized that he couldn't see through her cultivation base. He couldn't even see her face. It was obvious that this masked woman was carrying a forbidden tool that could conceal her aura. "This ancient formation platform. You want to leave the Northern Territory?" The masked woman was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the target of this black-robed young man who broke into the city governor's mansion was an ancient formation platform. "That's right." Gu Fei nodded and said, "But you just killed my man. Do you think I will help you?" The masked woman's voice suddenly turned cold. "Humph, he wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to kill him." Gu Fei said with a sneer, "Is that so?" The masked woman glanced at the other two immortal kings. The two immortal kings were terrified. They didn't dare to lie in front of this masked woman. "Even if my man was in the wrong first, you still shouldn't have killed him." The masked woman stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, Chapter 25-26. "You want to fight?" Gu Fei was very direct. As he spoke, a powerful battle intent immediately erupted from his body. Rays of golden light circulated around his body. "That's right, you killed my men. If I just let it go like this, I would have been a city lord for nothing." The masked woman was also very domineering. A powerful pressure radiated from her body. Her eyes turned incomparably bright as her pitch-black pupils glowed. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. An extremely cold aura spread out from the masked woman's body. The two immortal kings behind her immediately retreated far away. Extreme Inchi. Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but tremble when he sensed the cold aura. At this moment, he somewhat understood why this masked woman was so unyielding. It seemed like this woman was quite capable. The layout of the flying immortal city was extraordinary to begin with. It was protected by 9 immortal mountains, absorbing the essence of the 9 mountains to nourish the ancient city. Gu Fei instinctively felt that this ancient city might be nurturing something. However, such a secret wasn't something he could know. However, no matter how Gu Fei thought about it, only an ancient saint would be able to use such a method to change the sky and earth. Suddenly Gu Fei sensed something. In the next moment, he took a step forward and instantly traversed several hundred li, leaving the flying immortal city and arriving in the air above a forest outside the city. The masked woman couldn't help but be startled when she saw Gu Fei leaving directly, but soon after, she was stunned by the extreme speed Gu Fei displayed. At this moment, in the air above the forest outside the flying immortal city, Gu Fei frowned. He could smell a faint scent of blood. He descended from the sky and saw traces of a battle in the forest. More than 10 trees had fallen to the ground, and there were a few large pits on the ground. The soil splashed up was still very fresh. There was a person lying in one of the pits. It was a person that Gu Fei had seen before. However, this person was already dead. That immortal scripture killed you in the end. Gu Fei let out a sigh. This person was the stall owner who had exchanged the 10,000-year fire turtle gall with him. At this moment, the stall owner's secret technique to conceal his appearance had already lost its effect, revealing his true appearance. It seemed like this person immediately left the flying immortal city after obtaining the immortal scripture. However, he didn't want to be intercepted here, and the immortal scripture was stolen. Gu Fei saw a tattered scroll beside the pit. There were still traces of immortal qi lingering on the scroll. The immortal qi on the scroll had yet to dissipate. No wonder he ran so fast. He used a teleportation scroll. When Gu Fei saw the fragments of the scroll on the ground, he understood that the scroll on the ground wasn't an ordinary teleportation scroll because there was immortal qi on it. Immortal qi could only be used by an immortal god. In other words, this scroll should have been created by an immortal god. It seemed like that person had already left this place. Who is it? Gu Fei pondered. It was obvious that the person had just left. Gu Fei sensed that the person wanted to pry into the immortal scripture in the jade slip and rushed over. However, even though he was extremely fast, the person still managed to escape. Humph! Just as Gu Fei was thinking, a cold laugh came from the sky. A figure descended from the sky. Gu Fei raised his head and saw that the masked woman had already caught up to him. The masked woman landed on the ground. When she saw the corpse in the pit, she couldn't help but be moved. Her eyes became sharp. "Do you think I killed him?" Gu Fei looked at the masked woman and said with a faint smile, "Didn't you?" The masked woman said. Her voice was cold as she stared at Gu Fei. "How funny! Have you ever heard of a dragon coming to kill a mosquito?" Gu Fei shook his head. The masked woman didn't say anything else. She waved her right hand, and a battle platform flew out from her hand. Then the battle platform expanded rapidly. Whoosh! The masked woman flew into the sky and landed on the battle platform. She then looked down at Gu Fei, her eyes full of provocation. Gu Fei was surprised to see the masked woman take out the battle platform. The elder demon child also had a battle platform like this. It was the demon clan's battle platform. On the other hand, this fighting platform was pitch black, and there was a black aura hanging down from it, giving off an extremely cold feeling. It wasn't demonic qi, it was yin qi. This was a battle platform that contained a vast amount of yin qi. Ancient and mysterious Taiji runes were engraved on it. Upon closer inspection, Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked. This lunar dueling platform was not inferior to the demon clan dueling platform that the unaging demon child possessed. Furthermore, compared to the demon clan dueling platform, the power of this lunar dueling platform was probably even greater. "What are you afraid?" On the battle platform, the masked woman looked down at Gu Fei, like a fairy looking down at a mortal. Her tone was full of disdain. "What a joke! I'm afraid." As he spoke, Gu Fei flew into the sky and landed on the lunar battle platform. The moment his feet stepped onto the lunar array platform, he immediately felt a cold aura coming from the soles of his feet. This caused him to be slightly moved. Gu Fei thought, the yin qi in this lunar battle platform is really strong. He had a feeling that he had been tricked, but he was fearless. In the face of absolute power, no tricks or schemes would succeed. However, there was no doubt that the masked woman would have the upper hand if they were to fight on the ancient lunar formation platform. The timing and location were all on her side. Gu Fei felt as if he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, even before the fight had even begun. Haha, what an idiot! The masked woman laughed. She was worried that her opponent would not dare to step onto the battle platform because she would be undefeatable if she fought here. Even if you have the advantage, you may not win. Gu Fei stood in front of the masked woman with his hands behind his back. He looked at the masked woman and smiled. Seeing that her opponent was still so calm, the masked woman couldn't help but feel uneasy. Could it be that this guy was not stupid, but conceited? Conceited that he could defeat her battle platform? If you win, I will help you activate the inter-district teleportation formation. If you lose, you will die. The masked woman looked at Gu Fei and said in a low voice, "Very well, let's do that." Gu Fei nodded. Then let's begin. Chapter 25-27. Gu Fei allowed the masked woman to do as she pleased and said with a smile, "Your wishful thinking is going to fail." "Humph, is that so?" The voice of the masked maiden turned heavy. Was this black-robed young man truly fearless, or was he pretending to be calm? She couldn't guess. Rumble, a thunderous sound, rang out from within the battle platform. Within the platform, it was as though a heavenly beast had awoken from its slumber. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation gushed out from the platform. This was definitely the energy fluctuation of a saint-ranked expert. However, it didn't affect Gu Fei at all. He stood there like a spring breeze, not even frowning in the slightest. "Very good. Let me see what capabilities you have then." The masked maiden spoke in a low voice. After that, a gigantic black dragon gushed forth from her body, drawing upon the energy of the platform as it instantly grew to the size of a mountain range, rushing towards Gu Fei. Roar! The black dragon howled, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. It was as though a true primordial black dragon had appeared in this world. This scene was so realistic. Even Gu Fei was taken aback. But he knew that this wasn't the power of the masked maiden, but rather it was the power of the platform itself. Swish! At this moment, two gigantic dragon claws tore through the void, grabbing towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out. His golden fist collided with the gigantic black dragon claws, causing a deafening sound to echo out. The gigantic dragon claws were actually shattered by a single punch from Gu Fei. Dragon blood splattered through the air as the gigantic dragon roared in rage and retreated. It was as though a real black dragon with flesh and blood was injured by a single punch from Gu Fei. This scene was too realistic. Even Gu Fei couldn't differentiate reality from illusion. What? How can this be? Seeing Gu Fei injuring the black dragon with a single punch, the veiled woman was truly shocked. She found it hard to believe. One must know that no one knew the offensive power of the black dragon better than her. Under the black dragon's sharp claws, even a quasi-saint would be instantly killed. To think that you are actually an ancient sage. The masked maiden spoke in shock. Wrong. Who am I? Even if you scratch your scalp, you wouldn't be able to guess. Gu Fei spoke mysteriously. So what if you are an ancient sage? Since you are already on my platform, there's no need for you to get off. The masked woman was incomparably domineering. She directly blasted out 9 black-colored Dao runes, imprinting them onto the body of the black dragon. These 9 Tao runes activated the boundless amount of extreme Yin energy within the extreme Yin battle platform. Streams of black qi gushed forth from the surroundings of the extreme Yin ancient battle platform, entering the body of the black dragon in the air as an even more powerful energy fluctuation gushed forth from it. Rumble! At this moment, the sound of thunder rang out from the depths of the sky as a supreme destructive aura gushed forth. This was an aura that would cause even sages to feel their hearts palpitating. Heaven's wrath. Gu Fei inclined his head and stared at the depths of the sky. Could it be that this masked maiden didn't know that if she used the true power of a saint-level expert, she would attract the wrath of heaven? Seal! The masked maiden roared, causing the entire battle platform to tremble. Numerous black-colored Tao runes gushed forth from the platform, imprinting themselves onto the surrounding space, sealing this space. The Tao runes interweaved, transforming into a profound diagram that enveloped the entire battle platform, isolating it from the outside world. At this moment, the rumbling of thunder in the sky gradually faded away. The wrath of heaven's wrath had yet to truly descend. This battle platform isn't bad. Gu Fei's eyes brightened. Being able to isolate the power of heaven's wrath, wasn't this a heaven-defying battle platform? One must know that in this case, he could use this battle platform to help those quasi-sages undergo their tribulations. Roar! Dragon roars shook the heavens. On the great Yin battle platform, numerous scenes from ancient times appeared. The roars of barbaric beasts, the roars of heavenly dragons, deities, and humans contending against each other. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Fei felt his blood boiling. He truly wished that he could be born in ancient times and contend against those legendary existences. However, he knew that this was impossible. Bang! Just when Gu Fei was distracted, a dragon claw slammed over, directly sending him flying through the air. He slammed into a stone pillar at the side of the great Yin battle platform before landing on the ground. Gu Fei slowly stood up. After that, he patted the dust off his robes as he stared at the masked maiden with a smile that was not a smile on his face. "You are actually not injured." The masked maiden stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. After receiving that attack from the black dragon, even sages would have their bones broken. Yet this fellow was actually completely fine. Ha! Gu Fei chuckled. He then pushed off the ground with both feet and shot into the sky, pouncing towards the black dragon in the sky. Swoosh! The black dragon extended its dragon claw and grabbed at Gu Fei. The dragon claw emitted a powerful force that instantly enveloped the space above Gu Fei's head, trying to grab him. "Eat my fist." Gu Fei roared in anger. The power of the sage Tao surged throughout his body. His entire right fist shone with a dazzling golden light as golden runes appeared faintly on it. Bang! The golden fist directly smashed onto the dragon claw, causing dragon blood to spurt out. A large hole had actually been blasted out of the dragon claw by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei charged through the bloody hole and appeared in front of the black dragon's head in an instant. Boom! The black dragon spat out a ball of black fire towards Gu Fei. Black runes of the way could be vaguely seen within the pitch-black firelight. It was a terrifying type of flames of the way. The black flames of the way were not hot. On the contrary, the flames of the way were bone-chilling cold. This was the Tine True Fire. If a cultivator were to be touched by this fire, they would be burned to ashes in an instant. Even their primordial spirits would not be able to escape. Vroom! Faced with this kind of flames of the way, Gu Fei's body rumbled. Then a ball of golden divine light surged out of his body, blocking the Tine True Fire. This was the protective golden light of Gu Fei's indestructible body. Golden runes of the way could be vaguely seen on the golden light, drawing upon the power of the sage Tao. What the masked maiden was dumbfounded when she saw that Gu Fei was able to block the tine true fire from the black dragon. It seemed that she had underestimated this fellow. All right, I've played with you for so long. It's time to end this. The corners of Gu Fei's lips curled up slightly, revealing an evil smile. At the next moment, his entire body burst with boundless golden light, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. Rumble, a shocking power exploded from his body. Large swathes of the tine true fire were continuously shattered by this mighty power, and the runes of the tine true fire dissipated in the air. This, Chapter 25-28, Gu Fei's indestructible body possessed unfathomable power. By controlling the indestructible body, Gu Fei could perform all kinds of great techniques, be it celestial techniques or martial arts battle techniques. He could use them at will. He didn't want to play around any longer, so he used one of the 9 secrets of the celestial way, the secret method of ascension. His combat ability was instantly raised to a level that would make even a saint shudder. 9 golden patterns of the way emerged from his body, emitting an eternal light of the way that illuminated the entire dark void. Powerful ripples of power spread out, and the lunar true fire around him immediately dissipated. The masked woman, was extremely shocked. She never thought that Gu Fei still hadn't used his full strength. He only showed his true combat ability now. Roar! The lunar chill dragon, which was formed by the lunar power, roared and pounced on Gu Fei. Towering lunar true fire spread from its body, burning the heavens and the earth and the void. The void was destroyed, silently. At that moment, the lunar frigid dragon's claw, which had been pierced by Gu Fei's punch, had already recovered. This kind of divine fire of the great path could burn even saints to death. If it was an ordinary saint, the masked woman would have long been defeated. Unfortunately, the mysterious city lord of the flying celestial city had run into Gu Fei's indestructible body. The indestructible body was the most famous killing tool on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle since ancient times. It had long been extinct on the ancestral star. The appearance of this indestructible body was an accident. The battle strength of the indestructible war body was pushed to its peak state after using the Ascension secret technique. In this short period of time, the indestructible war body could easily kill a saint ruler, and compete with a saint emperor. Even if it was a saint venerable, it might still have the power to fight. Anyone who encountered such a killing tool would tremble in fear. Bang! Gu Fei's indestructible body punched out, and a large area of the void in front of his fist collapsed. The ultimate power was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. It was extremely ferocious. Boom! With a thunderous boom, that incomparably ferocious, extreme Enfrost dragon was blasted apart by a single punch from Gu Fei. Countless runes dissipated as the entire extreme ancient battle platform trembled violently. The great battle platform sealed the space, isolating all auras from the outside world. In here, Gu Fei had no worries and could raise his combat prowess to the extreme. Rumble. Gu Fei was like a supreme god of war as he strode towards the masked woman. With every step he took, the entire void trembled. The divine light of the great path emerged beneath his feet, and the divine sound of the great path lingered in the void. Kacha! An unimaginably powerful ripple of power spread out from Gu Fei's body. Even the ancient lunar formation platform produced cracking sounds as cracks appeared on it. How is this possible? Upon seeing this scene, the mysterious female city lord of the flying immortal city knew that she had no chance against this black-robed young man. It was truly impossible for her to win against him, even if she used the ancient lunar battle platform. Bang! While the veiled woman was still in shock, Gu Fei took another step forward. The veiled woman felt a powerful force rushing at her, sending her flying into the air. There was a sweet taste in her throat as she coughed out a mouthful of blood. The masked woman landed on the ground. She lost her balance and knelt on one knee as blood dripped from her veil onto the ground, seeping into the platform. At this moment, Gu Fei once again advanced towards the masked woman. "Stop, I concede." The masked woman panted as she hurriedly spoke. "I don't want to play anymore." Gu Fei halted. A smile that was not a smile appeared on his face as he stared at the masked woman on the ground. "I don't want to play anymore. I can't afford to play anymore." Although the masked woman didn't want to admit it, she had no choice but to face reality. The reality was that she really couldn't afford to play anymore. If this continued, she would be played to death by this fellow. Without any suspense, the masked woman wasn't a match for Gu Fei at all. She had no choice but to concede and keep the ancient extreme Ina Ray platform. Other than them, no one else knew the result of this battle. Because the ancient extreme Yin battle platform was sealed, even ancient sages wouldn't be able to see what happened on the platform. "I will look for you later. I hope you can keep your promise." After speaking, Gu Fei directly vanished into the air. Even with the masked woman's cultivation base, she had no idea how he left this place. What a fast speed! The masked woman was startled. After that, she turned and departed the area. In a mountain valley, 1,000 miles away from the flying immortal city, a Taoist sat cross-legged on a huge rock as he breathed in and out the essence of heaven and earth. Abruptly, this Taoist halted as he took out a jade slip that was shrouded in immortal qi. This jade slip was none other than the one Gu Fei used to exchange for the 10,000-year fire turtle gall from the middle-aged vendor. The immortal arts contained within are truly boundlessly profound. Even I have benefited greatly from it. The green-robed Taoist stared at the jade slip in his hands as he spoke. Who was that person exactly? He actually casually gave out such an immortal scripture. The green-robed Taoist mumbled to himself. The cultivation method within the immortal scripture was definitely orthodox, a direct line of the immortal Tao. How could an ordinary person possess such a cultivation method? He felt somewhat uneasy. Just when he was about to use his divine sense to read the immortal scripture within the jade slip, a silhouette soundlessly walked out of the air, arriving outside the mountain valley. This person was none other than Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei coldly laughed as he directly stepped out, entering the mountain valley with no worries at all. "It's you." At this moment, the azure-robed Taoist, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, noticed Gu Fei and immediately stood up. "You're quite bold. How dare you kill someone outside the flying immortal city and steal their treasure?" Gu Fei looked at the jade slip in the green-robed Taoist's hand and said coldly. He had guessed correctly. The person who killed the middle-aged vendor was the same Taoist who fought with him for the 10,000-year fire turtle gall. "Humph! You're quite bold as well. How dare you find your way here?" The green-robed Taoist's expression immediately darkened as a chilling, murderous aura emanated from his body. He had already decided to kill Gu Fei. Kill! The green-robed Taoist did not hesitate and immediately used his most powerful technique. His body trembled as countless rays of green light rushed out of his body. The rays of green light instantly transformed into divine swords that pierced towards Gu Fei. A tiny firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? You're courting death. Chapter 25-29. Gu Fei finally found the culprit who killed the middle-aged stall owner and stole the immortal scripture jade scroll. As expected, the culprit was the Taoist in indigo. Boom! At this time, Gu Fei punched out and shattered the divine sword that was slashing at him. Then he took a step forward and appeared in front of the Taoist in indigo in an instant. What? The azure-clothed Taoist was truly shocked. He never thought that the black-clothed young man would be so powerful. Swoosh! The figure of the Taoist in indigo suddenly blurred and was about to disappear. Seeing that the situation was not right, the guy wanted to escape. However, in front of Gu Fei, he could not escape. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the Taoist in indigo, who was about to escape into the void. He picked him up like a chicken. The Taoist in indigo's voice trembled, and his face became extremely pale. This guy was much more powerful than he thought. At this time, the Taoist in indigo regretted provoking such an existence. However, it was too late to regret now. Why did you kill that person? Gu Fei looked at the Taoist in indigo in his hand and said coldly, the person he was talking about was naturally the middle-aged stall owner who traded with him. The Taoist in indigo had completely lost his calm and did not know how to answer Gu Fei's question. Forget it. I don't want to know. You can die now. As Gu Fei said that, he was about to kill the murderer on the spot. Don't kill me, the Taoist in indigo screamed. He did not want to die. It should be known that dying in the hands of such an expert would usually result in the destruction of his body and soul. He would not even be able to become a ghost. A life for a life, a debt for a life. You should accept your fate. With that, Gu Fei didn't wait for the Taoist in azure to speak. He swung his left hand and beheaded the Taoist in azure. Then he pointed with a finger and instantly pierced the head, shattering the Taoist's soul. After that, Gu Fei searched the green-robed Taoist's body carefully and found everything on him. Although the azure-clothed Taoist cultivation was not great, he had a lot of good things on him. Gu Fei had benefited from this, and all of those things had become his spoils of war. After killing the Taoist in green, Gu Fei turned around and left the mountain, heading towards the flying celestial city. Soon after, he arrived at the flying celestial city once again. However, he did not directly find the mysterious city lord of the flying celestial city. Instead, he found an inn and stayed there. On the morning of the second day, Gu Fei left the inn and headed straight for the flying immortal city's city lord's mansion. At this time, he should leave the northern lands and return to the eastern region. You're here. Just as Gu Fei's silhouette appeared in the city lord's mansion, a voice was heard without any warning. Then, a masked woman walked out. Yes. Gu Fei nodded, but did not say anything. Follow me. The masked woman then turned around and left. Gu Fei hurriedly chased after her. The masked woman brought Gu Fei to the ancient teleportation formation again. She did not say anything and directly activated the ancient teleportation formation. Without hesitation, Gu Fei stepped onto the ancient teleportation formation and chose his destination. It was a city in the eastern region, the East Imperial City. Virum. The air rumbled, and a blinding light suddenly exploded from the ancient teleportation formation. Everyone at the scene could not open their eyes. After the light dissipated, Gu Fei's silhouette had disappeared from the ancient teleportation formation. Finally, I sent this malefic away. The masked woman finally breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving for so long, it was finally time to go back. This time, it was time to settle the score with the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family was the main culprit behind the destruction of the Taishan sect. After more than an hour, the runes on the ancient teleportation formation in the East Imperial City suddenly lit up. Seeing the ancient array platform suddenly activate, a white-robed middle-aged cultivator who was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly jumped up as if someone had stepped on his tail. This middle-aged man naturally knew that this ancient teleportation formation was a transdomain teleportation formation. At this time, the runes on the teleportation formation suddenly lit up, indicating that someone had crossed over. Who is it? The middle-aged cultivator was very curious. It had been 3 years since someone had crossed over. The person who had crossed over was an extremely powerful existence. Swoosh! A ball of divine light emerged on the ancient teleportation formation, and a powerful wave spread in all directions. Within the divine light, a figure was faintly discernible. Then, the divine light dissipated, and a young man in black appeared on the ancient teleportation formation. When the middle-aged cultivator saw the figure on the ancient teleportation formation, he was very surprised. There was no trace of energy coming from the young man in black. Could this person be an ordinary person? But how is that possible? The middle-aged cultivator found it hard to understand. Is this the East Imperial City? Gu Fei asked the middle-aged cultivator outside of the ancient teleportation formation. This is the East Imperial City. I wonder which senior has come to the East Imperial City. The middle-aged cultivator did not dare to be negligent. After all, someone who could use the interdomain teleportation formation was definitely not an ordinary person. Even if this young man was really an ordinary person, he did not dare to offend him. You are not qualified to know my name. As Gu Fei spoke, he walked down from the ancient teleportation formation. He completely concealed his aura so that nobody could see through him. Hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes flashed with coldness. However, at the same time, he was secretly shocked. Could it be that this person used a secret technique to hide his aura? Gu Fei did not pay any more attention to the middle-aged cultivator. He left the place and arrived at the busiest street of the East Imperial City. The street was bustling with activity. Both sides of the street were lined with shops. Gu Fei noticed that most of the shops were related to cultivators. Among them, there were shops selling godly materials and low-leveled treasures. There were all kinds of things available. The East Imperial City was the most famous city in the Eastern Domain. At the same time, it was also one of the strongholds of the Dongfang clan. The Dongfang clan's ancestral ground was located deep within the mountains and was protected by a great formation. This time, Gu Fei did not bring his saint weapon with him. Therefore, it would not be easy to attack the ancestral ground of the Dongfang clan. Let's start with the East Imperial City. Chapter 25-30. The current situation in the Eastern Domain was that of a tripartite confrontation. The Zhao clan of the Desolate clan, the Dongfang clan, and the Devil's Den controlled the entire Eastern Domain. In the Eastern Domain, there was a peerless place called the Heavenly Market. Legend had it that it was formed from a piece of debris that fell from the sky. It was so dangerous that ordinary people didn't dare to enter. Back then, when the Tao platform came into being, experts from all walks of life gathered in the sky market and fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. In the end, Ghost Emperor Fengdu displayed his divine might and used his supreme battle prowess to suppress the Tao platform. Then, he took it away and ended the battle. There was a street outside the East Imperial City's City Lord's mansion. This street was the most prosperous place in the city. It was still early, but some people had already lit up the street. There was an endless stream of pedestrians coming and going on the street. Gu Fei discovered that many of these people were cultivators. He stood in front of the City Lord's mansion for a while and found a tea house nearby. He walked in and ordered the best pot of tea and enjoyed it alone. Have you heard? The Dongfang clan is going to form a marriage alliance with the Zhao clan of the Desolate clan. Is that so? There's actually such a thing? Who said it wasn't? I saw with my own eyes that a young talent from the Zhao clan of the Desolate clan appeared in the East Imperial City this morning. If that's the case, then this matter isn't groundless. Gu Fei's attention was attracted by the conversation between several people at the table beside him. They were 3 young cultivators. In Gu Fei's opinion, the cultivation bases of the three cultivators were not worth mentioning. However, the three cultivators were talking about something that Gu Fei was very interested in. The Dongfang clan is going to form a marriage alliance with the Zhao clan of the Desolate clan. Gu Fei frowned. The grudge between him and the Zhao clan of the Desolate clan had been resolved. However, if this news was true, then the Zhao clan of the Desolate clan wouldn't stand idly by when he wanted to make a move against the Dongfang clan. The foundation of the Desolate clan was undeniably deep, but this didn't mean that Gu Fei was afraid of the Zhao clan. It doesn't matter who the Dongfang family marries. It has nothing to do with me. If the primordial Zhao family wishes to attack me, then I will have no choice but to kill them all. As Gu Fei thought about it, his eyes turned sharp. I heard that the bride of the hero of the primordial Zhao family is the daughter of the city lord. A black-robed young cultivator sitting at the table next to him said, "The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the primordial clan have joined forces. Are they trying to change the current situation in the eastern region?" Another young cultivator said, "Humph, it's easier said than done if they want to change the situation of the entire eastern region. The Dongfang family wants to protect themselves. That's why they joined hands with the primordial Zhao family." A somewhat short and stout young cultivator said, "Why do you say that?" The other two young cultivators were very surprised. They looked at the short and fat youth and said, "I've received news that someone wants to harm the Dongfang family. That's why the Dongfang family wants to form a marriage alliance with the primordial Zhao family." The pudgy young cultivator lowered his voice and pretended to be mysterious. "What could it be that person has returned?" The other two young cultivators were shocked and looked at each other. They both knew that the Dongfang family had a great enemy. This was no secret. Back then, the city lord of the East Royal City, Dongfang Yuan, died in the hands of that person. If that person really returned, the Dongfang family would be in great trouble. One had to know that back then, that person could kill a half-sage with a sword. So many years had passed, and no one knew how powerful that person had become. The battle back then was earth-shattering. The Dongfang family suffered heavy losses. Even the city lord of the East Royal City, Dongfang Yuan, was killed on the spot. "I don't know about that," the pudgy young cultivator said. His knowledge was very limited because he was not from a great sect. He was just a disciple of a cultivation family in the Dongfang family. Gu Fei was not interested in listening to the next conversation of the three young cultivators. He directly threw half a divine crystal on the table and left the tea house. Who is this person? He actually threw half a divine crystal, so casually. The three young cultivators at the table next to him stared at the half-red divine crystal on the table. Their eyes immediately lit up. They were cultivators, so they could naturally sense the pure spiritual qi emitting from the divine crystal. At this time, the owner of the tea house rushed over like an arrow and grabbed the half-divine crystal in his hand, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it from him. A person who could own a tea house in the East Royal City was definitely not simple. The owner of the tea house was also a cultivator. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared into the crowd on the street, disappearing without a trace. Boom. Soon, a loud sound rang out in front of the East Royal City's City Lord mansion. The tightly closed door was slammed in by someone. Immediately, there were exclamations and shouts coming from the City Lord mansion. There were figures rushing towards the gate of the City Lord mansion. Someone noticed a young cultivator in a black robe walking into the City Lord's mansion step by step, as if he was walking into an uninhabited place. Who is that? All the cultivators who saw the figure were extremely shocked. This person was incredible. He actually fought his way into the City Lord mansion of the East Royal City. One should know that the city lord of the East Royal City was the most powerful person in the entire East Royal City, the city lord of the East Royal City. The current city lord of the East Royal City was incomparable to the previous city lord, Dongfang Yuan. In fact, the previous city lord was not even qualified to carry the shoes of the current city lord. Death to all intruders. A roar came from the city lord mansion. Some experts were startled and immediately rushed out. A giant golden hand reached out from the city lord mansion and grabbed at Gu Fei. The giant hand covered the entire void and sealed the space. Whoosh! Gu Fei directly struck out a golden sword light. The extremely sharp sword light instantly broke the giant golden hand and directly slashed into the depths of the city lord mansion. Huh! A cry of surprise came from the rear hall of the city lord's mansion. Then, a white figure walked out from the rear hall. There was a tear on this person's right sleeve. At this time, the experts from the city lord mansion had already rushed out and were about to attack Gu Fei. All of you step back. A voice was heard, and the experts from the Dongfang family immediately stepped back. Then, a white figure silently walked out from the back hall of the city lord mansion and came to the front hall. He stood on the stairs and calmly looked at Gu Fei, who was standing in the square in front of the stairs. "It's you." When that person saw Gu Fei, he finally couldn't keep his composure. "You know me." Chapter 25:31. You are Gu Fei. On the steps in front of the main hall of the East Imperial City's City Lord's mansion, the white-clothed man said, "What?" Upon hearing the man in white's words, the Dongfang family disciples surrounding Gu Fei turned pale with fright. Some of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. Gu Fei's ferocious name had long been spread among the disciples of the Dongfang family. He was a great enemy of the Dongfang family, a great enemy that could threaten the entire Dongfang family. At this moment, Gu Fei looked at the man in white. He was a handsome young man wearing a white robe. His long hair was simply tied behind his head, and he gave off an otherworldly vibe. Gu Fei knew very well that in the world of cultivation, one could not judge a cultivator's cultivation level or age based on their appearance. This was because successful cultivators could stay young forever. Furthermore, what made Gu Fei worried was that this man in white did not have a single trace of the aura that a cultivator should have. He was completely like a mortal. "Since you know who I am, then you should also know why I am here." Gu Fei looked at the white-clothed youth on the stairs and said calmly, "Of course I know why you are here." The man in white nodded. Every disciple of the Dongfang family knew that Gu Fei was a great enemy of the Dongfang family. "Could it be that you are the lord of the East Royal Palace?" Gu Fei said. At this moment, more experts from the lord's palace rushed over. When they saw the man in white, they all backed away. "That's right," the man in white said. He still looked at Gu Fei calmly. There was no emotion on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. "Tell me your name." After saying that, Gu Fei's gaze turned sharp as he looked at the white-clothed young man. "Dongfang Zun," the white-clothed young man said. Although he knew about Gu Fei's background, he was still not afraid at all. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. It had been many years since he had met someone like Gu Fei, who could stir up the fighting spirit that had been dormant in his body for many years. In Dongfang Zun's opinion, although this Gu Fei was very dangerous, he was definitely a good opponent. Only such an opponent was qualified for him to take action. "Dongfang Exalt, are you trying to become the Dongfang Exalt?" Gu Fei's eyes lit up. The fact that he dared to use the word Zun in his name was enough to show that this white-robed youth was extraordinary. "Humph, if you don't have a sense of pride, why would you embark on the path of cultivation?" Dongfang Zun's eyes became sharp, and his tone became cold. "Well said. What are you waiting for?" As Gu Fei spoke, a shocking fighting spirit immediately burst out from his body. Gusts of strong wind were set off on the square, sweeping up clouds of dust. The powerful aura emanating from Gu Fei's body forced the surrounding Dongfang family's disciples to retreat. The clothes of the white-clothed young man, Dongfang Zun, who was standing on the steps, were also fluttering in the strong wind. His long hair was fluttering in the air. Saint Realm? Unfortunately, the human realm doesn't allow the existence of power surpassing the Saint Realm. Dongfang Zun remained calm. He knew about the existence of the power of heaven's wrath. Since you're not going to take action, I won't hold back then. Gu Fei did not want to talk nonsense with Dongfang Zun. He took a step forward and instantly crossed the distance between him and Dongfang Zun. Then, he threw his right fist at Dongfang Zun's head. The golden fist moved like an ancient divine mountain, making a rumbling sound in the void. The powerful fist's strength filled every inch of the void in front of the white-clothed young man. You want to fight me head-on? Dongfang Zun smiled. He tapped his feet on the ground and drifted backward like a puff of smoke. At the same time, he waved his hands. Immortal runes flew out from his hands and interweaved into an immortal Tao diagram in the void. Boom! When the Tao diagram was constructed, an extremely powerful ripple of energy immediately spread out from the immortal Tao diagram. Then, the immortal Tao diagram pressed forward. This Tao diagram seemed to be able to seal the entire world. It displayed an incomparably terrifying might. Gu Fei's punch landed directly on the Tao diagram. The powerful energy exploded, causing the Tao diagram to shake. The runes that formed the Tao diagram became unstable. Roar! Gu Fei roared and stomped on the ground with his right foot. Countless cracks immediately appeared on the ground. At the same time, his right arm shook, and an even more powerful force burst out from his fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the Tao diagram exploded. The countless runes that formed the Tao diagram were collapsing and dispersing. A destructive force spread out, destroying the entire void. What? Dongfang Zun was taken aback. He had never expected Gu Fei to be so powerful that he could shatter the Tao pattern that he had formed with a single punch. He quickly retreated. Gu Fei stepped forward like a shadow. His golden fist carried a destructive force and was still heading towards Dongfang Zun. What a powerful fist intent! Dongfang Zun was shocked again. He knew that he had been locked on by his opponent's fist intent, and there was no way to escape. If his opponent's fist did not hit him, it would be hard for him to escape no matter where he went. Swoosh! Dongfang Zun was moving rapidly, changing his direction continuously. However, just as he had expected, his opponent was still following him like a shadow. The golden fist was still heading towards him. I'll risk it. Dongfang Zun knew that he could no longer retreat. Boom! An invincible aura burst out from Dongfang Zun's body. He reached out his right hand and pressed towards the incoming golden fist. On his palm, there was an endless amount of immortal aura. On it, there were 9 immortal runes appearing. It was as if it was not a hand, but a world of its own. Bang! Gu Fei's fist landed on Dongfang Zun's palm. At that moment, he felt as if his fist had landed on a ball of cotton. Good fella, trying to dissipate the force of my fist. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He was surprised that his opponent had such a move. However, was his strength that easy to dissipate? Bang! Gu Fei's entire right arm shook once more, and an even more powerful force than the one he used to disperse the Tao diagram erupted from his fist. What, you... Chapter 2532. Bang! An extremely powerful force burst out from Gu Fei's fist. His entire fist seemed to have turned into a golden sun, directly shattering the layers of Tao patterns on Dongfang Zun's right hand. Dongfang Zun groaned in pain. His entire body flew up and smashed backwards. His entire right hand exploded and turned into a mass of blood mist. Boom! With a loud bang, a pavilion in the city lord's residence was smashed down by Dongfang Zun. Debris flew everywhere and dust rolled. The city lord's residence was in chaos. What? Seeing this scene, all the disciples of the Dongfang family were stunned. The city lord in their hearts was omnipotent, yet he was sent flying with a single punch. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe. One should know that ever since the city lord took control of the East Royal City, no one had ever been a match for him. Even the great demon from the Devil's Den was no match for the city lord. Dozens of years ago, an extremely powerful demon appeared in the Devil's Denver. This demon ran amok in the East Domain, with very few opponents. Millions of lives were slaughtered by him. In the end, the demon wanted to attack the millions of humans in the East Royal City, which provoked Dongfang Zun. This Dongfang Zun displayed great prowess and fought with the demon endlessly. Their battle caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. In the end, Dongfang Zun carried the demon's head back to the East Royal Kingdom City and hung it high above the city wall as a warning to everyone. How could such a powerful cultivator be defeated, especially by the enemy of the Dongfang family? Some of the disciples of the Dongfang family, who saw Dongfang Zun being sent flying by Gu Fei, found it hard to accept this fact. In their hearts, Dongfang Zun was invincible. That's all. As Gu Fei spoke, he pressed forward step by step. Gu Fei, you bastard, die. At this moment, a furious roar sounded from the side. Then, a ball of divine, immortal light shot into the sky and smashed down on Gu Fei's head. Within the divine immortal light was a large golden bell that emitted terrifying fluctuations. At the same time, an enormous force that seemed capable of devouring the heavens emerged from the golden bell, and it instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Bang! The golden bell descended and directly enveloped Gu Fei. The ground trembled, and the green bricks on the ground shattered into pieces, moving up and down like waves. Buzz! The golden bell rang, and the murderous voice of the great Tao came from within. The experts of the Dongfang family were activating this divine tool, wanting to use it to refine and obliterate Gu Fei alive. Clang! Just when everyone thought that they could suppress Gu Fei, a fist mark suddenly appeared on the surface of the golden bell, causing it to shake violently. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that even this sacred artifact would not be able to obliterate this old enemy. Together! Someone shouted and directly charged towards the golden divine bell. Then he pressed his palm on the divine bell and channeled the immortal energy in his body into the divine bell with all his might. Let's refine this demon together. All the disciples of the Dongfang family rushed towards the bell as if they had gone mad, channeling their immortal energy into the bell. What are you doing? At this moment, a shout came from the city lord's mansion. Dongfang Zun rushed out from the ruins of the collapsed pavilion and was shocked to see this. Back off! Dongfang Zun roared. The group of Dongfang family disciples surrounding the golden divine clock could not help but feel bewildered when they heard this. Some of them wanted to withdraw, but they were shocked to find that their hands seemed to have grown out of the divine clock and could not be pulled back. Buzz! At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the golden bell. Then, cracks appeared all over the body of the bell. Don't you dare! Dongfang Zun was shocked. He immediately took action. A huge azure hand appeared above the golden bell. Powerful runes of the Tao poured down, trying to seal the bell that was on the verge of shattering. Boom! In the next moment, there was a loud bang as the golden bell suddenly exploded. The bell shattered into millions of pieces, and the dozens of Dongfang family disciples surrounding it were all sent flying. The countless golden shards that shot out in all directions contained great power. They directly pierced the bodies of all the members of the Dongfang clan. Even their souls could not escape. They all died. Roar. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Zun's eyes turned red. These disciples of the Dongfang clan were the most outstanding disciples in the entire East Royal City. Furthermore, some of the geniuses of the Dongfang family had been sent to the Eastern Royal Kingdom to cultivate with him. But now, all the disciples he valued were dead. They died to Gu Fei. Whoosh! A golden fragment streaked across the right side of Dongfang Zun's face, leaving a bloody mark. A stream of blood flowed down his face. A figure walked out from the chaotic golden light. "I want you to die." Dongfang Zun roared almost crazily. The azure hand in the sky shook, and a terrifying power that could destroy the world immediately came down from it. Rumble, the azure hand was like 100,000 ancient mountains. It fell down from the sky and sealed the space with its terrifying power, crushing towards Gu Fei below. "Humph, I want you to die too," Gu Fei said coldly. His eyes flickered. So what if it was a saint artifact? His body could even shatter a saint artifact. Buzz. As Gu Fei said that, he waved his hands. An astonishing sword chi rushed out from his hands and went towards the azure hand in the sky. The light of the sword collided with the large hand, and an extremely powerful wave of power erupted. The light of the great path that Gu Fei had unleashed displayed great power, and it directly pierced through the large green hand in the sky. "So you've been hiding your strength." Seeing this, Dongfang Zun finally knew how terrifying his old enemy was. Without any suspense, the azure hand that Dongfang Zun shot out was destroyed by the sword light and disappeared in the air. The runes on the hand were also disappearing. Kill. Dongfang Zun used the life-slain skill crazily. A huge shadow of a divine tree appeared behind him. This was the display of the supreme wood elemental power. Chapter 25:33. Dongfang Zun cultivated the wood elemental Tao. The domain he displayed was the Imu murderous domain. It was the power of the great Tao that he had cultivated all his life. Rumble, the void trembled. The Imu murderous domain instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Huge shadows of divine trees emerged in this domain. One divine tree after another smashed towards Gu Fei. It was as if they could shatter the void of the world and crush everything into pieces. The murderous domain, formed by the power of Imu. There was no expression on Gu Fei's face. No one knew what he was feeling at the moment. He threw a punch, and the powerful force shook the murderous domain. Boom. With a loud sound, Gu Fei's fist smashed on a divine tree. The powerful force directly smashed the divine tree into pieces. It turned into Imu essence chi again and dissipated in the void. Kill. Dongfang Zun activated the power of Imu like crazy. Countless divine trees emerged in this domain. They were dense and endless. Every single divine tree exuded a powerful Imu Tao power. Rumble, endless Imu divine trees pressed towards Gu Fei from all directions. The terrifying force seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. "Is this all you've got?" Gu Fei stood still. However, a golden light emerged from his body and covered his body. On the golden light, there were Tao patterns flowing. Bang! A divine tree hit the light shield outside Gu Fei's body. Then it was shaken away by his light shield. Bang! Another divine tree rushed towards Gu Fei. However, like the previous divine tree, this divine tree was blocked by the golden light shield outside Gu Fei's body. Bang! 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 Very quickly, the sounds of collisions rang out as more and more divine trees came crashing over from all directions. It was like rain. At the start, it was only a few drops. However, as time went on, it became a torrential downpour. The endless divine would seem to have turned into raging waves, crashing towards Gu Fei, one wave after another. Gu Fei was like a lone boat in a raging sea, as if he could be overturned by the waves at any time. However, no matter how powerful the storm was and how it wreaked havoc, it was unable to capsize Gu Fei's boat. "I'll fight it out with you," Dongfang Zun roared in anger. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by Dao patterns. His face was hideous, and he had lost his cool. This Gu Fei was so powerful that it had far surpassed his expectation. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Within the blood mist, there were blood-colored patterns condensing. An extremely powerful force erupted from his body. Dongfang Zun was using a secret technique. He was using the blood essence at the tip of his tongue as a guide to stimulate all his potential. The Dao pattern formed by the blood essence emitted a blood-colored divine light and was directly imprinted in his body. In an instant, the 9 cyan Imu Dao patterns that emerged on his body turned blood-colored. The blood seal was like a key. The moment it was imprinted in his body, it opened the power treasure that had been sealed for many years in his body. Rumble, the entire Imu horizon shook. The divine trees that condensed in the void turned blood-colored as if they were condensed from blood. It was somewhat evil. The power of the Imu horizon was soaring as if a great world of Imu was about to evolve. Each of the blood-colored divine trees that had evolved emitted a powerful wave that could destroy the world. Dongfang Zun didn't completely lose his mind. He knew that he couldn't undo the seal on his body. The killing technique that he was using now was infinitely close to the power of the Sage Realm. At this moment, the golden barrier around Gu Fei finally began to tremble, as if it could collapse at any time. This caused him to feel great pressure. "You are a good opponent. What a pity." Gu Fei shook his head. Then he moved. He did not use any powerful killing techniques, nor did he use any battle skills. Just like that, he shattered space with his extremely tough battle body. With a wave of his hands, large swathes of the blood-colored divine tree collapsed in space. "How can your physical body be so powerful?" Dongfang Zun was shocked. The power of the battle body displayed by Yi Fuqian was too powerful. Such power was enough to compete with those ancient sages. Perhaps even the sacred body of the ancient sages was inferior to this guy. Gu Fei took a few steps forward and broke through the layers of blood-colored divine trees with his tyrannical power. He arrived in front of Dongfang Zun and punched at him. The Imu horizon collapsed. Gu Fei's punch directly penetrated the void. Dongfang Zun was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. How is this possible? Dongfang Zun couldn't accept such an outcome. One should know that he had used the secret technique of Dongfang family, using the blood seal as a guide to draw out all his potential. Even so, he couldn't kill Gu Fei. It seemed that Dongfang family was really going to face a disaster. Just as Dongfang Zun was sent flying, he crushed a Dao talisman. A ball of divine light instantly enveloped Dongfang Zun. In the next moment, the void space collapsed. The ball of divine light wrapped around Dongfang Zun and instantly escaped into the void space. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't expect Dongfang Zun to escape. This was something he had never expected. With Dongfang Zun's escape, there was no one in the entire East Royal City who could compete with Gu Fei. At this time, all the cultivators in the East Royal City were shocked to the extreme. In their eyes, Dongfang Zun was definitely a supreme god, but unfortunately he met Gu Fei. He actually defeated the city lord. Many people witnessed the battle. There were still disciples of Dongfang family in the East Royal City. However, These disciples were scattered throughout the city. Moreover, they were all insignificant figures. It didn't matter whether they were killed or not. Gu Fei's battle shook the entire East Royal City. He had killed all the elite disciples of Dongfang family in the city lord's mansion. These elite disciples of Dongfang family represented the future of Dongfang family. Killing these elite disciples was equivalent to cutting off the future of Dongfang family. This was definitely a heavy blow to Dongfang family. After that, Gu Fei stayed in the city lord's mansion. He sat in the city lord's mansion and waited for the experts of Dongfang family to come and die. Chapter 2534. Gu Fei defeated Dongfang Zun and entered the East Royal City's city lord mansion. Almost all the experts of the Dongfang family in the mansion were killed by him. He wasn't an indecisive person. He had a great enmity with the Dongfang family. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. It could only be resolved when one side was completely annihilated. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't a bloodthirsty person. He didn't do anything to the outer sect disciples of the Dongfang family. Otherwise, the entire East Royal City would be filled with rivers of blood. At this time, the entire East Royal City was in a state of panic. All the cultivators knew that Gu Fei had returned. The god of death who had killed the previous city, Lord Dongfang Yuan, had returned. Some of the cultivation families that were close to the Dongfang family were restless. They didn't know when Gu Fei would come to kill them. The cultivation families in the East Royal City knew very well that Gu Fei was a god of death. He could be said to be unscrupulous and unscrupulous. The previous city, Lord Dongfang Yuan, was a half-saint. The current city lord Dongfang Zun was even more powerful. This Dongfang Zun was a peerless expert that came from the Dongfang family's ancestral land. He was an ancient saint that had achieved Tao in the ancient desolate era. He had lived for countless years. However, even though Dongfang Zun had a great background, he was still beaten away by the god of death, Gu Fei. Some people guessed that Gu Fei had become a saint, that Dongfang Yao is the successor of the primordial Tao sect. This time, I'm afraid that even the primordial Tao sect will be dragged into this. In the tea house in front of the city lord mansion, cultivators were discussing in low voices. "Brother, you're wrong. The primordial Tao sect might not offend Gu Fei for Dongfang Yao." Some people had a different opinion. That makes sense. That Gu Fei isn't alone. I heard that his disciple, Gu Zhong, has also become a saint and has made a name for himself in West Earth. Someone said, God of War Gu Zhong is actually Gu Fei's disciple. Some young cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. "You guys only know now?" The elderly cultivator said disapprovingly, "The fact that Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple was no secret to the older cultivators. Back then, Gu Fei had brought Gu Zhong to the eastern domain. Gu Fei, Gu Zhong." In a corner of the tea house sat a man and a woman. However, both of them had used a secret technique to change their appearances, so no one could see their true faces. "Didn't you ask me what I want as a betrothal gift? I know what I want now." The white-clothed woman transmitted her voice to the gray-clothed man sitting opposite her. "You agreed." The gray-clothed man was extremely excited when he heard this. "I agree, provided that you can afford the betrothal gift." The white-robed woman nodded. "Haha, good. Tell me, what do you want? Even if you want the moon in the sky, I can pluck it for you." The gray-robed man excitedly transmitted his voice to the white-robed woman. "This is what you said. If you can't do it, then forget about marrying me." The white-robed woman's eyes flickered. "Do you really want the moon in the 9 heavens?" The gray-clothed man calmed down when he saw how serious the white-robed woman was. "I don't want you to pluck the moon from the 9 heavens, nor do I want your family's treasures. I only want one thing, The white-robed woman said calmly to the gray-clothed man. "Tell me, what is it that you want?" The gray-clothed man completely calmed down. He was not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have such a powerful cultivation base and be nurtured by his family. "You're good. I want Gouffet's head," the white-robed woman said in a deep voice. "What?" The gray-clothed man was shocked. He never thought that the fairy he was wooing would want Gouffet's head. "What? You can't do it?" the white-robed woman said disdainfully when she saw the gray-clothed man's reaction. "My man must be a hero. If you can't even do that, how are you qualified to be my man?" The white-robed woman's tone turned cold. "But what you want is that man's life," the gray-clothed man said awkwardly. Although he was the fairy's pursuer, he knew that he was no match for Gouffet. "I didn't say that I want you to bring Gouffet's head back to me." The white-robed woman glanced at the gray-clothed man and said, "You want me to use the power of my family." The gray-clothed man understood. He immediately thought of the white-robed fairy's identity. It seemed that this fairy wanted to take revenge on Gouffet and wanted him to be her cannon fodder. "That's what you said, not what I asked you to do," the white-robed woman said calmly. The gray-clothed man was a little unhappy. Although she didn't want him to do it, she did mean it. Otherwise, why would she say something like that? He was in a dilemma. If he killed Gouffet, he would have to be tired of living. However, if he didn't kill Gouffet, he would lose the chance to marry this fairy. "Yower, are you sure that you want a man's head?" The gray-clothed man hoped that the white-robed fairy would change her mind, but it seemed impossible. "Don't come and find me in the future." The white-robed woman stood up and walked out of the tea house, disappearing into the crowd on the street. Only the gray-clothed man was left dumbfounded. "Do you think it's that easy to kill Gouffet? Aren't you asking me to die?" The gray-clothed man sighed and left the tea house. The next day, a shocking piece of news spread in the East Royal City. Dong Fangzun's daughter, who had joined the ancient Tao sect, was looking for a husband. The condition of the betrothal contest was very simple. Whoever could kill Gouffet and bring Gouffet's head to her, she would marry that person. To think that someone would use such a method to deal with me. What a joke. In the East Royal City, Gouffet couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile after hearing the news. Was Dong Fangzun's daughter really that charming? He wanted to see if someone was really here to kill him or not. For several days, outside the gate of the East Royal City's palace, not even a shadow could be seen. Not a single cultivator dared to enter the palace through the wide-open gate. Some mysterious silhouettes began to appear around the palace. Many people were peeping at them, but they were destined to find nothing, because there was only one person in the entire East Royal City's palace. That person was Gouffet. During the day, those people didn't dare to be presumptuous, but at night, it was different. The surroundings of the city lord mansion were incomparably quiet. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, a figure instantly crossed the high walls of the city lord mansion and entered the city lord mansion. In fact, the news that Gouffet was the only one in the governor's mansion had already spread throughout the East Royal City. The mysterious person who risked his life to enter the palace disappeared after entering the palace. It was as if he had disappeared from the world. Until dawn, the people who were peeping outside did not see the mysterious man come out of the city lord's mansion. At this time, everyone who was peeping outside the palace was extremely shocked. It seemed that the mysterious person who entered the palace was probably dead. During the day, there were more and more mysterious people outside the palace. At night, on a dark and windy night, some people didn't believe it and directly sneaked into the palace. However, none of these people came out from the inside. As a result, none of the experts sent by the various forces dared to enter the city lord's mansion. All of them stayed outside the city lord's mansion to monitor the movements inside. What? None of the people that were sent out came back. At night, on a mountain outside the East Royal City, a man in gray was fanning himself while listening to the report of a man in black who was kneeling behind him. No, not a single one. They are obviously trapped inside. The man in black quickly replied. That Gu Fei doesn't seem to be someone with an undeserved reputation. The man in gray muttered to himself. His brows furrowed even deeper. Young master, I don't think that Gu Fei is easy to deal with. At this time, a black-bearded old man appeared on the mountain. It was a short and thin old man dressed in a green gown. This ordinary-looking old man exuded a very dangerous aura. I know what I'm doing, said the gray-robed man. His eyes flickered with a bright light. Hearing this, the old servant didn't say anything else. He was a servant after all. Even though his cultivation was much stronger than the man in gray, he was still a servant that was ordered around. Continue to monitor that person. Report to me if anything happens. The man in gray said coldly, Yes, young master. The man in black, who was kneeling behind the man in gray, quickly accepted the order and stood up. He turned around and rushed down the mountain, disappearing into the darkness. Dragon servant, what do you think of that person? The man in gray asked the old servant. Well, that person can only be described as unfathomable. The black-bearded old servant thought for a while and said, Even you don't have the confidence to take that person down? The gray-clothed man said in surprise. He was well aware of how formidable his servant was. How was it possible that even this old servant was unable to see through Gu Fei's cultivation state? Dongfang Zun isn't a weakling. He and I are about the same. That person even managed to beat Dongfang Zun away. Do you think I'll be a match for him? The old servant asked. The man in gray couldn't help but be moved. Does he really have to use the power of his clan? But if that's the case, wouldn't the entire clan be involved? Gu Fei's strength was unquestionable. It didn't seem worth it to provoke this killing god for a woman. However, the man in gray didn't seem to be willing to give up the woman he loved. What should I do? The man in gray shook his head. For a moment, he had no idea. Chapter 25:35. Gu Fei was the only one in the spacious city lord's mansion, but he alone was able to intimidate all the experts in the East Royal City. No one dared to step into the city lord's mansion carelessly because there was a terrifying god of death living inside. All the cultivators in the East Royal City regarded Gu Fei as a god of death. No one dared to challenge this god of death. Even the Dongfang family could not react in time. However, a woman suddenly took action at this time and did something that no one expected. Dongfang Yao was the pearl of the Dongfang clan, the daughter of Dongfang Zun. Since a young age, she was accepted as a disciple by an ancestor of the archaic Taoist school. Such an otherworldly fairy was about to get married. However, although there were many people who wanted to marry her, not everyone could afford a betrothal gift. This was because this dowry was very special. It was a human head. This head could not be taken away by just anyone because it was the god of death inside the city lord's mansion. Who would dare to provoke this god of death unless they were tired of living? Gu Fei found out about this from the people who broke into the city lord's mansion. He couldn't help but find it funny. He didn't expect Dongfang Zun to have a daughter like this. However, he knew that there were no lack of fools in this world. Some people knew the consequences of doing something like this, yet they still did it. The playful young master from the Zhao clan of the Desolate Era was one such person. Gu Fei was very excited to see if the Zhao clan of the Desolate Era wanted to be his enemy again. If they really wanted to be his enemy, then there was no other choice but to fight. He had never been afraid of anyone, nor did he care about anyone. Everything he did was from the bottom of his heart. This was his code of conduct. He would not give up on revenge just because of the enemy's strength. Gu Fei didn't kill these people. However, even though they could be spared from death, they still had to be punished. He placed a sealing technique on these people and ordered them to deal with the other mysterious people who broke into the city lord's mansion. For the next few days, mysterious people kept peeping outside the city lord's mansion. At night, there were even figures of experts appearing outside the city lord's mansion. After receiving the news, all the major powers sent out scouts. It had to be known that back then, Gu Fei had wreaked havoc in the Eastern Domain and made a name for himself. Whenever the older generation of cultivators mentioned Gu Fei, their expressions would change. Just as a huge storm was brewing in the eastern region, in the west, at the border between the Central Plains and the Buddhist kingdom, stood a huge city. At this time, it was already dusk, and the people who went out gradually returned to the ancient city. Shua. Just then, a figure flew over from the sky and entered the ancient city. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion in the ancient city, a young man in white rushed in from outside. He then knelt on one knee and reported to a dark-skinned young man sitting on a throne. "Master, we have news of the person you've been looking for." The white-robed young man panted. He was drenched in sweat, and his clothes were soaked. He had rushed all the way back from the Central Plains without stopping to rest. Even though he had relied on the teleportation formation, he was still exhausted. "You're right," the white-robed young man said as he panted heavily. He was sweating profusely. "What?" The young man on the throne abruptly stood up upon hearing this. "Master, the person you asked us to pay attention to has appeared. He is in the eastern imperial city of the eastern region." The young man in white panted. "Very good. You have done well. I will allow you to enter the treasure trove to choose a combat skill. You may leave now," Gu Zhong said. After he returned, he took over the position of master of the Gu family. Over the years, he had managed the Gu family well. He was fair with his rewards and punishments, and everyone in the family respected him. "Thank you, master." The young man in white was overjoyed when he heard that Gu Zhong had allowed him to enter the treasure trove to choose a combat skill. It should be known that not everyone could enter the treasure trove to choose a combat skill. The young man in white retreated. "Master, you have finally returned." Gu Zhong sat back down and murmured to himself, "Master, since you have returned, why didn't you come to find me?" Gu Zhong then gathered the older generation of the Gu family and gave them some instructions. He then left Dark Magus City and headed straight for the eastern region. Dark Magus City was extremely far from the eastern region. It was impossible for mortals to reach the eastern region from Dark Magus City even if they spent their entire lives. Even cultivators could only travel to the eastern region through the teleportation formation. On another dark and windy night, a terrifying figure walked out from the Devil's Territory, where the Devil's Den was located. "Let me meet this Gu Fei. I want to see if this Gu Fei really has 3 heads and 6 arms." It was a black-clothed demon with a pair of red eyebrows. As he spoke, the demon's figure instantly disappeared into the void. In the past, Gu Fei had entered the Devil's Den and had a grudge against the demons there. At the same time, someone was one step faster than the mysterious demon. At that moment, 3 old men appeared outside the East Royal City's governor's mansion. Each of the 3 old men exuded a shocking, murderous aura. It was as if 3 great ancient beasts had appeared in this part of the world. "Gu Fei, come out and die." One of them, a fat old man, shouted loudly. Scram! An angry roar came from the governor's mansion. The sound waves caused the void to tremble. The transparent ripples were visible to the naked eye. The three old men in front of the governor's mansion were enraged. A tall and thin old man said coldly, "Since you are not willing to come out and die, we can only go in." With that, the three old men walked into the main gate of the city lord's mansion step by step. The three old men did not dare to delay. They circulated the mysterious art in their bodies with all their might. Their auras seemed to be connected into a single line. Every move they made was powerful. I see. Gu Fei's voice came from the depths of the governor's mansion. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the three old men. It was silent, as if he had appeared out of thin air. "You are Gu Fei." The three old men stopped. "Do you want us to do it, or do you want to end it yourself?" An old man with a ruddy face stared at Gu Fei and said, "What do you think?" Gu Fei couldn't help but feel annoyed. These guys were too arrogant. They spoke in a condescending tone, as if the rulers of this world were three old men. "You should just end it yourself." The fat old man uttered these words. "Seems like you guys are really stupid." A smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He looked at the three old men as if they were monsters. "Boss, why are you still talking so much? Go." The tall, thin old man walked forward and stretched out his hand. A golden hand appeared in the void, and then directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei punched out, and a violent force immediately spread from his fist. Bang! With a muffled sound, the big hand collided with Gu Fei's fist. Two extremely powerful forces exploded. The golden hand dissipated in the void, and Gu Fei's fist was also blocked. "It seems that you guys have some skills." Gu Fei looked at the tall, thin old man opposite him and said, "Humph, it's more than enough to capture you." The fat old man also attacked. Divine chains of the great path rushed out from his hands and then entangled towards Gu Fei. The powerful power of the great path was raging. "Is that all?" Gu Fei said unhurriedly. At the same time, he threw another punch forward, directly shattering the divine chains of the great path, entangling him. Then he approached the plump old man in an instant and punched him again. Virum! Greatly alarmed, the fat old man immediately used his saint artifact. A shield surrounded by divine light appeared in his hand, and he used it to block the attack. Bang! Gu Fei's punch directly smashed into the shield, causing countless cracks to appear on the shield. It looked like it was about to completely shatter. However, even though there were cracks on the divine shield, it didn't really crumble. "Eat another punch of mine." Gu Fei roared. He suddenly took a step forward and punched at the fat old man with all his strength. On his fist, dazzling golden light was emitted, and golden patterns of the great path were faintly discernible. This punch of his had activated the power of the great path. Although he did not use any great technique, the power of this punch was extremely strong. The void in front of the fist shook, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. The fat old man naturally knew the power of this punch from Gu Fei. Before the fist actually hit him, he already felt a great pressure. This pressure almost made him breathless. "Boss, let us help you." The tall, skinny old man and the old man with a ruddy face rushed forward. They each stretched out their right hands and pressed on the fat old man's shoulders, transferring their power into the fat old man's body. Roar! The plump old man roared furiously and unleashed a great technique with all his might. The entire world shook as huge stars descended from the sky, bringing with them an endless amount of astral energy to suppress Gu Fei. This was the terrifying thing about the fat old man and his brothers. Once the three of them joined forces, they would definitely be extremely powerful. At this time, the fat old man only felt that his entire body was so strong that it made people tremble. It was as if he could shatter the void with just a lift of his hand, causing the world to return to chaos. Bang! With a muffled sound, the divine shield exploded. It was shattered by Gu Fei's punch, and the three people behind the divine shield were immediately blown away. Although they did not die, they suffered a great impact. Humph, you are only SOSO. How dare you come here and behave atrociously? You are simply courting death. Gu Fei sneered. Chapter 2536. The Cloud Tripod Elders of the Eastern Region were defeated outside the City Lord Mansion. All the cultivators who saw the three old men flying out of the City Lord Mansion were shocked. One should know that the three old men had a powerful background. In the Eastern Region, apart from the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan, there was another force, the Cloud Tripod Mountain. The three old men of the Cloud Tripod Mountain were the experts of the older generation of the Cloud Tripod Mountain. The Cloud Tripod Mountain had always been low-key. They did not have as many people as the Zhao clan or the Dongfang clan. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Eastern Region, the Cloud Tripod Mountain was a semi-hidden force. There were only a dozen people on the mountain, but each of them was extremely powerful. Some people said that the Cloud Tripod ancestor was an ancient sage who survived the great ancient calamity. Of course, the Cloud Tripod ancestor was very mysterious. It seemed that no one in the entire Eastern Region had seen his face. However, because of the Cloud Tripod ancestor, the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan had always been wary of the Cloud Tripod Mountain. No one knew why the three old men were here, and why they were beaten out of the City Lord Mansion by Gu Fei. Gu Fei, you... The three old men fell heavily on the street in front of the City Lord Mansion. This made the three old men's faces extremely ugly. This was too embarrassing. It would not take long for the cultivators of the Eastern Region to know that the three old men were beaten up on the street. You what? Get out of here, you three old farts. You want to be beaten up again? Gu Fei's voice came from the City Lord Mansion. Outside the City Lord Mansion, all the cultivators were extremely shocked. This Gu Fei was too domineering. He actually dared to offend the three old men. There was an ancient sage behind the three old men. There was no doubt that the Cloud Tripod ancestor was powerful, because this ancient sage who survived the great ancient calamity could make the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan of the primordial clan hesitate. Damn it! The Yunding three old men were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Their illustrious reputation had vanished into thin air. Gu Fei was too much of a bastard. He actually dared to humiliate them like this. Boss, let's go. The tall and skinny old man pulled the sleeves of the fat old man and said in a low voice, Gu Fei, remember this. We'll be back. Let's go. The fat old man shouted loudly, his voice resonating throughout the entire Eastern Royal City. Then, the fat old man brought his two junior brothers and left the Eastern Royal City. I didn't expect experts like the Cloud Cauldron three elders to be no match for Gu Fei. On a mountain peak outside of the East Imperial City, the gray-clothed youth stood at the top of the mountain, just in time to see the scene in front of the East Imperial City's City Lord Mansion. Young master, it seems like you have to give up on that idea. A green-robed old servant stood behind the young man. At this time, the old servant spoke. Dragon servant, you've followed me for so many years. You've watched me grow up. You should know that once I've decided on something, I will not easily change my mind. The gray-clothed youth looked at the ancient city in front of him and said expressionlessly. But the old servant still wanted to say something. However, the gray-clothed youth waved his hand and interrupted the old servant's words. All right, I also know that Gu Fei is not easy to deal with. However, since I can't defeat him with force, I'll defeat him with my wits. I refuse to believe that I can't kill him. This gray-clothed youth wanted to marry Dongfang Yao, but he had reached the point where he would use any means necessary. This was an extremely dangerous game. The old servant of the young man sensed the danger and wanted to dissuade him. However, his young master did not listen to his advice. As a servant, he could not say anything else. At this time, in the governor's mansion, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the throne in the great hall. He was still waiting. However, for the past few days, the Dongfang family had not made any moves. Time flew by. At noon on the second day, in a valley 1,000 miles away from the East Imperial City, demonic energy was swirling around. A demonic shadow loomed in the valley. The flowers, grass, and trees in the valley had all turned a burnt yellow. Their life essence was completely devoured by a powerful demonic force. This was a demon. Wherever the demon passed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be devoured. Even the life essence of all living beings would be forcefully sucked away. Any living being that lost their life essence would die. The Yunding's 3 elders are truly useless. No wonder they couldn't even defeat Gu Fei. An eerie voice rang out from the valley. Then, the vast demonic energy in the valley began to recede like the tide and entered the demonic shadow. The demon turned into a ray of demonic light and charged out of the valley, disappearing into the mountains. In the depths of the valley, there were 3 corpses. They were 3 dried corpses. All of their blood essence had been sucked away by the demon. All that was left was a bag of skin wrapped around their bones. Whoosh! Just then, a figure descended from the sky and landed in the valley. This is the divine light dissipated, and an old servant in green appeared before the 3 dried corpses. When the old servant saw the 3 corpses, he could not help but pale with fright. The Yunding's 3 elders are actually dead. The old servant quickly looked around. After confirming that there was no one in the valley, he squatted down and carefully examined the 3 corpses. Demonic energy. The old servant sensed a trace of demonic energy on the corpses and could not help but change his expression again. However, just as the old servant's mind was in shock, the 3 corpses on the ground suddenly moved. They leapt up from the ground and pounced towards the old servant. In particular, the corpse in front of the old servant immediately hugged the old servant and opened its mouth to bite at the old servant's neck. The old servant was shocked by the sudden turn of events. Just as the mummy that was hugging him was about to bite his neck, a layer of golden scales suddenly appeared on the old servant's neck. Kacha! The corpse bit down on the layer of golden scales. It did not injure the old servant. Instead, a few of its sharp teeth were shaken off. Bang! The old servant exerted force and sent the mummy that was hugging him flying. Then he punched the other 2 mummies that were pouncing at him and sent them flying. Who killed them? They didn't even let the dead go. The old servant directly charged into the sky. He glanced at the 3 corpses crawling up from the ground before leaving without looking back. The old servant did not destroy the 3 demonic corpses. Once the 3 demonic corpses left the valley and arrived at the human settlement, it would be a disaster. Why is there demonic energy in the mountains? Chapter 25:37. 3 demonic corpses were wandering in the valley. These demonic creatures would only react to life energy, but all the life energy in the valley had been devoured by the great demon. At this time, the 3 demonic corpses began to emit strands of demon energy. They were about to completely transform into demonic creatures that only knew how to kill. At that time, the 3 demonic corpses would sense the life energy outside the valley and walk out to kill. With every life they killed, the power of the demonic corpses would increase. The more they killed, the stronger the demonic corpses would become. The stronger the demonic corpses would become, the more they would kill. At that time, the demonic corpses would become so strong that no one could control them. The entire eastern region would be plunged into misery and suffering. As the three demonic corpses roared and walked out of the valley, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the three demonic corpses. What's going on? Were these three fellows killed by demonic cultivators? It was a strong young man dressed in green. This person was Guzhong, who had rushed over from Dark Shaman City. He did not stop and used the transportation formation to rush from Dark Shaman City to the eastern region. When he passed by this mountain range, he sensed demon energy in the vicinity. Guzhong descended from the sky and landed in the valley. He could not help but frown when he saw this scene. The demon's den in the eastern region was a place where demons gathered. It seemed that only the demons in the demon's den could do something like this. Roar. The three devil corpses sensed Guzhong's exuberant life force and immediately roared as they pounced towards Guzhong. To these three demonic corpses that only knew how to kill, Guzhong was like a beacon in the darkness. The vigorous life energy he exuded excited the three demonic corpses. Guzhong directly punched out. His fist instantly smashed into the body of the demonic beast, sending it flying. Then, with a bang sound, Guzhong's fist instantly erupted, causing the demonic beast to explode in the air. This kind of demonic corpse was not a match for Guzhong, who had already become a martial saint. It should be known that Guzhong's metal element martial body was extremely powerful. At this time, the other two demonic corpses also pounced on him. Humph! Guzhong punched twice in a row. The powerful fist energy directly shattered the two demonic corpses. Yes! Just as Guzhong destroyed the three demonic corpses, a figure shrouded in demonic aura on a mountain peak several hundred miles away sensed something and turned to look in the direction of the demonic corpses. What is going on? To think that someone would be able to deal with my demon corpse. An incredulous voice came from within the demonic chi. Shwa. In the next moment, the demonic figure disappeared from the mountain peak. No one knew where it went. At this moment, Guzhong leaped up and charged out of the valley. He arrived high up in the sky, wanting to continue on his way and reach the Eastern Imperial City as soon as possible. However, at that moment, a beam of demonic light rapidly approached Guzhong from the distance. Demonic chi. Just as Guzhong was about to leave, an expert from the demon race shrouded in demonic aura arrived. This caused Guzhong's battle intent to erupt once more. Kill. When Guzhong saw the great devil rushing towards him, he hurriedly acted. He stretched out his hand and sent out a heaven-covering palm. A huge golden palm instantly enveloped the entire sky. Rumble, the void trembled. The huge golden palm was like an ancient divine mountain descending from the sky. This shocked the great devil, and he hurriedly tried to escape from the heaven-covering palm. However, the huge golden palm had sealed the sky, and the great devil couldn't escape at all. Boom! With a muffled sound, the demonic energy on the great devil's body soared. He waved both his hands and sent out terrifying laws of demonic Tao. He forcefully broke through the void that was sealed by the huge golden palm and rushed out. After that, the huge golden palm dissipated in the void. You are a martial artist. The great devil was shocked to the extreme. He didn't expect to encounter such powerful living beings as soon as he left the mountain. How unlucky! You do have some ability. Guzhong looked at the great devil and said coldly, this demon's expert wasn't simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to wander around the eastern domain alone. Your chi and blood are incomparably vigorous. After devouring your life force, my cultivation will definitely increase again. The demon's expert looked at Guzhong. His eyes were shining as if he was looking at a peerless divine material. "Just bring it on," Gu Zhong said in a deep voice. "Kill." The demon's expert didn't waste any more time. He waved his hands, and black demonic chains of the great path rushed out from his hands and entangled Gu Zhong. Every demonic chain was condensed from the power of the great path. You only have this kind of method. When Gu Zhong saw the demonic chains entangling him, he immediately pressed his right hand forward. Golden Tao patterns appeared on his palm and emitted an incomparably powerful aura. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard. Gu Zhong used his palms to shatter the entangling demonic chains of the great path. Seeing this, the great devil was shocked. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated the people of the world. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the human race. They weren't necessarily inferior to the demons. Bam! A dull thud rang out. The great devil was sent flying thousands of feet away by Gu Zhong's heavy hand. Blood oozed out from the side of his mouth as his demonic body took a huge blow. "Could you be Gu Fei?" The great devil seemed to have thought of something as his expression changed. "You know, my revered master," Gu Zhong walked towards the great devil step by step. The aura from his body was rising along with his footsteps. "What? To think that you're the disciple of Gu Fei." At this moment, the great devil was stunned. To think that this human would be the disciple of Gu Fei. To think that he couldn't even defeat a single disciple of the other party. "All right, time to send you on your way." As Gu Zhong said that, he punched out at the great devil once more. That ferocious punch brought with it an invincible fist will. The great devil's heart skipped a beat. He had not expected that the other party would have cultivated his martial arts to such an extent. It was just a simple punch. But in the eyes of the great devil, it was a completely different scene. Since there was no way to avoid it, he could only fight it head-on. The great devil made up his mind and immediately cast out a demonic skill. A black whirlpool appeared between his palms as he tried to swallow Gu Zhong into it. Bam! Gu Zhong's fist jerked out, and the black whirlpool that was trying to devour Lin Fan collapsed instantly. Boom! Kacha! Chapter 2538. Gu Zhong was incomparably domineering. He had the special characteristics of a martial artist. Invincible fist intent erupted, and he directly punched the demon's chest. The demon's body was filled with demonic chi. Demonic patterns appeared on his body, interweaving into demonic diagrams that triggered terrifying demonic energy. The demon flew thousands of feet away as the demonic diagrams appeared. The power of Gu Zhong's strongest punch was neutralized. Even so, a stream of demonic blood seeped out from the corner of the demon's mouth. His sternum was shattered, and a fist imprint was deeply imprinted into his body. Rumble! The demon wiped away the demonic blood at the corner of his mouth. Thunderous sounds could be heard from his body. His broken sternum was reforming, and an extremely powerful demonic energy was exploding. "You actually injured me." A demonic shadow appeared in the demonic chi. A cold voice came from the demonic chi. His tone was filled with a cold, killing intent. "Are you very strong? Can I injure you?" Gu Zhong took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the demon. An incomparably powerful pressure pressed down on the demon. "Martial Saint, I've underestimated you. However, I, Shui, am not weaker than anyone." The demon said coldly, "Hey, your name is too ugly. Are you interested in changing your name?" Gu Zhong said with a smile, "Damn it, how dare you look down on me?" Shui was furious. He was the strongest among the winged demons in the East Region Demon Cave. His cultivation was incomparably strong, and he could compete with a saint. He was extremely arrogant. This time, He came out of the demon cave with the intention of competing with Gu Fei. But now, he was actually injured by Gu Fei's disciple. To Shui Yi, this was definitely a humiliation. Even if I did look down on you, it's nothing much. Gu Zhong shrugged and said indifferently, "You deserve to die. After I kill you, I'll go find your master, Gu Fei, and then send him down to reunite with you." Shui Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Bring it on, then. I want to see what kind of abilities a demon from a demon's lair has." Gu Zhong had a faint smile on his face as he hooked his finger at Shui Yi. "Good, very good." Shui Yi had never been looked down on like this before. His eyes turned red, and a demonic rune appeared between his brows, turning into a blood moon that slashed towards Gu Zhong. The blood moon silently tore through the void, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack wherever it passed. Its speed was extremely fast. "What is it?" Gu Zhong stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. Golden light surged on his 5 fingers. Patterns of the way of metal intertwined on his palm, and a mighty aura of the great path surged. The golden hand directly grabbed the blood-colored demonic moon. Gu Zhong only felt his 5 fingers tremble as a powerful demonic power spread out from the blood moon, nearly shaking off his fingers. Humph! With a thought, Gu Zhong exerted his strength once again. An even greater power erupted from the 5 fingers of his right hand that was grabbing onto the blood-colored demonic moon. Crack! A strange sound immediately came from the blood-colored demonic moon, and cracks appeared on it. It actually showed signs of being crushed by Gu Zhong's 5 fingers. The blood-winged demon son was extremely shocked. He realized that he had still underestimated this disciple of Gu Fei. He did not expect that Gu Fei would have such a disciple. If his disciple was already so powerful, wouldn't that mean that Gu Fei was even more powerful? Moon transformation. Thinking of this, the blood-winged demon son no longer held back. He attacked with all his strength, displaying the most powerful demonic technique of the winged demon clan. Swoosh! Endless blood-colored demonic light surged from the blood-winged demon son's body. In an instant, he actually turned into a blood-colored demonic moon, suppressing towards Gu Zhong. The blood-colored moon covered the sky, suppressing all directions. Terrifying demonic energy shook the heavens and the earth. Blood-colored demonic patterns emerged on the blood-colored moon, intertwining and illuminating the entire heaven and earth in a blood-red color. This was a strange scene. In broad daylight, a blood-colored moon actually appeared in the sky. Of course, this scene happened in the mountains. Apart from Gu Zhong, it seemed that no one else could see this strange scene. Rumble, the blood-colored moon, suppressed a part of heaven and earth. Everything that was illuminated by the blood-colored moonlight was imprisoned. Gu Zhong bore the brunt of the impact. He only felt that the void around him was about to solidify. His entire body felt like it was being suppressed by 100,000 mountains, and he had a feeling that he could not even straighten his back. "I have to say, you're very strong." Gu Zhong stared at the blood-colored demonic moon that was suppressing down from the sky. At this moment, his expression became solemn. This demon dared to look for his master, so he did have some ability. Of course, if this demon really went to look for his master, it would be no different from seeking death. Go to hell. A powerful sealing force continued to descend from the demonic moon, causing the space around Gu Zhong to distort and distort. The powerful force caused pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the space around him. The blood-colored demonic moon emitted the blood-winged demon son's murderous will. Crack! The sound of bones grinding could be heard from Gu Zhong's body. His entire body seemed like it was about to collapse. His entire body was about to be crushed into pieces by the powerful force that came from all directions. The blood-winged demon son was not simple. His demonic cultivation was earth-shattering. Under the premise that he could not use the power of a sage, he had the ability to sweep away all opponents. Moreover, the demons were much stronger than the human race in all aspects. Be it physique or talent, they were all stronger than the human race. However, the human race could become stronger through cultivation. Through cultivation, they could make up for their innate deficiencies. This was the ability of the human race. To a certain extent, the cultivation ability of the human race was also a kind of talent. This level still can't kill me. The corner of Gu Zhong's mouth curled into a cold smile. Then an explosive sound rang out from his body. The power of the martial body was released. Every muscle, every tendon, every bone was emitting a dazzling golden light. Golden Tao patterns swam around Gu Zhong's body. This was a secret technique of the martial path. By imprinting the Tao patterns on one's body, one could refine one's body like a saint weapon. This was the reason why successful cultivators usually did not have any weapons. One must know that they themselves were already the strongest weapon. The power of the martial body erupted. Gu Zhong's entire body emitted an incomparably powerful fluctuation of energy. It was as if a saint weapon that had been in a deep slumber had awakened. Bang! Chapter 2539. All right, it's time to send you on your way. As Gu Zhong spoke, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the blood-winged demon son. Then he punched out. He would not give the demon son a chance to escape. With such a cultivation level, the blood-winged demon son definitely had a way to escape. Gu Zhong did not want to let this powerful demons go. Damn it, you don't have the right to kill me. The blood-winged demon son furiously roared as blood seeped out from his mouth. His demonic physique was heavily injured. After that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. That mouthful of blood was actually burning, turning into an incomparably bizarre blood-colored demonic flame that burned towards Gu Zhong. Within the demonic fire, there were demonic blood marks faintly visible. This was a type of fire of the way. It was a demonic fire formed from one's own demonic blood. It could burn everything in the world. As long as the demonic fire touched one's body, even a saint would be annihilated. This was the demonic fire that the blood-winged demon son had cultivated for his entire life. He would not use it easily. If it were not for the existence of the power of heaven's wrath, the blood-winged demon son might not have lost so easily. It must be known that in a battle of the same level, a martial body had a great advantage. It was not a lie to say that a martial body was invincible within the same level. The power of the martial body was even stronger than the physical bodies of pure-blooded divine beasts. Even without using battle skills, the power of the martial body was enough to fight against opponents of the same level. Although the blood-winged demon son's demonic body was powerful, it was not as powerful as Gu Zhong's saint-level martial body. In a battle of the same level, he was destined to fail miserably. Bzzz. A ball of golden light appeared on Gu Zhong's body, blocking all the crimson demonic fire. Above the golden light, 9 golden marks of the way flowed. He did not retract his fist. He continued to punch towards the blood-winged demon son. The powerful fist force shook the world. This was not the power of laws. Without using a saint-level battle skill, the power of heaven's wrath would not descend. Gu Zhong had used the power of the martial body. This power did not need to be activated by saint-level laws, so it would not trigger the power of heaven's wrath. Martial path battle skills were evolved from the laws of the way. If Gu Zhong used a martial path battle skill, it would trigger the power of heaven's wrath as long as the power of the skill surpassed the limit allowed by the human realm. How is this possible? The blood-winged demon son was shocked to the extreme. He clearly sensed that the power of Gu Zhong's punch had exceeded the limits of the human world, but the power of heaven's wrath did not descend. It's the martial body, the power of your martial body. Very soon, the blood-winged demon son understood that the power of his opponent's punch was not driven by a martial path battle skill. It was the purest release of the power of a martial body. This sort of strength didn't require the activation of Grand Tao laws at all. Martial artists are indeed terrifying. Only then did the blood-winged demon son understand why martial artists were able to compete with the strongest existences in the world in ancient times. The martial ancestor, who had created the path of martial arts, had even killed more than one demon ancestor. Boom! Without any suspense, Gu Zhong's tyrannical fist force sent the blood-winged demon son flying again. The boundless scarlet blood, demonic fire dissipated under Gu Zhong's fist. I can't accept this. The blood-winged demon son roared in anger. The extremely strong fist energy that Gu Zhong had punched into his body exploded. Bang! His body violently exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. A mass of bloody light wrapped around a thumb-sized figure and rushed into the sky, trying to escape. This was the blood-winged demon son's spirit. Although his demonic body had been destroyed by Gu Zhong's punch, his spirit had not been seriously injured. If he could escape, he would be able to reconstruct his demonic body and recover in no time. However, at this moment, he was at his weakest. The power of his spirit was limited, so it was impossible for him to compete with Gu Zhong. Humph! You still want to escape at this time? Gu Zhong used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. With just 1 step, he had already rushed over. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the mass of demonic light. Don't kill me! At this moment, the blood-winged demon son was scared out of his wits. He never expected that his opponent's speed would be much faster than his spirit flight. Weren't you very arrogant? You even wanted to challenge my master. Why are you begging for mercy now? Gu Zhong said mockingly as he looked at the demonic figure in the mass of demonic light in his hand. You know who I am? I am the demon prince of the winged demons. If you kill me, my father will not let you go, the blood-winged demon son said in a panic. The blood-winged devil son said in a panic. He was in a complete mess right now and only wanted to live. Winged demons, demon prince. Gu Zhong looked at the primordial spirit of the blood-winged devil son in his hand. His gaze turned sharp. He knew about the winged devil race in the Devil Cave. This race was the royal race of the devil race and was very powerful. The winged demon emperor was the legendary innate demon ancestor. He was one of the leaders of the demons in the Demon Cave. As the demon prince, the blood-winged demon son could do whatever he wanted in the Demon Cave. But now, not only was the insufferably arrogant blood-winged demon son defeated, but his life and death battle was also in the hands of his opponent. Don't kill me. I can give you countless divine materials. I can even get sacred medicine for you. The blood-winged demon son said hurriedly. Is that so? Gu Zhong's eyes lit up when he heard this. Divine materials and sacred medicine were extremely tempting to any cultivator. It's true. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to give you everything in my clan's treasury, the blood-winged demon son said. The blood-winged devil son rushed to say. He only wanted to live. I'll let you go. Gu Zhong's face immediately darkened. Then, a dazzling golden light appeared on his 5 fingers. He clenched his fingers and was about to crush the blood-winged demon son's Yuan spirit. This guy is too naive. If I let him go, what can I do to him? Do I have to kill my way into the demon cave and drag this guy out? Don't. The blood-winged demon son's Yuan spirit almost collapsed from fright. But at this time, Guzhong no longer bothered with the blood-winged demon sun. He wanted to crush the blood-winged demon sun's Yuan spirit. However, at this moment, a blood-colored demonic rune suddenly appeared on the blood-winged demon sun's Yuan spirit. His entire Yuan spirit seemed to be burning. Swish! The demonic rune rushed out from the blood-winged demon sun's body and turned into a demonic figure. "You're the one who wants to kill my son." An extremely dignified voice rang out in Guzhong's heart. Then he felt his hand shake. The blood-winged demon sun's Yuan spirit broke free and rushed out. Guzhong was shocked when he saw the demonic figure suddenly appear. Chapter 2540. The incarnation of the demon emperor was like a supreme demon that appeared in the world. Terrifying demonic might spread out in all directions, causing all the living beings in the surroundings to feel terrified. "Haha, you're dead for sure. Father, kill him." In the distance, the blood-winged demon son's soul laughed out loud. He never thought that his father would do something to his soul. The winged demon emperor was sleeping in the depths of the demon cavern, but he left a clone in the blood-winged demon son's soul. Once the blood-winged demon son was in danger, and his soul couldn't escape, the clone would appear. "How dare you kill my son? Die!" The winged demon emperor's tone was extremely dignified. Then a huge hand slammed down from the sky towards Guzhong. Powerful demonic energy instantly sealed the surroundings. Guzhong felt his body tighten as a powerful force pressed down on him, causing him to almost be unable to straighten his back. "What?" Guzhong was shocked. It was just a clone, yet it was so powerful. It was truly unbelievable. "Eat my fist." Guzhong was getting stronger and stronger. He was still only using the power of his martial body. A tyrannical power erupted from his martial body, and countless pitch-black spatial cracks immediately appeared in the space around him. The clone in the sky was clearly shocked. He didn't think that a puny human would still be able to fight back. Boom! Guzhong's fist collided with the demonic hand that was swatting down from the sky. A muffled sound rang out, and the demonic hand dispersed. Guzhong was also knocked down from the sky by the powerful force from the demonic hand. With a bang, the ground beneath his feet caved in, causing dust to rise into the air. "It's just a clone. What's there to be proud of?" Guzhong shot into the sky. He used the Ascension secret technique, and the potential of his martial body was stimulated. Golden runes appeared on his body. "Even though it's just a clone, it's enough to kill you," the clone said coldly. The clone of the winged demon emperor coldly spoke. Then the clone sent another palm towards Guzhong. This time, the demonic energy that erupted from the demonic palm was even more powerful. "Kill!" Guzhong directly punched upwards. A tyrannical fist force erupted from his fist, shaking the heavens and earth. The demonic chi that descended from the demonic hand dissipated. Boom! Another loud sound was heard as Guzhong's fist collided with the demonic hand once again. This time, Guzhong's fist directly shattered the demonic hand and instantly arrived in front of the demon emperor's incarnation. His speed was so fast that even the demon emperor's incarnation was taken aback. Heaven Ascension's secret technique. How is this possible? The demon king's incarnation recognized this secret art and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. After all, these were the 9 secret arts created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Shua. While everyone was shocked, the demon emperor's clone suddenly disappeared into the void. It was as though he had entered the void and disappeared. The power of the great path of the void. Guzhong couldn't help but narrow his eyes upon seeing this. He cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. One of them was called Reverse Void, a secret art created by the supreme Tao ancestor using the profundities of the void. While Gu Zhong was still in shock, a figure silently appeared behind him. Then, a palm slammed towards his head. Shua. Just as the demonic palm was about to hit Gu Zhong's body suddenly turned blurry. The demonic palm actually passed through his body. The demon emperor's incarnation was shocked. The winged demon emperor knew that there were very few people in the world who could match up to him in terms of his understanding of the great path of the void. But today, this puny human was actually using the profundities of the void to fight him. Very well. I'd like to see if your great path of the void is better, or if my great path of the void is better. The winged demon emperor's incarnation's battle intent was ignited by Gu Zhong. At this moment, he finally saw Gu Zhong as an opponent. Shua. With that, the incarnation of the demon emperor disappeared into the void. Gu Zhong and the incarnation of the demon emperor dove into the void and fought in the void. A battle as such was much more dangerous than a battle in the outside world. A single misstep would result in the destruction of both their bodies and souls. Two figures flickered continuously. Eventually, up in the sky, a part of the void was smashed apart by a demonic palm, and a figure fell out of the void. This person was Gu Zhong. At the end of the day, the incarnation of the winged demon emperor was stronger. In a battle of the great path of the void, Gu Zhong wasn't a match for the incarnation of the winged demon emperor and was smashed out of the void. The winged demon emperor was a Khanate demon ancestor at the end of the day. He was extremely strong and dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Supremes. Even though it was just an incarnation, it wasn't something that Gu Zhong could deal with. Bam! The demonic palm vibrated and Gu Zhong was sent flying once again. If it weren't for the fact that his martial body was strong enough, he would have long been smashed into pieces by that demonic palm. Gu Zhong was sent flying thousands of meters away and crashed into a mountain peak. The powerful impact caused the mountain peak to shatter. Rubble flew everywhere, and dust soared into the sky. Father, don't kill him. I want to suppress him in purgatory. He will beg for death, but he can't. He will suffer all kinds of torture. The primordial spirit of the blood-winged demon son shouted from afar. All right. The incarnation of the demon emperor said. Even though he was only an incarnation, there was no difference between him and the winged demon emperor. At this moment, Gu Zhong had already rushed out from the collapsed mountain. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The martial body of the Saint Realm was injured. The martial body of the Saint Realm was extremely strong and almost invincible among those of the same level. However, it was hard to resist the incarnation of the demon emperor. One could imagine how strong and terrifying the existence of the Khanate demon ancestor was. Swoosh! Gu Zhong used the 8 desolation steps and rushed towards the direction of the Eastern Royal City. With every step he took, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of miles away. Where do you think you're going? The incarnation of the demon emperor chased after Gu Zhong. The speed of the incarnation was not to be underestimated. It was so fast that even Gu Zhong was shocked. Ha! Didn't you just say that you want to kill me? The primordial spirit of the blood-winged demon sun laughed in the sky. Seal the heavens and earth. The incarnation of the demon emperor cast a supreme demonic technique. Demonic runes appeared in the sky. Every demonic rune emitted a powerful wave of demonic power. The entire world was sealed, and Gu Zhong happened to be sealed in this part of the void. What? Chapter 2541. The Demon King's incarnation was extremely powerful. It was definitely a terrifying existence. Rumble, the void trembled. The entire world was sealed by a supreme demonic power. demonic runes rushed out from the Demon King's incarnation, imprinting themselves in all directions. The immense power sealed Gu Zhong in the void, suppressing him so much that his bones produced cracking sounds, as if they were about to shatter. What? Gu Zhong was in disbelief. There was actually such an existence in this world that could suppress him? How was this possible? One should know that Gu Zhong was a martial saint. His martial body was so powerful that it could even shatter saint tools. How could such a powerful saint body be suppressed? Roar! Gu Zhong roared. His body shone with golden light as a powerful force erupted from his body. 9 golden runes appeared on his body, each emitting a powerful aura of the great Tao. The entire world that was sealed by the Demon King's incarnation began to tremble. Do you really think that you can defy the heavens? The blood-winged demon son's soul sent out a disdainful divine sense from afar. Loser, if it wasn't for your father doing something to your soul, you would have died countless times already. Gu Zhong said coldly, Father, quickly destroy his martial body, extract his soul, and suppress him in purgatory. The blood-winged demon son shouted. That's easy, said the Demon King's incarnation. Said the Demon Emperor's incarnation. After that, a demonic hand grabbed towards Gu Zhong. Demonic runes appeared on the demonic hand, interweaving with each other to form a supreme demonic energy. This Gu Zhong's expression changed when he sensed the ripples of power from the demon hand. This power was enough to destroy his martial body. He felt danger. Preposterous! Gu Zhong panicked. If he was really suppressed in purgatory, he would be better off dead. It was hard to imagine that the incarnation of a demon ancestor could be so powerful. If the true demon ancestor descended, wouldn't he be able to destroy this world? It was hard to imagine how powerful the true innate demon ancestor was. The battle prowess of a demon that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme being was absolutely terrifying. Void reversal. Gu Zhong used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, wanting to merge with the void of heaven and earth and enter the chaotic void. However, he was shocked to discover that the surrounding space had been completely sealed by the power of the Demon Emperor's avatar. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-emptiness secret art, had lost its effect. How is this possible? Gu Zhong's shock was no small matter. One must know that the 9 secrets of immortal Tao was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. But now, even his trump card was useless. He used several secret arts of the immortal Tao, but they were all ineffective. Under the absolute suppression of the demonic Tao, even the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, known as the undefeatable secret arts, could not break through the Demon Emperor's clone's sealing power. If you want to seal me, you'll have to pay the price. Seeing that the demonic hand was about to grab him, Gu Zhong gritted his teeth and was about to circulate his mysterious art and self-destruct his martial body. However, at this moment, the entire void that was sealed by the Demon King's incarnation suddenly shook violently. A giant golden hand broke through the sealing force and struck in from the outside. Countless demonic runes crumbled and dissipated under the power of the golden hand. Die! Gu Zhong only felt his body lighten. The supreme power that was suppressing him immediately weakened by more than half. He immediately used the primordial spirit sword of materialization. A primordial spirit sword rushed out from his forehead and instantly slashed at the blood-winged demon son's primordial spirit, who was still gloating over Gu Zhong's misfortune. Father, save me! The primordial spirit of the blood-winged demon son was shocked. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. The speed of the primordial spirit Tao sword was so fast that it slashed the primordial spirit of the blood-winged demon son in an instant. I don't want to die. The blood-winged demon son's primordial spirit revealed an extremely horrified expression. The primordial spirit sword directly slashed through his primordial spirit, and his primordial spirit dissipated in the void. The demon son of the Eastern Region Demon Cave had died just like that. He had died in Gu Zhong's hands. Roar! Seeing that the blood-winged demon son's primordial spirit was slashed by Gu Zhong's primordial spirit sword, the incarnation of the demon emperor instantly went crazy. Terrifying demonic power spread in all directions, and the entire heaven and earth began to collapse. However, it was very strange. Although the incarnation of the demon emperor displayed a destructive demonic might, the power of heaven's wrath from the depths of the sky did not descend. In other words, the power displayed by the incarnation of the demon emperor did not exceed the limits of the human realm. However, the might of this power was absolutely shocking. The means of a supreme existence were truly shocking. You're just an incarnation, yet you actually want to kill my disciple. At this moment, a familiar voice rang in Gu Zhong's ears, which surprised and delighted him. Only now did he know who had saved him from the demonic hand. Who are you? The incarnation of the demon emperor roared. The golden hand destroyed all the demonic crests that were branded in the surroundings with a single palm strike, and it forced the demon emperor's clone to retreat. This power did not exceed the limits of the human realm, but the power displayed was still earth-shattering. Who I am is not something that a mere incarnation like you has the right to know. The golden hand dissipated, and a figure appeared in the sky, staring coldly at the incarnation of the demon emperor, who was shrouded in demonic aura. Master! At this moment, Gu Zhong rushed over and knelt before that person. This person was none other than Gu Fei. Get up. Gu Fei waved his right hand and said, Yes. Gu Zhong quickly replied. After that, he stood up and retreated behind Gu Fei. Although he had a lot of things to say, when he saw his master again, this was not the time to do so. You two, the incarnation of the demon emperor, was shocked and furious. His disciple was already so powerful. How could his master be? The people from the Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the Desolate Antiquity are all trash. To think that they allowed these demons to wreak havoc in the eastern region without even daring to let out a fart. Gu Zhong said, Yes, they are indeed trash. Gu Fei nodded. Kill. At this moment, the incarnation of the demon emperor made his move. The demon let out a furious roar and reached out with his hand, grabbing at Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. Rumble, the void trembled. The demon's hand instantly covered the entire sky, trapping Gu Fei and Gu Zhong within it, trying to grab both of them to death. The demonic energy emanating from the demon's hand was extremely strong. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the demon's hand. Disciple, today, your master shall impart the 9th secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal path to you. Watch carefully. As Gu Fei spoke, he soared into the sky and welcomed the descending demon's hand. A mysterious Taoist rhyme surged from his body. The destructive energy that descended from the demon's hand was instantly dispelled by the Taoist rhyme emitted from Gu Fei's body. This is, the incarnation of the demon emperor was extremely shocked. 2 blood-red eyes shot out from within the demonic energy, looking at Gu Fei as if he had just seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Buzz. The void trembled as a misty immortal light spread out from Gu Fei's body. Then, the demon's hand that came crashing down from the sky crumbled. Boundless demonic energy dissipated in the void. Even the incarnation of the demon emperor was shrouded by the immortal light, causing the demonic energy on his body to dissipate by half. It's really the Wu secret. How is this possible? The incarnation of the demon emperor recognized this secret art. He immediately retreated to avoid it. However, Gu Fei would not let this demon go so easily. He used the 8 desolation steps and displayed his extreme speed. In just a few steps, he had already caught up to the incarnation of the Demon Emperor. The incarnation of the Demon Emperor was terrified. He quickly retreated, turning into a demonic light in an attempt to get rid of Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei moved like a shadow. The misty immortal light continued to envelop the incarnation of the Demon Emperor. In just a few breaths' time, the incarnation of the Demon Emperor's figure dimmed, as if it could completely dissipate in the void at any time. In the hands of Gu Fei, the 9 secrets of immortal Tao was much more powerful than when Gu Zhong used them. "I'm going all out." The incarnation of the Demon Emperor roared and turned around to pounce at Gu Fei. Boundless demonic light bloomed from his body, silently destroying the void that was enveloped by the demonic light. The incarnation of the demon ancestor completely dissipated, turning into demonic light. However, the power of the Wu secret art was simply too powerful. The demonic light that was enveloped by the misty, immortal light quickly dissipated and turned into nothingness by the power of the Wu secret art. Is this the power of the Wu secret art? Gu Zhong couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. The legendary Wu secret art was truly heaven-defying. The incarnation of the Demon Emperor was so powerful that even Gu Zhong wasn't a match for it. Yet it couldn't even withstand a single blow from Gu Fei. It was cleanly dispelled by the Wu secret art. The moment Gu Fei used the Wu secret art to destroy the incarnation of the Demon Emperor, a furious roar came from the deepest part of the demon cavern. A demonic figure materialized in the sky above the great tomb and roared at the sky. At this time, Gu Fei and Gu Zhong returned to the East Royal City. With Gu Zhong's return, Gu Fei was no longer alone. Gu Zhong could handle trivial matters. Gu Fei also imparted one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the Wu secret art, to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong's battle prowess would greatly increase after cultivating the Wu secret art. If he had mastered the Wu secret art during the battle with the incarnation, he might not have lost to the incarnation. Chapter 2542. Inside a stone chamber in Eastern Imperial City, Gu Zhong was practicing the Void Riddle. The last of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Void Riddle, was definitely the most profound of them all because it was created by the supreme Tao ancestor when he was at his strongest. Some people said that the 9th secret was the nemesis of the first 8, a truly invincible secret art. At this moment, countless runes appeared in the stone chamber. The interior of the chamber formed a world of its own. Being inside was akin to entering a battlefield. Rumble. In the dusky sky, chariots charged towards Gu Zhong. On each chariot stood an incomparably powerful general. "Come." Gu Zhong stomped on the ground with his right foot. Borrowing the force of this stomp, he soared into the sky and pounced into the battle formation that was charging towards him. This was a killing move created by the battlefield. It was as if one was in a battlefield, fighting with all their might in order to stimulate the potential of those cultivating in the battlefield. This was because a cultivator's potential could only be stimulated at the juncture of life and death. However, this kind of battlefield was nothing to Gu Zhong. He threw a punch, and the dozen chariots that were charging towards him immediately collapsed in the void. Too weak, Gu Zhong didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. The cultivation grounds of Eastern Imperial City were only at this level. In fact, it wasn't easy to set up a stone chamber like this. Using an array formation to evolve a battle domain was not something that just anyone could use. Rumble. At this moment, over 1,000 chariots appeared before Gu Zhong, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. They formed into a battle formation and charged towards Gu Zhong. The power of over 1,000 chariots gathered together was enough to slaughter saints. Even Gu Zhong couldn't help but be moved at this moment. This should be it. Gu Zhong's fighting spirit had finally been ignited. Rays of golden light surged out from his body and revolved around him like golden lightning. Void riddle. Guzhong growled, and his eyes turned extremely sharp. He directly used the ninth secret of the immortal path, the nihility. A hazy, immortal light radiated from his body. The immortal light was inconspicuous and seemed very ordinary, but at that moment, the charging generals on the chariots all disappeared into thin air along with their chariots. Anything that was enveloped by the misty immortal light, whether it was a general or a chariot, was instantly reduced to nothingness. Gu Zhong charged forward, his entire body radiating hazy immortal light. The 1,000 war chariots that were charging towards him were all vaporized by the power of the secret art of nothingness that spread from his body. Even Gu Zhong was stunned by the power displayed by the secret word, Wu. Just as Gu Zhong was cultivating in the stone chamber, the atmosphere in the East Imperial City became incomparably oppressive. Someone saw the experts of the Dongfang family appearing outside the East Imperial City. Some even saw Dong Huang's figure. Of course, these were all rumors. No one knew if they were true or false. The Dongfang family had produced Dong Huang. Of course, this Dong Huang wasn't the invincible human emperor of the ancient times, Dong Huang. Dong Huang was very mysterious and never showed his true face. It was as if he was always wearing a bronze mask. There was no doubt that Dong Huang was strong because he had already become a sage. In the East Imperial City, there was no one from his generation who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Perhaps only the goddess of the primordial Zhao family was qualified to be Dong Huang's opponent after the Dongfang family appeared. Some people also saw the experts of the primordial Zhao family appearing outside the East Imperial City. They seemed to be spying on Gu Fei and his disciple in the city. At this time, only Gu Fei and Gu Zhong lived in the huge city governor's mansion of East Royal City. Due to the fear of Gu Fei's reputation, the cultivators of the various cultivation families in the East Imperial City didn't dare to get too close to the city lord's residence. It should be noted that Gu Fei's reputation had been earned through fighting. Who would dare to provoke such a fierce person? Ever since the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family appeared in the vicinity of the East Imperial City, the cultivators in the East Imperial City were anxious. The atmosphere in the East Imperial City was extremely tense. A storm is brewing. It seems that this feud will be difficult to resolve. On a mountain peak outside the East Imperial City, an old man muttered to himself as he looked at the East Imperial City. This battle is inevitable. The problem is that no one knows when it will break out. The older generation of cultivators in the East Imperial City were discussing. They more or less knew about the feud between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family. However, the younger cultivators were extremely excited. They couldn't wait for the battle to break out. Another peaceful and depressing day passed, and night fell. In a valley outside of the East Royal City, there was a stone table, and around it sat 3 people. Dragon servant, my cousin has really come to the East Imperial City. Beside the stone table, a young man waving a folding fan suddenly said to an old servant in green behind him, "It should be true." The old servant in green said, there's going to be a good show this time." Opposite the young man sat a tall and skinny middle-aged man. "What kind of show?" Another young man in embroidered robes glanced at the middle-aged man doubtfully. The Zhao clan's goddess is extremely stunning and is one of the strongest young talents in the Zhao clan. However, if she were to meet Gu Fei, who would win? The tall and skinny middle-aged man glanced at the two and said, "My cousin is indeed powerful." The young man waving the folding fan said expressionlessly. He had to admit that although they were cousins, they were also competitors. "I really want to know what will happen when the two of them meet." The young man in embroidered robes said, "You will find out soon." The young man waving the folding fan said, just as the three powerful cultivators in the valley were guessing who was stronger between the Zhao clan's goddess and Gu Fei. In another direction, on a mountain peak, stood a silhouette. It was a slender silhouette, wearing clothes whiter than snow. When the mountain wind blew, her fine black hair danced in the wind. It was an otherworldly lady. However, this woman was wearing a sinister bronze mask on her face. "Gu Fei, you're finally back." A voice that was like the sound of nature rang out. Behind the bronze mask, a pair of sharp eyes shot out, and a strong desire to fight spread out from the lady's body. In the next moment, a cool breeze blew past the mountain peak, and the silhouette disappeared without a trace. It was as if she had disappeared into the thin air. Gu Fei's return was not a secret. The great sects and clans in the Tonglong continent already knew about it. Gu Fei, in the southern wasteland, in the ancestral land of the Azure Dragon clan, a young man who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder suddenly opened his eyes. Two incomparably sharp divine lights rushed out from his eyes, like two lightning bolts, instantly illuminating the dark world. On a spiritual mountain in the Buddhist country of the West, an old monk who no longer cared about worldly affairs came out from his cultivation place and chanted a supreme Buddhist mantra. That evil person actually came back alive. The old monk shook his head helplessly and left the spiritual mountain, disappearing from the world. Nobody knew where he went. The Buddhist country of the West and Gu Fei had a deep grudge. Gu Fei once overturned half of the spiritual mountain, causing the Buddhist country of the West to suffer great losses. It almost shook the foundation of the Buddhist country of the West. In the eastern royal city of the Eastern Domain, Gu Fei sensed many powerful cultivators around the eastern royal city. Moreover, there were more and more of them. He didn't know if there were any of his enemies among them. In the Tonglong continent, Gu Fei definitely had a lot of enemies. On a dark and windy night, a black silhouette silently entered the eastern royal city's governor's mansion. As soon as the black silhouette entered the mansion, a silhouette came out from the side and blocked his way. A guy who hides his head but shows his tail, that person looked at the black-clothed man with an incomparably sharp gaze, as if he wanted to see through him. Gu Zhong. After the black-clothed man saw the person's appearance, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had just entered the mansion, but the other party had already noticed him. Swish! At this moment, Gu Zhong had already made his move. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the black-clothed man. His right hand was like a hook, directly grabbing towards the face of the black-clothed man, wanting to take away his mask. The black-clothed man's feet moved, and he retreated to avoid the attack. Gu Zhong's 5 fingers grabbed onto nothing but air. However, he immediately charged forward like a shadow and threw a punch at the black-clothed man's chest. The powerful force of the punch instantly exploded and sent the black-clothed man flying. How is this possible? The black-clothed man was extremely shocked. Not to mention Gu Fei. He wasn't even a match for Gu Fei's disciple. This was the gap between them. Although the black-clothed man was unwilling to accept this reality, the reality was the reality. Nobody could change this outcome. The black-clothed man knew that he couldn't do anything, so he decisively turned around and fled. However, it was too late. Gu Zhong had already used the 8 desolate steps and used the extreme speed of 8 steps to catch up. A misty, immortal light spread out from Gu Zhong's body and instantly enveloped the black-clothed man who was running away. Roar! Immediately, the black-clothed man let out a miserable howl. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body and directly disappeared in the void. The black-clothed man felt that his strength was rapidly fading. How could this be? At this moment, the black-clothed man was scared out of his wits. "Don't kill me," the black-clothed man hurriedly begged. Humph. Chapter 2543. In the face of provocation, one must fiercely fight back. No matter who this black-clothed man was, he dared to barge into the East Royal City. So he was the enemy of Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. Rumble, the golden hand pressed down from the sky, causing the void to tremble. The dazzling golden light lit up the dark night sky. Everyone in the East Imperial City was alarmed. Without any suspense, the black-clothed man was directly smashed into a bloody mist by Gu Zhong's heaven-covering palm. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Courting death, Gu Zhong left these words behind and returned to the governor's mansion. The cultivators who saw this scene couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Zhong's method was too powerful. A powerful cultivator was killed just like that. Of course, many people knew that Gu Zhong killed the black-clothed man to deter those who were tempted to cause trouble in the East Imperial City. After all, the East Imperial City was the Dongfang family's base camp in the Eastern Domain. It had been in operation for countless years. The cultivation clans in the city were more or less related to the Dongfang family. Many of the cultivation clans in the East Imperial City were definitely loyal to the Dongfang family. They would do anything for the Dongfang family. However, even Gu Zhong himself wasn't sure if the strength that Gu Zhong displayed could deter these people. After Gu Zhong killed the black-clothed man, no one dared to have any ideas about the East Imperial City. At this time, Gu Fei and his disciple were breaking the formation. The East Imperial City was one of the Dongfang family's bases. It had been managed by the Dongfang family for countless years. There were many forbidden areas in the governor's mansion. In front of a pavilion in the depths of the governor's mansion, Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were carefully inspecting the surrounding power of the heavens and earth. It was a pavilion that was sealed. In fact, this pavilion was the famous treasure pavilion in the East Imperial City. It was the place where the Dongfang family stored their divine materials. Before Dongfang Zun was chased away by Gu Fei, he activated the protective formation of the treasure pavilion and sealed the entire pavilion to prevent the divine materials from falling into Gu Fei's hands. In the East Imperial City, no one dared to have any ideas about the treasure pavilion. However, it was different now. The current owner of the governor's mansion wasn't Dongfang Zun. Gu Fei couldn't care less about the forbidden areas. This treasure vault was simply a divine treasury. How could he possibly miss out on such an item? "Master, this is a saint-ranked formation. It won't be easy to break this formation," Gu Zhong said to Gu Fei. After checking the surroundings of the treasure house, Gu Zhong came to this conclusion. "What a pity! If I had the extreme Dao Saint weapon with me, I would be able to break through any holy formation." Gu Fei sighed. He was being too careful. The extreme Dao sacred artifacts were all on his main body, but this indestructible war body did not have any magic artifacts. Gu Fei sighed. He was too careful. The saint body was carrying the saint body, but the indestructible battle physique didn't have any saint weapon. The extreme saint weapon was too important, so Gu Fei could not risk it. If anything happened to the indestructible combat physique, the extreme saint weapon would be lost. The saint weapon was too important. Gu Fei couldn't risk it. If the indestructible battle physique were to encounter any mishaps, the saint weapon would be gone. "Master, it looks like we can only slowly break through this treasure vault," Gu Zhong said after pondering for a long time. "That's the only way." Gu Fei nodded. Although this method was time-consuming, it was the safest. Every floor of the treasure pavilion was shrouded in divine light and immortal qi. Every floor contained a large amount of divine materials. Moreover, these divine materials didn't belong to a single person. They belonged to the entire Dongfang family. Therefore, Even Dongfang Zun, who was extremely important in the Dongfang family, couldn't use them. What happened next was easy. Gu Fei and Gu Zhong worked together to set up a great formation outside the treasure pavilion. Then, they used the power of the formation to wear down the treasure pavilion's defensive formation. Throughout the latter half of the night, divine light shone out from the depths of the governor's mansion. The power of the heaven and earth was changing. Essence Qi began to gather towards the governor's mansion. What's going on? What are those two malefactors doing? All the cultivators in the East Royal City were bewildered. They could sense powerful energy fluctuations coming from the city lord's mansion. No one knew what Gu Fei and his disciple were doing in the governor's mansion. The next day, when the sky was just getting brighter, there were no more energy fluctuations coming from the governor's mansion. However, all the cultivators could sense that the entire heaven and earth seemed to have changed. Someone changed the power of the heaven and earth. Some of the older cultivators said such words. All the cultivators were shocked. Changing the power of the heaven and earth was extremely shocking, especially in the East Royal City. This kind of speculation was discussed in a small circle. After all, the mortals in the East Royal City couldn't sense anything. They were still living in peace. Damn it, those two master and disciple must be eyeing those places. In a quiet valley 1,000 miles away from the East Royal City, a furious roar was heard. Father, even though they're powerful, we can't lose our footing. A voice that sounded like the sounds of nature rang out. The valley was like a fairyland. Mist and multicolored light were faintly discernible. There were birdsong and fragrant flowers everywhere. Mountain springs dotted the place, and pavilions could be faintly seen in the forest. Those people are cowards. They don't dare to use ancestral treasures. Next to a spirit spring, in a pavilion, two people were talking. It was a man and a woman. The man was a handsome young man, and the woman was dressed in white clothes. She was an unbelievably beautiful fairy. They weren't a couple, but a father and a daughter. Father, don't blame them. I heard that this Gu Fei has a sacred weapon. Even if we use ancestral treasures, we might not be able to kill him. The lady in white said. The young man was Dongfang Zun, who was beaten by Gu Fei. The lady in white was Dongfang Zun's daughter, Dongfang Yao, who had joined the archaic Dao Gate. At this moment, Dongfang Zun was furious. Losing to Gu Fei was a great humiliation to him. He wanted to take back the East Royal City from Gu Fei, but the clan didn't allow him to use ancestral treasures. To Dongfang Zun, only by using ancestral treasures could he have a chance to kill the enemy of the Dongfang clan. However, the higher-ups of the Dongfang clan were worried. One should know that ancestral treasures were very important and couldn't be used easily. If they lost them, the Dongfang clan would be in big trouble. Those guys are so disappointing. Dongfang Zun was furious. Father, actually, using ancestral treasures isn't the only way to deal with Gu Fei. Chapter 2544. In the valley, Dongfang Zun and his daughter were discussing how to deal with Gu Fei and his disciple. If he couldn't do it openly, then he would do it in the dark. One of Dongfang Yao's senior brothers was about to come to the eastern region to travel, which gave Dongfang Yao a chance to resist Gu Fei and his disciple. Furthermore, the only son of the primordial era's Zhao clan had a special liking for Dongfang Yao and had never given up on the idea of marrying her. In Dongfang Yao's opinion, these were all resources that could be used. For several days in a row, the various forces seemed to be very restrained. Even the terrifying devils in the Devil's Den had quietened down these few days. The death of the blood-winged demon's son infuriated the winged demons. However, they knew how powerful Gu Fei and his disciple were. Therefore, they were unwilling to make a move. On the other hand, the Zhao clan of the ancients continued to observe. They did not make it clear that they were in an alliance with the Dongfang clan. One should know that the Zhao clan of the ancients had paid a heavy price to resolve their grudge with Gu Fei. The Zhao family of the ancients did not want to fight with Gu Fei again, as it was not in their interest. For the Zhao clan of the primordial, the benefits of the clan were more important than the alliance between the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. The Zhao clan of the primordial would not offend Gu Fei for the Dongfang clan. Surprisingly, the Dongfang family did not react at all. They did not immediately seek revenge on Gu Fei and his disciple, nor did they make any moves to recapture the Eastern Imperial City. The Dongfang family's reaction made it hard for anyone to guess what was going on. Just when all the forces thought that the Dongfang family was going to be a coward, Dongfang Zun suddenly appeared outside the East Royal City at dusk. Shua, a figure appeared in front of Dongfang Zun and looked at him coldly. "You are Dongfang Zun." It was Gu Zhong. He happened to be patrolling nearby, so he came here immediately and stopped Dongfang Zun, who was about to enter the East Royal City. "Humph!" Dongfang Zun snorted coldly and turned around to leave. With a single step, he was already 100 miles away. His speed was extremely fast. "Where do you think you're going?" When Gu Zhong saw that Dongfang Zun was about to escape, he quickly chased after him. Using the 8 desolate steps, Yi Fuqian moved quickly in the air. The distance between the two of them was rapidly shrinking. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and they soon rushed into the mountains thousands of miles away. Then, Dongfang Zun stopped running and stopped in the depths of the mountains. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as the two great experts fought. Unimaginably powerful energy fluctuations erupted from the depths of the mountain, causing the entire mountain ridge to shake. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Dongfang Zun said coldly as he attacked Gu Zhong. "You lured me here. Did you do something to this place?" At this moment, how could Gu Zhong not understand that there was only a single reason why the other party had appeared outside the East Emperor City, and that was to draw him here? "Ha! You guessed it right. Today is the day you die." Dongfang Zun laughed. At this moment, a figure appeared in the distant sky. It was a figure sitting cross-legged on an array platform. It was a goddess in white. On the platform, a series of runes appeared indistinctly. "Raise the array." The goddess sitting cross-legged on the platform let out a loud cry, then directly activated the platform. Rumble, the earth shook. 10 stone pillars broke out from the ground and rushed out. They were 10 stone pillars that were covered with mysterious and ancient runes. The 10 stone pillars quickly rose from the ground into the sky, enveloping an area of several hundred kilometers. This is while Gu Zhong was fighting with Dongfang Zun. He was secretly shocked. This Dongfang Zun had really dug a big hole for me to jump into. It was not an easy thing to set up a great array that covered hundreds of miles. It seemed that this Dongfang Zun had set up an ambush here. "Ha ha! I'll kill you first, then I'll kill your master." Dongfang Zun was overjoyed and excited. This great array was one of the ancestral arrays of the Dongfang family. It was called the 10 Slaughtering Array, and it was a saint-level slaughtering array. At this moment, runes appeared on Dongfang Zun's body. An extremely powerful force burst out from his body. Bam! Dongfang Zun directly pushed Gu Zhong back with a palm strike. Then, he sat cross-legged in the void and used all his strength to activate the power of the 10 killing formation. Countless runes rushed out of the 10 stone pillars, and a layer of light curtain enveloped the space of hundreds of miles around the 10 stone pillars. The entire mountain changed its color, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Gu Zhong was shocked. At this moment, the 10 slaughtering array had already been activated. The terrifying power kept increasing, and the essence of the universe was gathering. "You want to kill me with this slaughtering array? You're too naive. Guzhong calmed down and looked around. The 10 slaughtering array had sealed the void, and there seemed to be no flaw in it. Bam! Guzhong used the heaven-covering palm to test the waters. A huge golden hand immediately appeared in the void and slapped towards a stone pillar in front of him. Rumble, space trembled. Guzhong's heaven-covering hand had displayed a great might and had actually managed to shake the light barrier that sealed the world. However, when the large hand slammed against the stone pillar, it was unable to shake the stone pillar. The stone pillar emitted a powerful energy fluctuation, directly shattering Guzhong's heaven-covering palm. Guzhong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. All right, let me send you on your way. At this moment, Dongfang Zun had already guided the power of the 10 slaughtering array into his body. He was the master of the 10 slaughtering array. Every move he made contained great power. Boom! Dongfang Zun raised his hand, and a dazzling lightning shot out from his hand towards Guzhong. Guzhong waved his hand and shattered the lightning. He then used the golden element fist and took a step forward, sending a punch towards Dongfang Zun's chest. Dongfang Zun stretched out his hand to meet Guzhong's fist. Bam! With a muffled sound, Guzhong's fist collided with Dongfang Zun's hand. Two powerful forces clashed, and a destructive storm swept out. Sand and stones flew in the 10 slaughtering array. At this moment, Guzhong felt an unstoppable force erupting from Dongfang Zun's palm, sending him flying. How is this possible? Chapter 25:45. The 10 slaughtering formation displayed its great power. 10 stone pillars sealed off all directions, trapping Guzhong in the formation. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. An endless amount of worldly essence gathered towards the 10 slaughtering formation. At this moment, Dongfang Zun, who was in the 10 slaughtering formation, seemed to have turned into an invincible god of war. With a wave of his hand, he sent Guzhong flying away. I have the power of the 10 slaughtering formation. What makes you think you can fight against me? Dongfang Zun shouted. He then took a step forward and approached Guzhong in an instant. He reached out his hand and pressed towards Guzhong. The entire space collapsed under his hand. The space was collapsing and turned into a destructive force that rushed towards Guzhong. Roar! Guzhong felt a great pressure. He roared and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He then punched towards Dongfang Zun's hand with all his might. An extremely powerful fist energy exploded on his fist. The power of metal surged violently in Guzhong's body. 9 golden runes appeared on his body, emitting an endless amount of Taoist rhymes. On his fist, there was a dazzling golden light, as if it had turned into a golden sun. It emitted an endless amount of golden light and rose from the ground. Rumble! 2 extremely powerful forces clashed. The giant hand that Dongfang Zun had conjured enveloped the heaven and earth, sealing the space and drawing upon the power of the 10 slaughtering formation. It displayed a terrifying might that could destroy the heaven and earth. Preposterous! How could he be this strong? Guzhong could not help but be shocked. The power of the 10 slaughtering formation was far too powerful. He was extremely shocked. His invincible fist energy could not even break through the giant hand. His golden fist broke through the layers of power that came crashing down from his opponent's hand and collided with it. Bzzz. The moment the 2 forces clashed, the entire heaven and earth rumbled. Then, a pitch-black crack appeared in the sky. Dazzling lightning bolts shot out from the 10 stone pillars and entered Dongfang Zun's body. Immediately, Dongfang Zun's body began to radiate with dazzling lightning. I'll strike you with 5 thunders. Dongfang Zun's hand shook, and an endless amount of five-colored lightning shot out from his hand. It emitted a terrifying aura of destruction and shot towards Gu Zhong. Five-element divine lightning. Gu Zhong's expression changed when he saw this. This fellow had the power of the gravitational killing formation. He was probably invincible here. Damn it! Boom! A deafening clap of thunder resounded as the five-colored lightning struck Gu Zhong's fist, shattering his fist force. Then, the five-colored lightning engulfed Gu Zhong in an instant. A ball of colorful lightning fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground exploded. The five-colored lightning directly smashed a large pit in the ground. Within the pit, there were streaks of five-colored lightning wreaking havoc. At this moment, Gu Zhong was struck by the five elements divine lightning to the point that his entire body was twitching. His hair was standing on end, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Clang! Before Gu Zhong could return to his senses, golden blades of light immediately fell from the sky. Each blade of light emitted a powerful ripple of power that cut through the void. Rumble, the earth trembled, and countless golden light blades fell like rain into the huge pit on the ground, completely submerging Gu Zhong. Dust rose high into the sky. Die! Up in the sky, Dongfang Zun waved both of his hands. Golden light blades and five-colored lightning continuously bombarded the huge pit on the ground. Under the impact of the powerful energy, the entire ground undulated like waves. The terrifying power of destruction destroyed everything. He should be dead. Dongfang Zun only stopped after a long while of frenzied attacks. He said while panting heavily. He stared at the dusty crater with a smile on his face. He could no longer sense the aura of Gu Zhong in the pit. He really killed Gu Zhong. Outside the 10 slaughtering formation, Dongfang Yao, who was sitting cross-legged on the platform, looked at the scene in shock. She could not believe that a powerful martial saint had died. Humph! What invincible! Just SOSO. Dongfang Zun said coldly. Ha! Gu Zhong is dead. Gu Fei is going to go crazy this time. Outside the 10 slaughtering formation, Dongfang Yao was pleasantly surprised. Gu Zhong was a martial saint, the left and right hand of Gu Fei. Killing Gu Zhong was equivalent to cutting off one of Gu Fei's arms. However, at this moment, Dongfang Zun's expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, he felt his body tighten. He was being hugged tightly from behind. What? Dongfang Zun's shock was not small at all. Do you think you can kill me with this level of attack? A voice rang in Dongfang Zun's ears. Roar! Dongfang Zun struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the other party's embrace. However, the other party's arms and legs were tightly wrapped around his body. He could not break free at all. How is this possible? Outside the 10 slaughtering formation, Dongfang Yao was stunned by the scene in front of her. She saw that Gu Zhong had suddenly appeared behind her father without a sound and hugged him. Kill! Gu Zhong roared, and the power of his martial body exploded. This was not a saint-class technique or divine ability. It was purely the power of his martial body, and did not involve any saint-class Tao law. However, even if the power of his martial body did not involve any saint-class Tao law, its strength was definitely not weaker than the power of a saint-class Tao law. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from Dongfang Zun's body. With the power of Gu Zhong's martial body, Dongfang Zun did not know how many of his bones were broken. Even though he was an ancient sage, Dongfang Zun almost fainted from the pain. His broken ribs pierced into his internal organs as he vomited blood. Slash! Dongfang Zun roared furiously. A resplendent celestial light shone from the center of his brows, drawing upon the power of the 10 extremities. The 10 stone pillars trembled at the same time. Then a heavenly blade appeared on each of the stone pillars, slashing towards Gu Zhong, who was on his back. The heavenly sabers formed by the power of the stone pillars emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation, as though a true peerless divine saber had appeared between the heavens and earth. Swoosh! The 10 heavenly sabers slashed towards Gu Zhong at the same time. The terrifying power of destruction directly split the void between the heavens and earth. Let me show you what the indestructible golden body is. Gu Zhong roared. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden radiance. 9 golden Tao patterns emerged on his body as the power of his martial body was completely stimulated. Boom! The void trembled. At the same time, Gu Zhong also performed the secret technique of ascension, pushing the power of his martial body to the limit. His entire being was like a god of war burning with golden, divine flames. Bang! As soon as Gu Zhong exerted his strength, the body of Dongfang Zun that he was hugging immediately exploded. A ball of divine light wrapped around a primordial spirit that soared into the sky. Dongfang Zun's body was actually crushed by Gu Zhong's grip, turning into a bloody mist. At the same time, the 10 heavenly sabers slashed towards Gu Zhong's body. The edge of the saber broke through Gu Zhong's protective golden light and slashed into his body. Roar! Gu Zhong roared angrily. His body shook, and the 10 heavenly sabers that slashed into his body were forced out by him. Then, the sabers shattered in the void. The places that were slashed by the 10 heavenly sabers oozed golden blood. The wounds could not be healed in a short period of time. Saber chi that contains the killing intent of the Great Path. Gu Zhong looked at the wounds on his body, and his pupils constricted. At this moment, Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit had already fled far away. Having lost his physical body, it was difficult for him to activate the power of the 10 absolutes. This made him both shocked and angry. One should know that even as an ancient saint, his primordial spirit would probably dissipate before he could kill Gu Zhong if he activated the power of the 10 absolutes when he was only left with his primordial spirit. Yao, come and kill this guy for me. Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit said to Dongfang, Yao, who was outside the 10 killings formation. Yes, father. Dongfang, Yao activated the formation platform under her feet. A ball of divine light immediately wrapped around Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit and moved it out of the 10 killings formation. Gu Zhong wanted to take action, but it was too late. At this moment, the formation platform under Dongfang Yao's feet broke through the void and entered the 10 killings formation. You are Dongfang Yao? Gu Zhong asked coldly, staring at the goddess who had entered the 10 killings formation. Dongfang Yao stood on the formation platform, her white robe fluttering in the wind. She gave off an otherworldly feeling. Coupled with her peerless beauty, she was indeed eye-catching. However, this was nothing to Gu Zhong. One should know that his wife was the previous saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. The saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground was definitely not inferior to Dongfang Yao. In some aspects, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground was even better than Dongfang Yao. Gu Zhong, don't even think about leaving here alive today. Dongfang Yao looked at Gu Zhong and said calmly, as if victory was already in her grasp, Humph, many people want to kill me, but I am still alive. Those who want to kill me are all dead, Gu Zhong said disapprovingly. Gu Zhong said disapprovingly. He was very confident in his cultivation and combat strength. Although Dongfang Yao was strong, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's use facts to prove it. Dongfang Yao was very direct. She sat down on the platform, and runes began to appear on it. Rumble, the entire space sealed by the 10 stone pillars, trembled. Dongfang Yao had actually activated the power of the entire 10 Killings formation in an instant, which surprised Gu Zhong. I see. Gu Zhong stared at the formation platform under Dongfang Yao. He could sense a pulse of energy from the platform that came from the same source as the 10 Killings formation. He couldn't help but admire Dongfang Zun and his daughter's cautiousness. They had actually prepared something like this. Dongfang Zun was a human-shaped formation platform. By imprinting formation runes on him, he could activate the power of the 10 Killings formation and multiply his combat ability. Chapter 25:46. Dongfang Yao controlled the 10 Slaughtering Matrix and activated the power of the 10 Slaughtering Matrix. The weather within the 10 Slaughtering Matrix changed. The sun and moon dimmed as blinding divine light, and lightning filled the place. Hundreds of miles of land turned into a killing zone. Spiritual chi from all directions was absorbed into the 10 Slaughtering Matrix, multiplying the power of the 10 Slaughtering Matrix. So what? You and your daughter are destined to be defeated by me. Gu Zhong's entire body shone with golden light, like a golden god of war. 9 golden runes appeared on his body, releasing an endless aura of the great path. The 10 wounds inflicted by the Heaven's Blade gradually healed. The divine power of the indestructible golden body began to explode, erasing the murderous aura of the great path on his wounds. Humph! Dongfang Yao sat on the Matrix platform and sneered without saying anything. At this moment, she activated the 10 ultimate powers of the 10 Slaughtering Matrix. A gigantic silhouette appeared on her body, as if summoning a terrifying existence. Rumble, the entire 10 Slaughtering Matrix shook violently. Countless runes appeared on the 10 stone pillars, emitting a murderous aura. 10 terrifying silhouettes appeared on the stone pillars, formed by countless runes. Every silhouette exuded a terrifying murderous aura. It was as if 10 terrifying beasts from the primordial era had descended upon this world. Kill. Feeling the immense pressure, Gu Zhong's battle intent surged. His eyes shone with a brilliant golden light as power surged from his body. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Dongfang Yao, who was sitting cross-legged on the platform. Boom! After a loud bang, a huge hole appeared in the space before Gu Zhong's fist. Chaotic air swirled within the hole, and the space around it crumbled. Gu Zhong wanted to punch Dongfang Yao into the chaotic air to break the 10 Slaughtering Matrix. One should know that the 10 Slaughtering Matrix was activated by the Matrix platform. Once the Matrix platform was destroyed, the 10 Slaughtering Matrix would collapse on its own. However, the Matrix platform was not easy to destroy. BZZ, the array platform shook as 9 immortal runes rushed out from it, blocking the void and blocking Gu Zhong's fist energy. This is getting interesting. Gu Zhong's eyes flickered. With a jerk of his arm, an even more powerful force erupted from his arm. In his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones, Dao patterns were faintly discernible. Bang! Berserk power erupted from Gu Zhong's fist, and the 9 Dao patterns that sealed the space around the formation platform immediately trembled. Dongfang Yao, who was sitting cross-legged on the array platform, was shocked to the extreme. Gu Zhong's physical body was truly powerful to the extreme. It could actually shake a Saint-Tier Dao pattern. One should know that the 10 Slaughtering formation was one of the ancestral formations that the Dongfang clan possessed. Even someone like Dongfang Zun, who held a high position in the Dongfang clan, would find it difficult to activate such a formation. Roar! At this moment, a series of roars rang out. The terrifying figures that had appeared on the stone pillars finally rushed out. This is Gu Zhong's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. Every single one of the 10 figures was as large as a small mountain, and every single one of them emitted a terrifying aura. The 10 great ancient ferocious beasts. Gu Zhong realized that the 10 figures were not humans, but living beings of different races. Humph! Gu Zhong threw another punch at the formation platform. This time, the force of his punch increased by a large margin. The 9 Dao patterns trembled violently, showing signs of dissipating. Yao, be careful. This guy's physical body is comparable to a ferocious beast. There's no need for you to fight him head-on. Outside the 10 slaughtering formation, Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit did not leave. He was observing the battle within the 10 slaughtering formation. Seeing that Dongfang Yao was in a passive situation, he immediately gave her some advice. Yes, father. Dongfang Yao knew that she could not fight Gu Zhong head-on. However, Gu Zhong had already locked onto the formation platform. It was impossible for her to escape. I'll let you witness the true power of the 10 slaughtering formation. Dongfang Yao's eyes turned cold as she activated the formation. Boom! High up in the sky, a furry beast claw swiped at Gu Zhong. A frightening, murderous aura spread out from the beast claw. Even if the real 10 ferocious beasts were here, I would have nothing to fear, let alone these guys created from the formation. Gu Zhong's battle intent was unparalleled. He punched upwards. The extremely powerful fist force directly shattered the gigantic beast claw that was swiping down from the sky. The beast claw was shattered as flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This scene was extremely realistic, as though the claw of an ancient ferocious beast was shattered by Gu Zhong. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out, and a huge beast shadow walked out from the endless, deathly, gray, baleful aura. A violent and monstrous aura swept across the sky. Very good. Let me try out a new secret art I've learned. Gu Zhong was very confident. He had mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Even if he could not win, he could still retreat easily. Although this 10 slaughtering formation was powerful, it might not be able to trap him. BZZ. Gu Zhong circulated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. A ball of misty immortal light shone from his body and spread out in all directions. A scene that shocked Dongfang Yao appeared. Everything that was enveloped by the ball of celestial light from Gu Zhong's body was reduced to nothingness. The 9 Dao patterns that were sealed around the 10 killing formation platform were swept by this ball of immortal light and instantly dimmed, almost dissolving. How could this be? Dongfang Yao was in disbelief. She was shocked to the extreme and hurriedly controlled the formation platform to dodge, escaping from the range of the misty immortal light. At that moment, Gu Zhong pounced at the ferocious beast. Roar! The ferocious beast let out a furious roar and swung its huge claw at Gu Zhong. The huge beast claw covered an entire area of the void, the powerful force causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the void. However, Gu Zhong didn't seem to do anything, but the huge beast claw actually dissipated when it came into contact with the ball of misty, celestial light that was spreading out from Gu Zhong's body. Countless runes directly dissipated in the void. Where the immortal light reaches, everything in the world turns into nothingness. Outside the 10 slaughtering formation, Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit could not help but turn pale with fright. He recalled a secret art that had shaken the world in ancient times. At this moment, the ferocious beast that was formed from the Dao pattern was already enveloped by the immortal light that was radiating from Gu Zhong's body. The incomparably huge, ferocious beast actually melted like snow under the immortal light. Chapter 25:47. The secret word, Wu, possessed unfathomable power. The hazy immortal light was not eye-catching, but it could destroy everything, turning everything in the world into nothingness. Dongfang Zun and his daughter were shocked to the extreme when they saw this. I don't believe you can really defy the heavens. Dongfang Yao, who was sitting on the platform, said coldly. Her eyes were extremely sharp, and her entire body was shrouded in immortal light. She guided the power of the 10 Slaughters formation towards the platform. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 9 terrifying figures appeared in this space. They were the 10 great ancient ferocious beasts that had appeared from the 10 Killstone pillars. Each of the ferocious beasts emitted a monstrous and terrifying aura, and each of them seemed to be able to crush the entire sky. One of these 10 great ferocious beasts had just been destroyed by Gu Zhong's void character, and there were still 9 left. The loss of a ferocious beast caused the 10 Slaughter formation to be incomplete, and it was difficult for it to reveal its supreme might. At this moment, Dongfang Yao seemed to have become one with the 10 Slaughters formation. With a single thought, she could summon the power of the 10 extremes gathered by the 10 Slaughters formation. Kill! Dongfang Yao did not hesitate, and used her killer move right away. The 9 beasts charged towards Gu Zhong at the same time. The powerful pressure from the 9 beasts crushed the space between heaven and earth. However, the pressure that was enough to make even saints shudder did not affect Gu Zhong at all. Hazy immortal light spread from his body, and all the waves of power that came towards him were immediately dissolved. The power of the secret word, Wu, was displayed at this moment. With Gu Zhong at the center, the place that the immortal light enveloped was like a bottomless black hole that seemed to be devouring everything in the world. In reality, this was not devouring, it was being turned into nothingness. Roar! A beast with wings on its back reached out its sharp claws and clawed at Gu Zhong. The power of the great Tao exploded, and on its claws there were runes faintly visible. The waves of power that emanated from it were extremely powerful. Humph! Gu Zhong sneered and pounced forward. Misty immortal light spread out. The winged, ferocious beast actually didn't have any misgivings. Its sharp claws directly clawed at the ball of celestial light around Gu Zhong. After that, an unbelievable scene appeared. The fierce beast's sharp claws quickly became blurry, and the Tao patterns that emerged from the claws dissipated in the void, being obliterated by the power of the secret word, Wu. The ferocious beast roared and retreated in an instant. Even though it managed to retreat in time, one of the winged beast's arms was forcefully melted away, turning it into a one-armed beast. All right, it's time to end this, Gu Zhong said. He didn't want to continue playing. Boom! In the next moment, a ball of celestial light erupted from his body, and then it spread in all directions, instantly enveloping the entire world. What? Dongfang Zun and his daughter were extremely shocked. Under the celestial light, the 9 terrifying figures were actually dissipating. Countless Tao patterns were being destroyed by the celestial light. The 10 killing array was collapsing, and the array patterns that were imprinted in the void were also being regenerated by the power of the secret word, none. Let's go. Dongfang Yao directly controlled the platform and shattered the void. She escaped into the chaos and disappeared in an instant. Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit outside the 10 killing array also turned into a ray of divine light and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. The 10 killing array was collapsing. They had lost. They couldn't even defeat Gu Fei's disciple, yet they still wanted to trap and kill Gu Fei. At this moment, Dongfang Zun felt that he was too naive. Preposterous. Seeing this, Gu Zhong couldn't help but be furious. The father and daughter were too cunning. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, they immediately fled. At this moment, Gu Zhong was in the middle of the collapsing 10 killing array, so he couldn't stop the father and daughter in time. He could only watch the father and daughter escape. However, just when Gu Zhong was in a state of shock and anger, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky. The huge hand directly grabbed the divine light formed by Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit. Then, a silhouette appeared in the void. This person's right hand was holding a ball of divine light. Within the ball of divine light, there was a tiny silhouette faintly discernible. Gu Fei, Dongfang Zun exclaimed. The person who suddenly appeared and captured him was his archenemy, the current city lord of the Eastern Royal City, Gu Fei. Master is here. At this moment, Gu Zhong had already rushed out from the collapsing 10-killing array. Seeing that person capturing Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit, he couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. Gu Fei was here. This made Dongfang Zun feel despair. He knew that he would die for sure after falling into Gu Fei's hands. The Dongfang clan and Gu Fei had a huge grudge. This was something that all the cultivators in the Eastern Domain knew about. The older cultivators all knew about the grudge between the Dongfang clan and Gu Fei. What? You're not going to beg for mercy? Maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood. Gu Fei looked at the silhouette in the ball of divine light in his hand and smiled. Dongfang Zun was an important figure in the Dongfang clan. Killing such a figure would definitely cause great damage to the Dongfang clan. Kill me if you want. Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit stared at Gu Fei and said coldly. He knew very well that even if he begged for mercy from Gu Fei would never let him go. He would only be humiliating himself. You're a sensible person. There was a smile on Gu Fei's face before he crushed Dongfang Zun's soul. The city lords of the Eastern Royal City seemed to be very unlucky. They all died in the hands of Gu Fei. The previous city lord of the Eastern Royal City, Dongfang Yuan, died in the hands of Gu Fei, and now Dongfang Zun died in the hands of Gu Fei. Master, at this moment, Gu Zhong came over. Let's go back. Gu Fei turned around and walked towards the direction of the Eastern Royal City. Gu Zhong quickly followed after him. In the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family, a formation platform suddenly lit up. Lines of formation runes appeared on the platform. Swoosh! A figure fell from the sky and landed on the platform. Father, the person who fell out of the void was Dongfang Yao. At this moment, a spiritual jade that Dongfang Zun had personally refined for her had shattered. This made Dongfang Yao turn pale with fright, because this spiritual jade would only shatter when her father, Dongfang Zun, died. Now that the spiritual jade had shattered, it could only mean one thing. Her father was dead. Ah! Chapter 2548. Dongfang Zun was dead. He was an ancient saint, an important figure in the Dongfang family, but he was killed by the master-disciple killing formation. The news spread and shook the entire cultivation world of the Eastern Domain. All the cultivators couldn't believe it. One should know that Dongfang Zun was an incomparably powerful ancient saint. However, regardless of whether they believed it or not, the cultivators of the Eastern Domain were sure that Dongfang Zun was really dead. Roar! When the news reached the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family, an old roar immediately came from the depths of the ancestral ground. Gu Fei, my Dongfang family, and you are irreconcilable. The roar of the current patriarch of the Dongfang family came from a palace in the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family. The death of Dongfang Zun was an irreparable loss for the entire Dongfang family. One should know that there were only so many ancient saints in the entire human realm. The death of one meant that there would be one less. The Dongfang family had no more than 3 ancient saints. Now that Dongfang Zun was dead, the Dongfang family might still have 1 or 2 ancient saints left. The loss this time was too great. Ask for the ancestral weapon to kill the master-disciple duo. Such a voice came from the Dongfang family. That's right, ask for the ancestral weapon to kill the 2 of them. Some people in the Dongfang family agreed with this suggestion, because only by asking for the ancestral weapon would they have a chance to kill Gu Fei and his disciple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance to get rid of them. However, some people in the Dongfang family were against it because they knew that Gu Fei had an extreme saint weapon. Even if they asked for the ancestral weapon, they still wouldn't be able to kill Gu Fei. The higher-ups of the Dongfang family couldn't reach a consensus. They couldn't come to a conclusion on whether they should get rid of the ancestral weapon or not. At this time, Gu Fei and his disciple were working hard to break the formation. They would never leave the divine treasures in the treasure vault to the Dongfang family. There were many good things in the eastern royal city's Lord's mansion. Gu Fei and his disciple wouldn't let go of these things. The treasure vault was the first step of their plan to empty the Lord's mansion. Gu Fei and his disciple wanted to empty the Lord's mansion. Rumble, the void was trembling, millions of divine lights were circulating, and countless runes were faintly discernible. After Gu Fei returned to the East Royal Kingdom, he immediately went to the treasure depository tower to activate the formation to destroy the tower's protective formation. This was a confrontation between the two grand arrays. The grand array laid down by Gu Fei sealed off all connections between the tower-protecting grand array and the outside world, making it difficult for the tower-protecting grand array to absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy from the outside world. Without the replenishment of heaven and earth spiritual energy from the outside world, the tower-protecting grand formation's power was decreasing with each use. If this continued, they would indeed be able to break the tower-protecting grand formation. The protective formation was very strong. Even if Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the word none, it would still be very difficult to destroy the runes that formed the formation. This formation was probably not set up by an ordinary sage. After all, the fact that it could withstand the power of the secret word, Wu, was enough to show how powerful this formation was. When Gu Fei used all his strength to activate the formation to destroy the tower-protecting grand formation, many mysterious figures appeared outside the East Royal Kingdom. Some people even saw the disciples of the West Earth Buddhism sect outside the East Royal Kingdom. The news of Gu Fei's return made some of the great sects in the Tonglong continent restless, especially the West Earth Buddhism sect. The grudge between the West Earth Buddhism sect and Gu Fei was difficult to resolve. In fact, when Gu Fei took over the East Royal Kingdom, many big shots began to come to the East Royal Kingdom. However, these people were very good at hiding. No one knew how many experts came to the East Royal Kingdom, but it was certain that a storm was brewing in the entire East Royal Kingdom. Now, only one fuse was needed for this storm to explode. The West Earth Buddhism sect. After receiving the news, Guzhong immediately left the East Royal Kingdom. For several days, Guzhong had been roaming around the East Imperial City, trying to find the disciples of West Earth's Buddhist sect. However, he had searched everywhere in the vicinity of the East Imperial City, but he couldn't even find the shadow of a single Buddhist sect disciple. Cunning bastard. Early in the morning, a figure stood on a mountain peak outside the East Royal Kingdom. This person was Guzhong. After searching for several days, he still couldn't find the bald head of the West Earth Buddhism sect. Guzhong was a little disappointed. When he was about to return to the East Royal Kingdom, a figure suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. "It's you." When Guzhong saw the person, he couldn't help but be startled. This person was actually Dongfang Yao. "You dare to come here? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Guzhong looked at Dongfang Yao expressionlessly. "Humph, it's not you who will kill me. This time, it's me who will kill you," Dongfang Yao said while gritting her teeth. Her father died in the hands of this master and disciple. This kind of hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. Even if she had to use any means, she would kill this master and disciple. "Is that so? Then let the truth speak for itself," Guzhong said, and directly attacked. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Dongfang Yao. A powerful force burst out from his hand, and his 5 fingers sealed the void. "Die!" Dongfang Yao's white robes fluttered in the wind. She roared, and immediately a beam of immortal light rushed out from her body, turning into an immortal sword of the great path that slashed towards Guzhong. The huge hand and the immortal sword collided in an instant, causing a terrifying destructive force to erupt. Guzhong and Dongfang Yao both felt the impact of their opponent's power. Guzhong couldn't control himself and was forced back a dozen steps. With every step he took, the entire void trembled. The huge golden hand and the unparalleled sword qi dissipated in the void at the same time. Dongfang Yao was sent flying hundreds of meters away. At first glance, it seemed that Gu Zhong had the upper hand because he was only forced back a dozen steps. However, Gu Zhong and Dongfang Yao knew that they were evenly matched in the exchange just now. Neither of them had the upper hand. Whoosh! Dongfang Yao directly turned into a beam of immortal light and rushed into the distance. Seeing that the situation was not good, she immediately retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" Gu Zhong directly shot into the sky and chased after Dongfang Yao. Both of them were extremely fast, especially Gu Zhong. He displayed his maximum speed of 8 steps and gradually closed the distance between him and Dongfang Yao. 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. While Dongfang Yao's movement technique was fast, she was not faster than Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong gradually caught up. The two of them passed through layers of mountain ridges. Dongfang Yao suddenly rushed down into a valley below, disappearing into the valley. Humph! Gu Zhong had no qualms about charging into the valley as well. He was not afraid of being ambushed again, because he had mastered the secret of none, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Who goes there? Just as Gu Zhong entered the valley, a loud shout came from the valley, and a figure appeared in front of Gu Zhong. It was a black-bearded, middle-aged man in Taoist robes. The middle-aged Taoist blocked Gu Zhong's path. "Get out of my way." Gu Zhong did not say anything else, and simply threw a punch at the middle-aged Taoist. Ferocious fist power exploded from his fist. The middle-aged Taoist was shocked. The power of his opponent's punch could not be underestimated. He quickly tried to dodge. However, the middle-aged Taoist still underestimated Gu Zhong. Bam! Gu Zhong's fist followed, like a shadow, slamming into the Taoist's chest. The Taoist was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. "Who are you? How dare you hit my people?" At this moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the valley. Then, a young man waving a folding fan walked out from the depths of the valley. "So what if I did? If you know what's good for you, hand over Dongfang Yao. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Gu Zhong looked at the young man. "Ha!" The young man suddenly laughed, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "Looks like you guys are not going to hand over Dongfang Yao," Gu Zhong said in a low voice. "Looks like you're not stupid." The young man waved his fan and smiled. Bam! Gu Zhong did not say anything else. He threw a punch at the young man. Golden fist power surged towards the young man like a golden wave. Whoosh! The young man waved his fan lightly. A gust of celestial light immediately burst from the fan, dispelling Gu Zhong's punch. The fan in the young man's hand was a powerful treasure. "Those who stand in my way will die." Gu Zhong's murderous aura sword. He used the 9 secrets of the immortal path. A beam of divine light of the great path shot out from his brow, turning into a divine sword of the great path that slashed towards the young man. The young man was shocked when he saw Gu Zhong use the secret sword of the primordial spirit. He came from the primeval path and naturally knew of the existence of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Whoosh! The young man was moved. He shot into the sky, trying to dodge the sword light of the great path. However, the sword light followed him like a shadow. It would not stop until blood was shed. Boom! The young man waved his fan. A ball of fire surged from the fan, burning towards the primordial spirit sword of the Great Path. This was no ordinary fire. It was a type of divine fire of the Great Path. Fire-shaped patterns of the Great Path were faintly discernible within the divine fire, intertwining. The primordial spirit sword of the Great Path was invincible. The immortal sword light pierced through the divine fire of the Great Path. Even the divine fire of the Great Path, which could burn the void to oblivion, could not block the immortal sword light. The immortal sword light flashed, and the young man immediately screamed and fell from the sky. The others in the valley could not help but be shocked when they saw this. They rushed up, and someone caught the young man falling from the sky. Some of them charged directly at Guzhong. In the depths of the valley, someone smiled and then disappeared into the void in an instant. No one knew where he went. Chapter 2549. No one could survive being struck by the primordial spirit sword of Wei. The murderous power emanating from the primordial spirit sword of Wei could directly destroy a cultivator's primordial spirit. With Guzhong's level of cultivation, the young cultivator's soul would definitely be destroyed if he was struck by the sword. Young master. Everyone panicked when they saw the young cultivator being cut down from the sky by Guzhong's sword. If the young master died, they wouldn't be able to survive either. 8 figures rushed out of the valley, including the middle-aged Taoist who had been sent flying by Guzhong. There were a total of 9 strong cultivators in the sky above the valley with a murderous aura. 3 of them flew down from the sky, while the other 6 closed in on Guzhong. At this time, the culprit who had caused all this, Dongfang Yao, had already left the valley and appeared on a mountain 100 miles away. "Senior brother, I'm sorry," Dongfang Yao muttered to herself. She looked at the valley in front of her that was filled with murderous aura and sneered. She had lured Guzhong to the valley so that Guzhong would clash with the young man in the valley. As expected, things were developing according to her plan. The young man in the valley was one of Dongfang Yao's senior brothers in the primordial Tao sect. This senior brother had a powerful background. He was the great-great-grandson of an important figure in the Taishan sect. That important figure doted on this great-great-grandson a lot, so he had sent 9 strong cultivators to protect him. "Kid, do you know who he is? How dare he hurt our young master?" A black-faced man's expression darkened even more. He stared at Guzhong and gritted his teeth. "Humph. No matter who he is, even if he's the emperor, I'll kill him if he blocks my path." Guzhong said disapprovingly. All right. A white-haired Taoist in a Taoist robe walked up. This old man was a strong cultivator. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a sharp gaze that was like the edge of a blade. Powerful Great Path runes surged from the old Taoist's body. 9 Great Path runes appeared in the void around him. "Senior brother Xian, the young master, is dead." At this time, an angry roar came from the valley. The 3 Taoists who had gone down to check flew up from below. One of them was carrying the young man. When the old Taoist heard this, he was shocked. If the young master died, his master would definitely be furious. At that time, they would have to be buried with him. You really can't take a beating. Guzhong shrugged his shoulders as if nothing had happened. The 9 powerhouses were all enraged, wishing they could tear this hateful fellow into pieces. "Tell me your name. To dare kill a disciple of my primordial Tao sect, you really have guts." The old Taoist stared at Guzhong. His words were incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. His fingers were trembling because of Guzhong. This fellow was extremely ruthless and actually killed the young master right away. If he didn't kill this murderer, he wouldn't be able to answer to his master when he returned. "Senior brother Xian," at this moment the others also gathered around. "All of you back off. I alone can capture this fellow. An incomparably powerful wave of energy erupted from the old man's body. His eyes flickered like lightning, and in his eyes, Tao patterns appeared and intertwined. Someone from the primordial Tao sect, Gu Zhong couldn't help but be startled when he heard this, but then he calmed down. That Dongfang Yao was truly ruthless. She actually had such malicious intentions. He immediately understood that Dongfang Yao had lured him here to cause trouble. She wanted him to clash with the people of the primordial Tao sect. That damned girl. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be furious when he thought of all these things. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Didn't Dongfang Yao join the primordial Tao sect? She actually dared to trick people from her own sect. It seemed that Dongfang Yao was willing to disregard everything for revenge. Boom. At this moment, the void suddenly shook violently. The old Taoist attacked. A ball of divine fire rushed out from his hand, turning into an incomparably huge fireball that smashed towards Gu Zhong. A terrifying heat rushed out from the fireball. There were 9 Tao patterns inside the fireball. Under the burning of the fireball, the surrounding void was silently annihilated. This was a type of Tao fire. Even saints would be injured if they were burned by it. Gu Zhong stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. A hazy celestial light rushed out from his hand and instantly enveloped the fireball. The power of the secret word, Wu, erupted. The fireball quickly dissipated and finally disappeared completely. The old Taoist was extremely shocked. What kind of great technique was this? It could actually dissolve his own power. This was too unbelievable. Could it be the legendary secret technique that had been lost for countless years? The primordial Tao sect was the inheritance of the Tao ancestor. Even if it wasn't a sect founded by the supreme Tao ancestor himself, it was still a sect founded by the Tao ancestor's disciples and disciples. In ancient times, this lineage was regarded as the most authentic inheritance of the supreme Tao ancestor. The disciples of the primordial Tao sect naturally knew many ancient secrets. At this moment, the hazy celestial light that spread from Gu Zhong's hand enveloped the old Taoist. In an instant, the old Taoist was enveloped in celestial light. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the old Taoist's body became incorporeal. It was as if he could completely dissipate in the void at any time and turn into nothingness. As expected, it really is that secret technique. The old Taoist smiled. Before he instantly turned into nothingness, he smiled because he had confirmed one thing. Senior brother Xian, the other disciples of the Tao sect, were all shocked when they saw this. It really is the secret word, Wu, exclamation point. A voice sounded in the void in the distance. A figure appeared in the void. It was the senior brother of the primordial Tao sect, Xian, the secret technique of anti-emptiness. Gu Zhong's eyes narrowed when he saw the figure in the distance. This old Taoist was not simple. He had actually mastered the secret technique of anti-emptiness, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. However, Gu Zhong quickly understood. The primordial Tao sect was the inheritance of the Tao ancestor. It was not strange at all that the people in the sect had mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Of course, the 9 secrets of the immortal path were supreme techniques of the immortal path that the Tao ancestor had imparted to the 9 disciples. Each of the 9 disciples had mastered a secret technique. The 9th secret was in the hands of Sky Emperor Ziyang. Gu Fei had learned the secret word, Wu, from Sky Emperor Ziyang and passed it on to Gu Zhong. Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun's identity was naturally on the verge of being revealed. Everyone had a tacit understanding. As for the primordial Tao sect, It was very likely that one of the 9 disciples of the supreme Tao ancestor had founded the sect. Could the founder of the primordial Tao sect be Tao Master Anti-Emptiness? Chapter 25:50. Guzhong had killed the great-great-grandson of a great figure from the primordial Tao sect with a primordial spirit, sword of Tao, thus incurring a grudge with the primordial Tao sect. This was what Dongfang Yao wanted to see, because she hoped that Guzhong would clash with the primordial Tao sect. That way, she would be able to avenge her father's death. As a disciple of the primordial Tao sect, she naturally knew how powerful it was. It was definitely one of the most powerful cultivation forces on the Tunglong continent. After all, the primordial Tao sect's legacy was related to the legendary supreme Tao ancestor. Its foundation was incomparably deep. Guzhong used the secret art of void, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, in an attempt to turn Taoist Xian into nothingness. However, Taoist Xian used the secret art of void and escaped. Humph, I don't believe you're truly invincible. On a mountain peak 100 miles away, Dongfang Yao sneered. Guzhong had killed the great-great-grandson of a great figure from the primordial Tao sect. That person would definitely not let the matter rest, and would likely descend to the eastern region to avenge his great-grandson. Even she had to address that great figure as Grandmaster. If he came personally, then Gu Fei and his disciple wouldn't have it so easy. Dongfang Yao didn't linger. She turned and left. At this time, Guzhong and Taoist Xian were still fighting. Taoist Xian's secret art of void posed a great threat to Guzhong, because at crucial moments, Taoist Xian would immediately flee into the void to avoid all attacks. Even the secret art of void couldn't do anything to him. Hand over the secret art of void, and I'll let you live. Taoist Xian's voice rang out in the void. Taoist Xian's voice rang out in the air. His fleshly body had fused with the air, and no one could sense his existence. This was the power of the secret art of void. Guzhong snorted coldly. Then his body blurred, and he actually fused with the void around him, attacking Taoist Xian. What Taoist Xian couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. He never would have thought that this person would know one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the secret art of void. The two used the secret art of void at the same time. Their silhouettes moved extremely quickly in the void. Bang! Boom! Guzhong and Taoist Xian unleashed their unfathomable might. The space between them was constantly collapsing, with chaotic energy swirling within. You're only at this level. Looks like you don't have to play anymore, Guzhong suddenly said. After that, a supreme energy fluctuation erupted from his body as a hazy immortal light radiated from his body. Anything that was enveloped by this misty immortal light would be completely obliterated. Even the sky and the void were annihilated, turned into nothingness by that immortal light. Taoist Xian, whose immortal body had fused with the void, sensed great danger. Without a second thought, he backed away from the immortal light. The others weren't as lucky as Taoist Xian. The immortal light of annihilation radiating from Guzhong's body instantly enveloped an area of tens of miles. There were cries of surprise and angry roars. The 8 cultivators from the far ancient path sect were enveloped by the celestial light. In an instant, the 8 cultivators from the far ancient path sect were annihilated by the celestial light. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. Taoist Xian was extremely shocked. His opponent had mastered a legendary secret art. He had no chance of winning at all. Thinking of this, he turned around and left. However, Guzhong wasn't going to let him go so easily. Whoosh! He used the 8 desolation steps and chased after Taoist Xian with extreme speed. With just a few steps, he caught up to Taoist Xian. How dare you? Taoist Xian was extremely shocked. He crushed a jade talisman in his hand and a ball of fire immediately spread from his hand, enveloping him. In the next moment, Taoist Xian's body became blurry. He was about to escape into the void. Bang! The void crumbled as Gu Zhong displayed the heaven-covering palm. A huge golden palm instantly enveloped the entire world, directly smashing Taoist Xian, who was about to escape into the void, out of the void. What? Taoist Xian's shock was no small matter. The huge golden hand slammed down from the sky, sealing off a part of the world and blocking the sky. Die! After Gu Zhong stopped Taoist Xian, he used his primordial spirit swords and slashed at Taoist Xian. Taoist Xian knew how terrifying the primordial spirit swords were. He flew into the sky and dodged the slashing primordial spirit swords, but he couldn't dodge the heaven-shrouding hand. Boom! With a loud sound, Taoist Xian fell from the sky like a meteor. The huge impact caused the ground to collapse, forming a huge pit and sending dust flying. Vroom! At this moment, there was a rumble from Gu Zhong's body. Golden divine swords appeared in the void around him, emitting a shocking wave of sword chi. These golden divine swords were not real swords, but golden sword chi that Gu Zhong had conjured. Go! Gu Zhong shouted and waved his right hand downwards. The countless golden swords floating around him immediately flew up and slashed at the huge pit on the ground. Whoosh! Shocking sword light fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Everywhere the sword light passed, the void was cut open, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. Just as the sword light fell from the sky like rain, Gu Zhong suddenly couldn't sense Taoist Xian's aura anymore. It was as if Taoist Xian had disappeared into thin air. Another secret technique of anti-emptiness, Gu Zhong muttered to himself. This was the only way to avoid his attack. At this time, a beam of divine light surged from Gu Zhong's brow. This divine light rushed out from Gu Zhong's brow, turning into a divine, sword of the great path that slashed at Taoist Xian, who had escaped into the void. Whoosh! The sword light swept through the void in an instant, bringing with it a gush of blood. Taoist Xian, who had escaped into the void, screamed and fell out of the void. Being hit by a primordial spirit sword of the great path was definitely a death sentence. The murderous power contained in the primordial spirit sword of the great path immediately invaded Taoist Xian's body, destroying his life force. Boom! With a loud sound, Taoist Xian's body exploded. He was decisive and did not hesitate at all. The moment he was hit by the primordial spirit sword of the great path, his primordial spirit broke through the top of his head and rushed out. Chapter 25:51. Xian Taoist was one of the saints of the archaic Tao sect. When he self-destructed, a terrifying destructive power enveloped the surrounding 10 miles of space and swallowed Gu Zhong. Rumble! The world shook and the 10 miles of space collapsed. It was annihilated and turned into nothingness. When Xian Taoist self-destructed, he controlled the power to a radius of around 10 miles. That way, the destructive power of the explosion would be even stronger. He's still not dead. Xian Taoist's primordial spirit soared into the sky and escaped. However, he had lost his body. It would not be easy for him to recover. Whoosh! Just when Taoist Xian's primordial spirit thought that Gu Zhong was dead for sure, a figure suddenly appeared behind his primordial spirit. A sword light flashed by in an instant. Then Xian Taoist's primordial spirit gradually dispersed like snow under the sun, turning into nothingness in the end. There was no suspense. Xian Taoist of the archaic Tao sect had died. His body and soul were both destroyed. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire Tunglong continent. The people of the archaic Tao sect were all killed by Gu Zhong. At this moment, a furious roar came from the archaic Tao sect. Then, a white-haired old man rushed out from the ancestral grounds of the archaic Tao sect and disappeared from the world. Gu Zhong had no idea what was going on. After killing Daoist Xian, he returned to the East Imperial City. At this moment, in the East Imperial City's City Lord's mansion, divine light soared into the sky and countless formation runes appeared in the void. A figure sat cross-legged in the middle of a huge formation, controlling it with all his might. Essence Qi gathered from all directions as a gigantic wheel appeared in the sky. It emitted a destructive energy that continuously obliterated a pavilion. Countless runes appeared on the building as well, activating an extremely powerful force that protected the building. This pavilion was the East Royal City's governor's mansion's treasure depository. Gu Fei was using all his strength to activate the Great Formation's power to form the world-exterminating roulette in an attempt to destroy the treasure depository's great protective formation. However, the protective formation was not ordinary. Even with Gu Fei's ability, he could not destroy it in a short period of time. He could only take it slow. Gu Fei and his disciple are actually thinking about the treasure tower. In the East Royal Kingdom, some powerful cultivators rushed into the sky and saw the scene in the City Lord's residence. They were all extremely shocked. The treasure tower of the City Lord's residence was not unfamiliar to all the cultivators in the city. It was the place where the past City Lords of the East Royal Kingdom kept their treasures. Only the City Lord of the East Royal Kingdom had the right to enter the tower. Apart from the City Lord of the East Royal Kingdom, no one else could enter the tower. Rumor had it that the City Lord of the East Royal City, Dongfang Zun, was killed by Gu Fei and his disciple. If Dongfang Zun really died, then no one in the entire East Royal City would be able to enter the treasure repository, not even Dongfang Zun's daughter, Dongfang Yao. Can he succeed? Someone murmured. The East Imperial City's City Lord's mansion had existed for countless years, but since ancient times, no one had ever been able to break into this building. Others might not be able to do it, but this Gu Fei, some people were optimistic about Gu Fei, thinking that he could break the protective array of the treasure house, break into the treasure house, and take away all the treasures inside. For countless years, no one knew exactly how many treasures were stored in the treasure repository. I don't think so. There was a portion of people who didn't think highly of Gu Fei. One had to know that before Gu Fei, there had been existences even more stunning than Gu Fei, who had attacked the East Imperial City. However, even if those people attacked the East Royal City and breached the City Lord's mansion, they couldn't break through the protective formation of the treasure-storing tower. The treasure-storing tower was still standing tall in the City Lord's mansion. Preposterous! Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the formation, muttered. He realized that the inscriptions of the protective formation were hard to destroy. These inscriptions seemed to contain a trace of immortal divinity. Gu Fei's formation evolved into the world-exterminating wheel. The waves of energy it emitted were terrifying, and it had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The world-exterminating wheel descended from the sky and enveloped the entire treasure house. Inside the wheel, there seemed to be a world evolving, emitting waves of energy that made people's hearts palpitate. However, no matter how hard Gu Fei activated the world-exterminating wheel, he couldn't do anything to the treasure house. In the end, Gu Fei could only stop and let the world-exterminating wheel operate on its own. He retreated and walked out of the formation. "Master, what's the situation?" Outside the formation, Gu Zhong went forward. Gu Fei shook his head. The inscriptions of the protective formation were almost indestructible. Could it be that the treasure house was built by the legendary ancient Eastern Emperor? This seemed to be the only way to explain why the inscriptions of the protective formation contained immortal divinity. The ancient Eastern Emperor was a human emperor. He rose to power in the East domain and was invincible in the human realm. At this moment, the dazzling divine light that rushed out from the city lord's mansion disappeared. The terrifying waves also gradually dissipated. All the cultivators in the East Royal City secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They want to attack the treasure house. When the people of the Dongfang family heard this news, they were all shocked and angry. They were very clear about the importance of the treasure vault. Once the treasure vault was breached by Gu Fei and his disciple, it would be a great loss for the Dongfang family. Following the death of Dongfang Zun, the people of the Dongfang family became silent again. At this time, there were internal problems in the Dongfang family. There were different voices in the family. Some people supported using the ancestral weapon to kill Gu Fei and his disciple. However, there were also people who opposed the use of the ancestral weapon. One should know that the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family could not be lost. The ancestral weapon of the Dongfang family was guarding the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family. If the ancestral weapon was used, the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family would lose the protection of the ancestral weapon. It was very likely that the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family would be in trouble. Gu Fei and his disciple were still living in the city lord's mansion, waiting for the people of the Dongfang family to come to their deaths. However, for several days, there was no movement from the Dongfang family. On the other hand, Gu Fei sensed an extremely powerful aura that disappeared as soon as it appeared. There was an unimaginable expert spying on them from outside the East Royal City. Good fella, he can actually escape from my divine sense. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. He reminded Gu Zhong not to leave the East Royal City so easily. One should know that this unknown existence made him feel uneasy. Early in the morning, an old man appeared on a short mountain outside the East Royal City. The old man's eyes were like lightning. As he opened and closed his eyes, rays of light shot out from his eyes. A cold, murderous intent spread out from his body. When the old man appeared on the short mountain near the East Royal City, Gu Fei sensed the arrival of this expert. Gu Fei and his disciple, come out and accept your death. The old man suddenly roared in anger. He directly flew up from the short mountain and arrived above the East Royal City. A terrifying, murderous intent exploded from his body, causing the sky to change color. Who dares to come here and cause trouble? A voice came from the East Royal City. Immediately, a silhouette rushed out from the city. It was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. You are Gu Fei. The old man stared at the expert who rushed out from the East Royal City. His eyes flickered with murderous intent. Both of his hands were trembling, ready to attack at any time. You're looking for my master. Are you trying to throw your life away? Gu Zhong sized up the old man. The old man's body was shrouded in a layer of Tao aura. Even Gu Zhong couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. Good fella. Could this guy be an immortal venerable? Humph, I'm here to send you all to your deaths. The old man stared at Gu Zhong and said coldly, There's no point in talking. We'll only know after we fight. Gu Zhong struck out with the heaven-covering palm. A huge golden palm appeared between the heavens and earth. It emitted an incomparably powerful energy wave and slammed towards the old man. Rumble, the vast and mighty energy ripples on the golden hand directly shook the void of this part of the world. Martial Tao battle technique. The old man was shocked. He hurriedly spat out a divine pearl towards the descending heaven-covering palm. A powerful energy wave erupted from the divine pearl. _swish. The old man's silhouette vanished into the void. In the next moment, Gu Zhong felt a faint fluctuation in the void behind him. Bam! A palm silently struck out from the void, slamming heavily on Gu Zhong's back. sending him flying thousands of meters away. Anti-void secret technique. Gu Zhong was incomparably shocked. He stabilized his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at the old man. "You are from the immemorial Tao sect." Gu Zhong stared at the old man and said in a deep voice, the fact that this old man could injure him was enough to show how powerful he was. One should know that his indestructible golden body wasn't that easy to be injured. "So, it was you who killed my grandson. Qin Ying will definitely turn the two of you into ashes." Qin Ying's eyes turned red as he spoke. He couldn't wait to pounce forward and tear Gu Zhong apart. "Is that so? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Gu Zhong's expression was incomparably solemn. "Kill." The old man waved his hands. The entire world shook along with his movements. Divine patterns of the great path rushed out from his hands and imprinted themselves into the void. At that moment, Gu Zhong felt the void around him distort. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast space where he couldn't see the sky or the ground. What's going on? While Gu Zhong was shocked, he still remained calm. "Die." The old man's voice sounded in the space. Then, beams of divine light appeared in the space, and the space rapidly shrank. Chapter 2552. An expert from the primordial Tao sect had arrived. He came straight to their doorstep and displayed his absolute dominance. However, Gu Fei and his disciple weren't people to be trifled with. Gu Zhong stepped out to fight against this expert from the primordial Tao sect. This was an important figure from the primordial Tao sect. This elder usually didn't reveal himself, but he had a very high status in the primordial Tao sect. This time, his grandson and disciple were both killed by Gu Zhong. This made him furious, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei and his disciple into pieces. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void trembled, and the old man created a void of annihilation, swallowing Gu Zhong into it. Then, he activated the power of the void, wanting to obliterate Gu Zhong in the void of annihilation. Gu Zhong stood in this space, and he saw countless void Tao patterns surging around him. They shone with dazzling divine light, and an extremely strong destructive power was rapidly condensing. Could this fellow be one of the 9 legendary primordial celestial sovereigns? The void Tao sovereign? Gu Zhong sensed the rapidly condensing destructive power and couldn't help but be shocked. The combat strength displayed by this elder was very strong. He had already cultivated the great Tao of void to an unimaginable level. Buzz. Gu Zhong didn't dare to be slow. He activated his indestructible golden body, and 9 golden Tao patterns appeared on his body. He used the 9 Tao patterns to seal his body, so that the power of his martial body wouldn't attract the power of heaven's wrath. "Humph, you are just a martial saint. Even if you are invincible, you will still die today." The elder's voice rang out in the space. "People from the primordial Tao sect are only SOSO. If you have the ability, then come at me." Gu Zhong's expression was extremely solemn. He knew that he had met his match today. This elder's cultivation was definitely far above his. He felt a great deal of pressure. "Since you want to be reincarnated, I shall grant you your wish. I shall let the 4 of you understand that I am the primordial Tao sect's great heaven saint emperor." The elder said such words. "What great heaven saint emperor? I have never heard of him," Gu Zhong said disapprovingly. He wasn't lying. He really hadn't heard of the primordial Tao sect's great heaven saint emperor and didn't know who he was. However, the great heavenly saint emperor was very famous among the saints of the older generation. He was an immortal Tao saint emperor who achieved Tao in the immemorial era. It was rumored that during the era of the great sky saint emperor, the supreme Tao ancestor was still around. The great Sky Saint Emperor was the supreme Tao ancestor's grand disciple. Humph! The heavenly great Saint Emperor was enraged. Then he used his killer move right away. 9 immortal celestial marks appeared in the killing void and headed towards Guzhong. Every single immortal rune radiated with a terrifying destructive power. It was as if every single immortal rune could destroy the heavens and earth, causing Guzhong's heart to palpitate. This was a Saint Emperor level Tao pattern. Yi Fuqian did not know what secret technique the heavenly great Saint Emperor had used to actually dare to use a Saint Emperor level Tao pattern. This Saint Emperor great Tao power could attract the power of heaven's wrath. However, what shocked Guzhong was that the power of heaven's wrath did not descend. How was this possible? Could it be that this guy could actually ignore the power of heaven's wrath? As such, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. One should know that Guzhong was only a martial saint. He was 2 cultivation levels lower than the great Sky Saint Emperor. Among the saints, he was invincible. However, it did not mean that he could fight against a Saint King or even a Saint Emperor. If his opponent was a Saint King, he still had the power to fight. However, the great Sky Saint Emperor was an immortal Tao ancient emperor. As such, he had no chance of winning at all, even if he had mastered the secret word void. Guzhong walked the path of proving his Tao through strength. He was very clear that as long as one's strength was strong enough, any secret technique could be broken. It was the same for the secret word, void. Roar! Guzhong wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He roared, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes flashed like lightning. He was going all out. He immediately used the secret technique of ascension. A peerlessly powerful energy fluctuation erupted from his body. Rumble, the 9 golden Tao patterns that appeared on his body immediately shone with dazzling Tao light. A powerful aura of the great path erupted from each of the Tao patterns. It was as if 9 golden divine suns appeared on Guzhong's body. Powerful martial arts power spread from his body and directly broke through the 9 divine marks of the immortal Tao. What, in a dark corner of the absolute void, the great Sky Saint Emperor's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He could see the origin of the secret technique that Guzhong had used. It's the secret technique of ascension. This person is not a cultivator of the immortal Tao. How could he have obtained the secret technique of ascension? The great Sky Saint Emperor was the grand disciple of the supreme Tao ancestor. He was naturally very familiar with the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. However, the 9 secret techniques that the supreme Tao ancestor had created had been passed down to 9 disciples. Every disciple had only mastered one secret technique. The master of the great Sky Saint Emperor was Tao Lord Anti-Void, one of the 9 primordial immortal lords. Buzz. The entire absolute void shook. Guzhong's desperation was no small matter. The secret technique of ascension had stimulated all of his potential. The powerful force shook the void. The great heavenly Saint Emperor was extremely shocked. His absolute killing void was one of his trump cards. Anyone who was trapped by his absolute killing void would not be able to survive. They would all be killed by it. However, Guzhong's performance had exceeded the great Sky Saint Emperor's expectations. Guzhong's martial body was unimaginably strong. Even an ordinary Saint King would have a hard time suppressing a martial sage. It was no exaggeration to say that a martial artist was invincible among the same level. It was especially so for the great Sky Saint Emperor. It should be known that although the martial ancestor had disappeared in the immemorial era, his disciples and grand disciples were still roaming the world. A martial artist who was successful in cultivation, was definitely a synonym for power. I don't believe that you can really defy the heavens. The great sky Saint Emperor's fighting spirit was completely stimulated by Gu Zhong. After so many years, it was rare for him to be serious. He saw Gu Zhong as an opponent that was worthy of his attention. In the next moment, the 9 celestial marks that were repelled by Gu Zhong released billions of rays of celestial light. Above each celestial mark, there was a vague silhouette. Boom. The entire absolute void shook violently. Then, the destructive power soared instantly. The 9 celestial marks broke through the layers of golden light and headed straight for Gu Zhong. 2 great path forces clashed. The Saint Emperor level celestial marks were much stronger than the Saint level Tao marks. Gu Zhong's 9 golden Tao marks were being suppressed. He is a Saint Emperor, after all. Gu Zhong knew that he was in danger this time. The difference between a saint and a Saint Emperor was hard to bridge. It was impossible for him to be a match for this old man. He didn't panic because he knew that this old man couldn't kill him. After all, his master was in the East Imperial City. His master wouldn't let him be killed by this old man. As expected, the moment the 9 celestial marks of the Saint Emperor broke, through Gu Zhong's golden Tao marks, the entire absolute void suddenly shook. A huge golden hand tore through the void. Countless runes collapsed in the face of this giant golden hand, and a rift tens of thousands of feet long was torn in the absolute death void from the outside. The aura of the outside world immediately flowed in through that crack. Rumble. In the next moment, thunder roared in the depths of the sky. A terrifying, destructive aura descended from the sky. Under the interaction of the aura of the great path, the power of heavenly wrath reacted immediately. The power of heavenly wrath was activated. How dare you? The great sky, Saint Emperor roared. He had no choice but to seal his body immediately once the power of heavenly wrath descended. Even if he was a Saint Emperor, his body and soul would be destroyed. Gu Zhong hurriedly used the 9 Tao marks to seal his cultivation, suppressing his cultivation below the saint level. Gu Fei, it's you. The absolute void disappeared, and the great sky Saint Emperor's figure appeared in the void. He stared at a young man in black opposite him, and his eyes glowed brightly. At that moment, the huge golden hand that tore through the absolute void did not dissipate. It was still slapping towards the great sky Saint Emperor. A powerful ripple of power descended from the huge golden hand. Very well. Since you're here, I'll take care of both of you today. That will save me some trouble. The great sky Saint Emperor was very confident. It should be known that he was a Grandmaster level existence in the Archean Tao sect. He was second only to the founding ancestor. Moreover, the great sky Saint Emperor was an ancient Saint Emperor. In the human world, apart from the Saint Venerables, he was invincible. The number of Saint Venerables in the Tung Long continent could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, those existences would not attack easily. Most importantly, Gu Fei was not a Saint Venerate. If Gu Fei was a Saint Venerate, the great sky Saint Emperor would definitely not dare to come looking for him. Actually, the great sky Saint Emperor was very careful. He had come to the vicinity of the East Imperial City on the 2nd day after Daoist Xian had been killed by Gu Zhong. He had been loitering around the East Imperial City and spying on Gu Fei and his disciple in the city. After discovering that Gu Fei and his disciple were not heavenly venerables or even heavenly emperors, he openly came to kill them and named Gu Fei and his disciple to be killed. Humph, there are many people who want to kill me, Gu Fei. However, I'm the one who kills them in the end. Do you think you're an exception? Gu Fei looked at the great sky Saint Emperor and said with a smile, Although the great Sky Saint Emperor was an ancient Saint Emperor, he was not a big deal. If the full power of the undying battle body was unleashed, he would definitely be able to fight against a Saint Emperor. It was not as if Gu Fei could not fight back. "Young man, you're too arrogant," the great Sky Saint Emperor said. At the same time, his figure became blurry, and he instantly disappeared into the void. The golden palm that Gu Fei had unleashed landed on thin air and shattered the void where the great Sky Saint Emperor had been standing. Even the chaotic aura was blown out. Chapter 25:53. The great Heaven Saint Emperor was very domineering. He unleashed the anti-void mystic technique right away and instantly appeared above Gu Fei's head. He stomped down on Gu Fei's head. "Humph, you know that I'm a cultivator, yet you still want to fight me in close combat. Are you seeking death?" Gu Fei lifted his head and looked up. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and punched upward. It seemed like a casual punch, but it made the heavenly great Saint Emperor's scalp go numb. The great heavenly Saint Emperor disappeared in the void again without hesitation. Boom! With a muffled sound, the void trembled. Gu Fei's seemingly ordinary punch displayed great power, directly shattering the void above him. One punch pierced through heaven and earth. When Gu Fei punched through heaven and earth, the great Heaven Saint Emperor's figure appeared 10,000 feet away. He looked at the void that had been punched through and couldn't help but be shocked. This Gu Fei is indeed very strong. Heavenly great Saint Emperor thought to himself. At that moment, Gu Zhong had already retreated. He didn't want to join forces with his master to fight the great Heaven Saint Emperor. He believed that his master could defeat the great Heaven Saint Emperor on his own. "Kill!" Heavenly great Saint Emperor bellowed as he brandished both his hands at Gu Fei. Beams of nearly transparent light blades shot out from his hands, spinning as they slashed at Gu Fei. "Humph!" Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. The light blades immediately shattered in the void and dissipated into specks of light. Big hand covers the sky. Gu Fei then used the heaven-covering palm, and a huge golden palm appeared in the sky. It emitted a terrifying wave of power and slammed towards the great Heaven Saint Emperor. Rumble! The huge golden hand sealed the void and shook the heavens and the earth. It was like a primordial divine mountain had fallen from the sky, and it shook the void to the point that pitch-black spatial cracks that were like spiderwebs appeared. Heavenly great Saint Emperor only felt his body tense up. He knew that things were bad. Bang! Great Heavenly Saint Emperor was directly smacked down from the sky by Gu Fei's heaven-covering hand. With a boom, he smashed onto the ground. The entire ground instantly collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. Roar! The heavenly great Saint Emperor rushed out from the ground, his entire body glowing with celestial light. Streaks of void Tao patterns circled around him, and there seemed to be the divine voice of the great Tao ringing in the void. "You are the successor of the Tao Father. Leave. I won't kill you," Gu Fei said, as he looked at the great Heaven Saint Emperor, who was rushing up from the ground. "What did you say?" When the heavenly great Saint Emperor heard this, he was instantly enraged. He had never been looked down upon like this before. This little fellow was too despicable. He deserved to die. "I've already shown mercy just now," Gu Fei said indifferently. The heavenly great Saint Emperor was shocked and enraged. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Who do you think you are? You dare to look down on this Saint Emperor? I'm going to die from anger." The heavenly great Saint Emperor roared angrily. His eyes were red, and he looked as though he was going to eat someone up. "Sai, I'm speaking the truth. Leave. I don't want to get involved with the Wushang Tao ancestor." Gu Fei waved his hand and said, The heavenly great Saint Emperor had mastered one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret skill. He was definitely the successor of the Tao Father. If Gu Fei killed him, he would have some karma with the Wushang Tao ancestor. No one could predict what would happen in the future. In the depths of the sky, there were a few figures that seemed to have existed since ancient times, which made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. "I'm going to kill you." The heavenly great Saint Emperor's face turned hideous. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. It seems like I have to teach you a lesson." As Gu Fei said this, a ball of golden light suddenly surged from his body. It instantly turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. The 6 arms danced and shattered the void, hitting the heavenly great Saint Emperor, who had escaped into the void. This is when the heavenly great Saint Emperor saw Gu Fei's 3 heads and 6 arms. He couldn't help but be shocked. This technique was a mystique of the divine ape from the primordial age, but Gu Fei had learned it. Gu Fei's battle physique was already extremely strong. In addition to the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, the rotation of his 6 arms could shake the heavens and the earth. His combat power was shocking. Chaos Fist, Heaven-Covering Palm, Yin-Yang Dao Sword. Gu Fei's 3 heads and 6 arms used 3 major battle techniques at the same time. The chaotic aura that erupted from the Chaos Fist shot up into the sky. The Heaven-Covering Palm instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth, and the Yin-Yang Dao Sword turned into 2 huge dragons that soared thousands of feet. When the heavenly great Saint Emperor saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. Gu Fei used 3 great battle skills to attack him at the same time. The entire region of space was sealed by the 3 supreme powers. Even if he wanted to use the anti-emptiness secret technique, he would not be able to escape at this moment. Without any suspense, the heavenly great Saint Emperor was directly suppressed by Gu Fei's attack, which was like a strong gale sweeping away the fallen leaves. His entire body was sent flying. Impossible. The heavenly great Saint Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, and the clothes in front of his chest were stained with drops of blood. He couldn't believe that Gu Fei could injure him. He tried his best to block the Yin-Yang Dao Sword and the Heaven-Covering Palm, but he couldn't block Gu Fei's Chaos Fist. Gu Fei's supreme punch landed directly on the heavenly great Saint Emperor's chest, causing it to cave in and shatter his sternum. Even the Saint Emperor immortal body couldn't withstand Gu Fei's Chaos Fist. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei displayed a domineering stance. He took a step forward and displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps. He instantly caught up with the heavenly great Saint Emperor, who was sent flying. Bang! Gu Fei stomped his foot down and stomped the heavenly great Saint Emperor down from the sky. The heavenly great Saint Emperor was like a meteorite as he fell from the sky. He broke through the ground again and smashed into the ground. The dust on the ground flew up high. Roar! The heavenly great Saint Emperor was about to go crazy. He couldn't accept such a reality. He was a high and mighty celestial emperor. When had he ever been in such a pathetic state? He burst forth with void Tao patterns and charged out from the ground in a disheveled manner. However, what awaited him was a huge foot. Bang! Gu Fei didn't show any mercy. He stomped his foot on the heavenly great Saint Emperor's face again and stomped him down again. A Saint Emperor was humiliated by Gu Fei again and again. This made the heavenly great Saint Emperor vomit blood. He was close to going crazy. He used the power of the great Tao of Void with all his might and instantly vanished into the void. Die! In the next moment, he suddenly appeared behind Gu Fei. Void Tao patterns transformed into deadly immortal sabers that slashed at Gu Fei. The immortal sabers formed by Tao patterns were divine sabers of the great Tao. Every saber light could kill a Saint Emperor. This was the heavenly great Saint Emperor's trump card. At this moment, he even used his trump card. Chapter 25:54. The void Tao pattern transformed into a heavenly saber that slashed at Gu Fei. The 9 saber lights tore through heaven and earth as though they were going to split the sky and earth apart. They displayed great power. This kind of great path divine saber contained the power of the great path. If one was hit by it, even a sage would be destroyed in both body and soul. Even a sacred emperor would be in danger of dying. Are you finally going to risk your life? Gu Fei's expression did not change in the face of such an attack. He was extremely calm. Virum! Just as the 9 saber lights were about to hit Gu Fei, a ball of misty, celestial light surged out of Gu Fei's body. The void vibrated, and the 9 saber lights instantly slashed into the ball of celestial light that was surging out of Gu Fei's body. The 9 dazzling saber lights dimmed immediately. The void Tao pattern that had turned into saber lights was faintly discernible. It seemed like it would dissipate at any time. Gu Fei used the secret word, nothing. The power of the secret word. Nothing could destroy everything in the world. Even the sky and earth could be turned into true nothingness. The 9 saber lights were fixed in the ball of celestial light that was coming out of Gu Fei's body. They could not slash further. The secret word, nothing. The heavenly great Saint Emperor was extremely shocked. At that moment, the 9 saber lights started to dissipate. They turned into 9 void Tao patterns and were beaten back to their original form. Then, even the 9 void Tao patterns were destroyed by the power of the secret word, nothing. You are no match for me. Gu Fei's body radiated with misty, celestial light. At that moment, he was practically invulnerable. No divine power or great technique could break through the ball of celestial light that was spreading out of his body. Humph! The heavenly great Saint Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. His opponent had mastered such a supreme secret technique of the immortal path. Even if he had mastered a supreme secret technique of the immortal path, he would not be a match for his opponent. With a snap, the heavenly great Saint Emperor crushed a piece of divine jade. A ball of celestial light immediately exploded from the piece of divine jade and enveloped him instantly. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the ball of celestial light enveloped the heavenly great Saint Emperor and disappeared into the void. Master, at this moment, Guzhong rushed over. Forget it. Gu Fei waved his hand and said he did not want to offend the primeval Tao sect. Of course, he was not afraid of the primeval Tao sect. After all, the primeval Tao sect was the legacy of the supreme Tao ancestor. Guzhong did not say anything else. After that, Gu Fei and Guzhong returned to the East Royal City. The battle outside the East Imperial Kingdom had made all the factions wary of Gu Fei and his disciple. Some of the older generation had even seen through Great Sky Supremacy's background. It should be known that the great Heaven Saint Emperor was an ancient Saint Emperor. In the distant past, he had once shaken a region and was an expert among the Saint Emperors of the Celestial Path. Even Tianhong isn't a match for that master and disciple. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone was shocked, especially the Dongfang family, who felt an immense pressure, given how strong Gu Fei and his disciple were. Even if they were to bring out their ancestral weapons, they might not be able to kill both of them. The Dongfang family was in danger of being annihilated. This caused the upper echelons of the Dongfang family to feel uneasy. As for the younger cultivators of the Dongfang family, they did not dare to leave their ancestral grounds. As a superforce, the disciples of the Dongfang family could be found all over the East region. However, at this critical juncture, the disciples of the Dongfang family did not dare to show themselves. Throughout the history of the Dongfang family, there had not been many instances of someone using his own strength to stun the entire Dongfang family. However, Gu Fei had done it. Dongfang Yao's methods are way too vicious. In another city thousands of miles away from the East Royal City, an old man in green robes stood behind a young man in a unique courtyard. The old servant advised the young man, "I didn't expect her to do this either." The young man sighed. "Young master, we can't afford to offend Gu Fei and his disciple." The old servant in green robes said, "Even the great Heaven Saint Emperor was not a match for Gu Fei and his disciple. No one else could, unless they could invite a saint venerable. How could I not know that we can't afford to offend them?" The young man said, although he came from the Zhao family of the ancients and had access to many resources, it was impossible for him to kill Gu Fei. Moreover, if the people in the family knew that he was going to deal with Gu Fei, they would definitely stop him. At this moment, no one was willing to offend an enemy with unlimited potential. The world was about to change. Many great forces were conserving their strength. One should know that with the arrival of the great calamity, only the powerful sects could continue to pass on their legacy. All right, let's go back. The young man pondered for a moment before saying such words. "Yes, young master." When the old servant in green robes heard this, he was overjoyed. This young master was willing to let go at this crucial moment and return to the Zhao family of the ancients. It was clear that his young master wasn't muddle-headed. Actually, what this old servant didn't know was that the main reason why his young master gave up on wooing Dongfang Yao was because Dongfang Yao would even scam her own people. Not many people knew that Dongfang Yao scammed the ancient Dao sect. However, this young man from the Zhao family of the ancients knew everything. One should know that the Zhao family of the ancients was one of the 3 rulers of the East region. The Zhao family of the ancients had eyes all over the East region. This young man knew everything about Dongfang Yao's actions. Rumble! Just at this moment, a loud explosion rang out from the East Imperial Kingdom. Immediately after, an endless amount of spiritual light and celestial qi rushed out from the city lord's residence. Success! We finally succeeded. Within the city lord's residence, the loud laughter of Gu Fei and his disciple rang out. All the cultivators in the East Imperial Kingdom were shocked to the extreme. This Gu Fei and his disciple really didn't know how to rest. Some of them vaguely guessed something and found it hard to believe. Very quickly, the godlight and celestial qi that rushed out from the city lord's residence were suppressed. The powerful aura instantly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The protective formation of the Tower of Treasures was finally broken by Gu Fei and his disciple. Gu Fei and his disciple rushed into the Tower of Treasures impatiently. The Tower of Treasures had 9 levels, and this was the first level. There were countless treasures placed inside. All of them were extremely rare and contained a huge amount of spiritual qi. At this moment, Gu Fei and his disciple could faintly hear the sound of metal clashing. Up to the 2nd level. Without hesitation, Gu Fei headed up the stairs to the 2nd level. Seeing this, Gu Zhong hurriedly followed. When they arrived at the 2nd level, they were stunned by what they saw. On the 2nd level, countless godlights were rushing left and right, trying to break the seal of the 2nd level and rush out. So many saint weapons. Chapter 25:55. Needless to say, the collection in the treasure pavilion within the East Imperial City's city governor's estate was truly heaven-defying. In the boundless years of the past, every single East Imperial City governor would add a great deal of treasures and divine materials to this treasure pavilion. After so many years of accumulation, the treasures and materials in the treasury were so numerous that even Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were shocked. There were 9 floors in the treasure hoard tower, and every floor was like a divine hoard. On the second floor, Gu Fei and his disciple discovered over a dozen saint artifacts. They shone with a divine light, making people feel as if they were surrounded by endless saint artifacts. It was an extremely shocking illusion. Although there had been many saints since ancient times, the number of saint weapons left behind by the ancient sages was very limited. It was impossible for there to be an endless number of saint weapons. Unless a certain sovereign was seized by a sudden impulse and refined countless sage artifacts, it would be impossible for him to do so. However, once one reached the supreme level, they were already invincible. It would be useless for them to have so many saint weapons. Moreover, in the world of cultivation, only the weapons refined by oneself were the most suitable for oneself. Those that were not refined by oneself could be used, but it would be very difficult to unleash the true power of these saint weapons. For experts like Gu Fei and his disciple, these saint weapons were useless. They were tasteless, but it would be a pity to throw them away. Gu Fei and his disciples stood on the second floor. These are complete saint weapons. Gu Zhong couldn't help but feel shocked when he sensed the 18 saint weapons floating in the air. Perfect saint weapons were very rare, but there were 18 of them here. The Dongfang family seems to have a very deep foundation. Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. The Dongfang family had already collected 18 saint weapons in the East Royal City. Wouldn't there be even more saint weapons in the Dongfang family's ancestral grounds? In fact, what Gu Fei didn't know was that although there were still saint weapons in the ancestral land, there weren't many of them. This was because the ancestral land was guarded by ancestral weapons. Ancestral weapons were the foundation of the Dongfang family. The treasury has been breached. How is this possible? In the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family, in a great hall, the higher-ups of the Dongfang family were all extremely shocked. A great change had occurred in the East Imperial City. A disciple of the Dongfang family, who was hidden within the East Imperial City, had sent back this news. The Dongfang family was deeply rooted in the Eastern Domain. It was not something that ordinary cultivation forces could compare with. No one knew how many cultivators loyal to the Dongfang family were hiding in the Eastern Royal City. However, they thought that even a holy venerable would not be able to break through the tower. Now, it had been broken through by the master and disciple. The higher-ups of the Dongfang family were shocked and felt extremely pained. The hidden treasure tower was a treasure tower that housed countless divine treasures. Most of the divine treasures that the Dongfang family had collected over the years were stored there. The consequences of Gu Fei and his disciples' attack on the Vault of Treasures could be imagined. The two of them had obtained so many divine treasures that it was enough to establish a power that could contend against the Dongfang family. How could this be? Isn't the defensive array of the treasure house unbreakable? Someone roared in the great hall. This time, the Dongfang family's losses were too great. Even the higher-ups of the Dongfang family could not sit still. Some of them were so angry that they smashed their cups, while others smashed the table beside them. All right, all of you shut up. At this time, a black-bearded middle-aged man, sitting on the throne in the middle of the great hall, roared. This man was the current clan leader of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Chen. Clan leader, if we don't use the ancestral artifact now, are we going to wait until the master and disciple attack the ancestral grounds? A white-haired, middle-aged man suddenly stood up and shouted. Dongfang Yifeng, calm down. Next to the white-haired middle-aged man, a handsome and young man reached out and pulled the white-haired middle-aged man. Dongfang Yifeng, the master and disciple are about to attack the ancestral grounds. How can you all be so indifferent? Dongfang Yifeng roared. All right, we need to think about using the ancestral artifact. The current clan leader of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Chen, looked at Dongfang Yifeng and said in a deep voice, "Humph, you're all a bunch of cowardly fellows." Dongfang Yifeng swept his gaze across the upper echelons of the Dongfang family seated in the Great Hall before he strode out of the Great Hall and left. "Clan leader, should we stop him?" Someone asked. Everyone in the Great Hall knew what Dongfang Yifeng wanted to do, but they all coldly watched him leave. Only the young man could not bear to see him leave. "Let him do as he pleases." Dongfang Chen said. "Sigh." The young man said nothing else and sat down. Dongfang Yifeng was arrogant and unruly. He had been isolated in the Dongfang family. He was a tragic figure in the Dongfang family and had once fought with Dongfang Chen for the position of clan leader. However, due to various reasons, Dongfang Yifeng had lost the right to fight for the position. Thus, Dongfang Chen had successfully become the clan leader. Because of this, Dongfang Yifeng had been depressed for a long time. Although he had pulled himself together in the end, no one in the Dongfang family was willing to associate with him. This time, the Dongfang family had recalled all the experts of the Dongfang family because of Gu Fei and his disciple. Dongfang Yifeng was one of them. The enemy that the Dongfang family had to face this time was different from the past. Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had a great enmity that would not rest until one side was completely annihilated. Otherwise, this enmity would never be resolved. Third brother, contact the Zhao family and see if there's a chance for us to join forces. Dongfang Chen said to a middle-aged man to his left. Yes. The man immediately left the Great Hall after receiving the order. "We'll bide our time for now. We can't afford to panic at a time like this. You should know that the great ancestor is about to awaken from his slumber." Dongfang Chen swept his gaze across the crowd in the Great Hall and said. The people in charge of the Dongfang family immediately became excited. Once the great ancestor awakens from his endless slumber, the crisis facing the Dongfang family would be completely resolved. There was a reason why the Dongfang family had been enduring all this time. Not long after, Dongfang Yifeng really did leave the Dongfang family's ancestral land. Meanwhile, in a certain place in the heavenly realm known as the Dead Region, a sneaky fellow was sneaking towards a large tomb in the depths of the Dead Region. I don't believe that I, Tian, can't find the way to the lower realm. Chapter 2556. The Death Region of the Heaven Realm was located in the depths of the Southern Mountains Range, a place that was rarely visited by humans. Since ancient times, legends about the Death Region have been passed down. Even in the current era, the Death Region of the Heaven Realm was still a terrifying forbidden ground. Be it humans or beasts, mortals or immortals, as long as they entered the Death Region, it would be hard for them to come out alive. The Death Region was filled with great danger. However, at this moment, in the depths of this forbidden ground, there was a fellow looking around sneakily, carefully moving towards the great tomb in front of him. "There's nothing that can stump me, Tian," that person muttered to himself before quickly disappearing into the dusky world. Very quickly, an incomparably powerful ripple spread out from the Death Region. A great tomb cracked open. The chaotic chi within was vast and mighty, as though a chaotic world was evolving within it. A terrifying aura gushed out from the cracked tomb, instantly enveloping a region of millions of li. What's going on? At this moment, all the experts in the Southern Mountains Range sensed this supreme aura. All of them were indescribably shocked. Some of them immediately rushed out from their secluded cultivation grounds. It's coming from the direction of the Death Region. There's a shocking change in the Death Region. Someone said something like that. A shocking change in the Death Region? How is this possible? Just as the experts of the Southern Mountains Range were rushing towards the Death Region, in the great tomb, a silhouette suddenly disappeared into a chaotic passageway behind a stone coffin. Legend has it that the great tomb of a great figure in the immemorial era connected the heaven realm and the mortal realm. To think that it's actually true. These words came from the chaotic passageway. After that, the chaotic passageway behind the stone coffin disappeared, as though it was never there in the first place. The shocking change in the death region not only alarmed the southern mountains range, but also the experts of the other regions in the heaven realm. Some of the most powerful domain lords crossed over and appeared in the southern mountains range, and at this time, the person who caused this shocking change had already descended to the mortal realm. In one of the star regions of the mortal realm, an incomparably powerful ripple suddenly spread out. The entire space distorted and crumbled. A chaotic passageway appeared between the heaven and earth. A figure shrouded in chaotic light fell out from the chaotic passageway. Wow, Haetion, have finally returned to the human world. After that person fell out of the chaotic passageway, he immediately raised his head and roared excitedly. Sons of bitches from the heaven realm, just you wait. The next time I go up there, I will teach you a lesson. Haetion said, hatefully. He could no longer stay in the heaven realm. He had offended an unimaginable existence. At this time, the old tortoise could not even take care of himself and could not spare any time to help Haetion. As a result, Haetion was chased by that person for thousands of miles. He had no choice but to escape into the dead realm. He took the risk of entering a mysterious tomb and successfully opened a mysterious passage that connected the heaven realm and the mortal realm. The demon clan's rebellion this time was very serious, and Old Tortoise had a hard time dealing with it. This was because the Sky Demon's descendant was behind the rebellion. The Grand Emperor and the Heavenly Demon were mortal enemies. As the Grand Emperor's son, Old Tortoise, and the Sky Demon's descendant were, of course, mortal enemies. The two supreme descendants were fighting for control of the demon clan in the heaven realm. This was a battle that could not be decided in a short period of time. The Sky Demon's descendants' foundation was not inferior to Old Tortoise's. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for Old Tortoise to save Haetion. However, Old Tortoise knew that Haetion would not be killed so easily. However, even Old Tortoise never expected that Haetion would be so heaven-defying as to find a passage that connected the heaven realm and the mortal realm. Of course, this passage was one way. In other words, it was easy to go down to the mortal realm, but difficult to go up. I wonder how Gu Fei and the others are doing. Haetion stood in the pitch-black, starry sky. Very quickly, he discovered a huge planet brimming with life. Then, he flew directly towards it, on the soaring dragon ancestral star. In the East Imperial City of the Tunglong continent, Gu Fei and his disciple broke into the treasure house and obtained all the treasures inside. This was definitely a super treasure house. Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were overjoyed. The countless treasures made them more confident and gave them the capital to fight against the Dongfang family. It's time to bring the people from overseas back to the Tunglong continent. Gu Fei uttered such words. It was impossible to destroy the Dongfang family with just the two of them. Only by bringing the army from overseas could they destroy the entire Eastern world. One should know that the Dongfang family was not an ordinary cultivation force. It was a super force that had been passed down for countless years. Just like the immortal mansion of the Central Prefecture, several super forces worked together, but failed to destroy this ancient inheritance. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, the immortal mansion of the Central Prefecture would not have been destroyed. The Dongfang family's foundation was definitely not weaker than the immortal mansion of the Central Prefecture. To destroy the Dongfang family, they needed to think carefully. Otherwise, the Dongfang family would continue to exist even if their ancestral land was destroyed. "Master, what should we do?" Gu Zhong asked Gu Fei in the palace of the East Imperial City's governor. "With these treasures, we can build a teleportation formation. As long as we can successfully reverse the formation that sent me back to the Tonglong continent, we might be able to return to the overseas." Gu Fei pondered for a while and said his idea. "Master, isn't this too risky?" Gu Zhong was startled. Reversing the formation of the teleportation formation was not a small task. If anything went wrong during the process, the consequences would be dire. It should be known that if something went wrong with this kind of super long-distance teleportation formation, they would be sent to an unknown place. At that time, it would not be easy to return. "Let's try first. I think we should have 60 to 70% chance of success." Gu Fei said. "Yes, 60 to 70% chance. We can try." Gu Zhong was a little excited. If the overseas army could successfully cross the sea, then it would be much easier to destroy the Dongfang family. It should be known that the overseas force controlled by his master was extremely powerful. Then, Gu Fei began to meditate in seclusion to understand the teleportation formation. He wanted to try to reverse the formation of the ancient teleportation formation that sent him back to the Tonglong continent. This was not an easy task. It should be known that the ancient teleportation formation that sent him back to the Tonglong continent had complicated formation patterns. But now, Gu Fei and the others could only rely on the overseas force to destroy the Dongfang family. This was something that must be done. If only He Tian was here. Chapter 25:57. Where exactly is this place? There was only one planet with life in the endless starry sky. Moreover, when He Tian arrived at this planet, he discovered that there were no powerful cultivators, even though the aura of life here was strong. The living beings here only knew simple cultivation methods. Their cultivation bases were not strong. Moreover, there were not many living beings that could cultivate. It was impossible for a teleportation formation to exist on a planet like this. He Tian went around the planet, but did not find anything. Therefore, he left the planet and continued to explore the starry sky. The human world was really huge. There were only 5 ancestral planets with life in the endless starry sky. Finding one of them was like finding a needle in a haystack. Other than deciding on a direction and moving forward, He Tian could not think of any other way to find an ancestral planet with life. Of course, He Tian was a sage. Even though his cultivation base was sealed below the sage level due to the existence of the heavenly wrath, his spirit sense was still extremely powerful. He Tian's spirit sense could cover a radius of millions of miles. However, such a range was as small as a grain of sand in the Ganges River compared to the endless starry sky. How am I supposed to do this? He Tian muttered to himself helplessly. He directly used his teleportation technique to traverse the void. His speed was extremely fast. Soon, he disappeared into the pitch-black, starry sky. While He Tian was looking for an ancestral planet with life in the endless starry sky, Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. He was evolving the ancient formation runes in an attempt to reverse the ancient teleportation formation. His train of thought and direction were correct. The teleportation formation could be reversed, but it was not an easy task to reverse the teleportation formation. One must know that the ancient formation runes were very different from the current formation runes. Gu Fei had to first master the ancient formation runes before he could attempt to reverse the teleportation formation. At this time, in the void around Gu Fei, countless formation runes appeared, condensed and floating in the void, constantly interweaving and combining, forming a mysterious and unfathomable formation diagram. He was reconstructing the ancient diagram. He had memorized the diagram of the ancient teleportation formation that had transported him to the Tonglong continent. However, when he was about to reconstruct the diagram, he realized that it was not an easy task. The ancient diagrams were profound and unfathomable. Most importantly, there were some runes that were difficult to manifest in the void. They were very special, and these runes needed a medium to carry them so that they would not dissipate. In this way, Gu Fei had no choice but to utilize some special divine materials. Fortunately, he'd obtained countless divine materials when he breached the treasure reserve pavilion within the East Imperial City's city governor's estate. He carved these runes, which were difficult to condense in the void, onto these special materials so that these runes could appear. Rumble, the void was shaking, and more formation runes appeared around Gu Fei. After continuous transformation, the outline of a great formation appeared. An ancient aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. This was only the rough outline of the ancient diagram, but even so, Gu Fei felt that it was very strenuous for him to evolve it to this extent. He knew that he could not stop. Once he did, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He could only continue to evolve the ancient diagram. This was a long process, and he could not finish it in one go. Gu Zhong personally guarded the place where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. He sat on the ground, motionless like a stone statue. There were only Gu Fei and Gu Zhong in the enormous city governor's estate. It seemed very empty. The gates of the city governor's estate were wide open, but no one dared to approach. Even mortals did not dare to loiter outside the city governor's estate at this time. What is Gu Fei and his disciple doing in there? All the forces had spies outside, paying attention to Gu Fei and his disciples' movements. However, the silence inside the city governor's estate made everyone feel that a storm was brewing. The atmosphere inside East Imperial Kingdom was very oppressive. Some cultivation families felt that the situation was not right and began to arrange for the rising stars of their families to leave East Imperial Kingdom. This was the preparation these cultivation families had made to ensure that their families would continue to exist. The members of the Dongfang family, especially, did not know what Gu Fei was planning. The Dongfang family disciples hiding in East Imperial Kingdom all felt very uneasy. Just as all the forces were observing and guessing, one evening a figure suddenly flew over from the distant sky and landed directly outside the gates of the city governor's estate. "Gu Fei, come out and die!" The incomer shouted into the city governor's estate, his voice spreading far and wide. The spies who were secretly spying on the city governor's estate were all shocked. Was this guy tired of living? He actually dared to challenge Gu Fei. One must know that even Dongfang Zun of the Dongfang family died in the hands of Gu Fei. Could this guy be even stronger than the city governor of East Imperial Kingdom? Dongfang Zun? It's him. Very quickly, someone recognized the middle-aged man. The person who dared to challenge Gu Fei was an expert from the Dongfang family named Dongfang Yifeng. Dongfang Yifeng's name was like thunder in the ears of the older generation of cultivators. One must know that this expert from the Dongfang family was qualified to compete for the position of master of the Dongfang family in the past. Such an existence was definitely a genius-level existence in that era. However, the current master of the Dongfang family was not Dongfang Yifeng, but the biggest dark horse of the past, Dongfang Chun. Back then, whether it was the Dongfang family or the people from other forces, no one was optimistic about Dongfang Chun. However, things were unpredictable. The person who was the most pessimistic back then had become the current master of the Dongfang family, and the person who was most likely to become the next master of the Dongfang family had become a tragic figure today. If it wasn't for the family's summons, Dongfang Yifeng wouldn't even be able to return to the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. He actually dared to challenge Gu Fei. Could it be that he thinks he's stronger than Dongfang Zun? Someone said in shock. One must know that the city governor of East Imperial Kingdom, Dongfang Zun, had already died in a battle at the hands of Gu Fei. Is he courting death? Someone was not optimistic about Dongfang Yifeng. However, no matter what, when the other important figures of the Dongfang family chose to endure, Dongfang Yifeng stood out and dared to challenge Gu Fei. Everyone could not help but admire Dongfang Yifeng's courage. Gu Fei, are you afraid to come out and fight? Dongfang Yifeng's voice was heard once again. This time, all the cultivators in East Imperial Kingdom heard his voice and were extremely shocked. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no response from the city governor. Neither Gu Fei nor Gu Zhong stepped out to accept the challenge. What's going on? Everyone who was observing the situation was surprised. One must know that Gu Fei and his disciple were extremely powerful. Those who dared to challenge them all ended up in a miserable state. It seems like Gu Fei is also a coward. Dongfang Yifeng said coldly outside the city governor's mansion. There was still no response from the city governor's mansion. It seemed like Gu Fei and his disciple did not want to pay any attention to Dongfang Yifeng. Ha! Since you're a coward, I'll beat your head out. As Dongfang Yifeng said that, he took a step forward and walked into the city governor's mansion. The moment Dongfang Yifeng's foot stepped through the door, Gu Zhong, who was sitting cross-legged outside Gu Fei's seclusion room in the depths of the city lord's mansion, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 streaks of light shot out from his eyes like lightning. He had originally wanted to ignore the guy outside. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to go out and meet this guy. Swoosh! Gu Zhong's figure disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the city governor's mansion and stared coldly at the middle-aged man who was walking in. Who are you? Are you here to die? Although Gu Zhong's voice was calm, it was filled with killing intent. To dare to enter the city governor's mansion, this guy was really bold. Humph, you guys are finally out. Who are you? Are you Gu Fei or Gu Zhong? Dongfang Yifeng stopped and stared coldly at Gu Zhong. An incomparably powerful battle intent erupted from his body. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, and his long hair danced in the wind. A dead man doesn't have the right to know who I am, Gu Zhong said. An incomparably powerful battle intent gushed out from his body. His entire being was like an unsheathed heavenly sword, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Is that so? A cold smile appeared on Dongfang Yifeng's face. Then he took a step forward and threw a punch at Gu Zhong. The powerful fist energy shook the heavens and earth, causing the void to tremble. Gu Zhong's eyes lit up. This Dongfang Yifeng actually dared to fight him in close combat. Didn't he know that he was a cultivator? At the same time, Gu Zhong also threw a punch at Dongfang Yifeng's fist. A layer of golden astral energy immediately appeared on his fist. Bang! The 2 fists collided with a muffled sound. 2 powerful forces collided with each other. A circle of transparent ripples spread from the point where the 2 fists collided. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was heard as the 2 figures quickly separated. Gu Zhong stared at Dongfang Yifeng in shock. To think that this guy's physical body was so powerful, it was really surprising. At this moment, Dongfang Yifeng was enduring the pain from his broken fingers. Blood was dripping from his right fist. Good fella, a cultivator's martial body is indeed as powerful as the legends say. Chapter 25:58. The war immortal physique was so powerful that it could go toe-to-toe with sacred items. Dongfang Yifeng had always been very proud of his war immortal physique. It was like a sacred item in human form, capable of unleashing great power with every move. Dongfang Yifeng activated the immortal energy in his body. The cracks on his right fist immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The martial saint of the Western Sorcerer Land is indeed quite capable. Again, Dongfang Yifeng's battle intent surged. It had been many years since he had met an opponent who could make his blood boil like this. In his eyes, Gu Zhong was not an enemy, but a rare opponent. As he spoke, he took a step forward and threw a punch at Gu Zhong with his right fist. There seemed to be divine flames dancing on his fist as flame-shaped runes appeared indistinctly. Gu Zhong could not help but feel surprised when he saw Dongfang Yifeng's punch. This guy imprinted immortal runes into his flesh and bones to refine his body. This method was very similar to the martial arts body tempering method. It should be noted that the martial arts body tempering method was to refine one's body like a sacred item. The sacred item's grade could be increased, and the body could be transformed to become even more powerful. Rumble. When Dongfang Yifeng threw his punch, the sound of wind and thunder came from his body. It was the sound of his qi and blood surging within his body. Gu Zhong's expression turned solemn. He also threw a punch. Golden runes appeared on his right fist, and a strange sound similar to thunder came from his body as well. Bam! The two fists collided again with a muffled sound. This time, there was no tremor in the air, nor was there any powerful shockwave. It was like a fight between ordinary people. However, both Gu Zhong and Dongfang Yifeng had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Their bodies emitted a divine light that resembled divine flames. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out once more. Cracks appeared on Dongfang Yifeng's fist, as if a delicate porcelain had been smashed apart. Soon, Dongfang Yifeng's entire fist was covered in cracks, and the cracks continued to spread to his forearm. Roar! Dongfang Yifeng let out a ferocious roar, and a ball of divine light burst out from his body. It was as if a divine sun had appeared on his body. Boundless fire elemental immortal energy burst out and surged towards his right arm. Traces of fiery light immediately seeped out from the cracks on his forearm. In the next moment, the cracks disappeared as if they had never been there. Humph! Gu Zhong could sense an incomparably powerful force coming from his opponent's fist. He had no choice but to shake his arm and release an even more powerful martial body. The martial Tao patterns that were imprinted in his muscles, bones, and flesh radiated with dazzling divine light, and the divine charm of the great Tao surged. When Dongfang Yifeng sensed an even more powerful force erupting from his opponent's fist, his expression finally changed. Dongfang Yifeng found it hard to believe. Could it be that the power of a martial body was limitless? Bang! At that moment, the right side of Gu Zhong's body shook violently, and an even more powerful force erupted, sending Dongfang Yifeng flying. The sound of bones breaking was heard from Dongfang Yifeng's right arm. Dongfang Yifeng felt as if his entire arm was about to explode, and all the bones in his arm had been shattered by the power that erupted from his opponent's fist. What a powerful physical body! At that moment, Dongfang Yifeng had no choice but to accept reality. His opponent's martial body was much stronger than the war immortal body that he had cultivated. In a contest of physical strength, he had lost. Boom! In the next moment, a ball of dazzling immortal divine light erupted from Dongfang Yifeng's body, and 9 flame-shaped Tao patterns appeared on his body. The laws of the great Tao were awakened, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from his right arm. The shattered bones were vibrating, and his arm was rapidly recovering. With a flash of immortal light, Dongfang Yifeng's right arm was completely restored. Use your true strength, or you won't have a chance anymore. Gu Zhong stared at Dongfang Yifeng, who was standing in the air opposite him. His gaze turned incomparably sharp, and his battle intent surged like a rainbow. His long hair fluttered without any wind, and a powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. This is your true strength. When Dongfang Yifeng saw Gu Zhong, who was like a god of war, his pupils involuntarily contracted. He was indescribably shocked. His opponent hadn't even used his full strength just now. Enough with the nonsense. As Gu Zhong spoke, he took a step forward, instantly pressing towards Dongfang Yifeng. The entire heavens and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, shaking violently. Kill! Dongfang Yifeng's battle intent was similarly shocking. With a roar, he waved both his hands, and a huge dragon immediately rushed out, pouncing towards Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was shocked. His opponent was using a famous divine technique of the immortal path called the dragon transformation technique. It was an extremely powerful technique that could transform into a true dragon to attack its enemies. The fire dragon only needed to pounce, but it immediately shattered a large area of the void. Divine flames spread out, burning half the sky red. What is that Dongfang Yifeng trying to do? The cultivators who were spectating near the city lord's residence were all shocked when they saw Dongfang Yifeng using the dragon transformation technique. They hurriedly retreated far away. Is this Dongfang Yifeng trying to destroy the city lord's residence? Someone exclaimed. The power of the true dragon, divine fire, was extremely terrifying. It was a type of divine fire of the great Tao, capable of burning everything in the world to ashes. Even saints would be destroyed in body and soul if they were burned. Heaven-covering palm. Facing Dongfang Yifeng's incomparably ferocious attack, Gu Zhong directly struck out with 5 heaven-covering palms. A huge golden palm instantly appeared between the heavens and earth, enveloping a part of the world and suppressing the fire dragon that was pouncing towards him. Rumble! The void trembled as the huge golden palm shook the heavens and earth, directly suppressing the raging fire dragon. As the huge palm descended, the true dragon that was emitting endless true dragon divine fire was instantly shattered into several pieces. The divine technique of the immortal Tao is only SOSO. Gu Zhong was incomparably domineering. Step by step, he ascended from the ground to the sky, pressing towards Dongfang Yifeng. With every step he took, his aura increased by a notch. At this time, Gu Zhong's heaven-covering palm had already destroyed the fire dragon and dissipated in the void. When Gu Zhong arrived in front of Dongfang Yifeng, his aura caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The void around him cracked into pitch-black spatial cracks, as if the entire world could not contain his powerful martial body. Your martial body has actually reached such a level. Dongfang Yifeng looked at Gu Zhong in shock. He could not believe that a person's physical body could actually reach such a terrifying level. Gu Zhong's display of strength caused Dongfang Yifeng to be shocked. Even if the immortal Tao battle body was cultivated to the extreme, it would not be able to reach this level. You're only going to die by coming here. Gu Zhong looked at Dongfang Yifeng and said, he was very confident that even an ancient saint like Dongfang Yifeng would not be a match for him. So, what if it was an ancient saint? In the face of absolute power, they would still die. Is that so? Dongfang Yifeng's voice was cold. He was still fearless because he had already prepared for the worst before coming here. The fact that Gu Fei and his disciple were able to defeat Dongfang Zun was enough to prove how strong they were. Dongfang Zun was also an ancient saint. Moreover, he had achieved his Tao much earlier than Dongfang Yifeng. There were only a few saints in the entire Eastern world. Dongfang Zun's death was definitely a great loss to the Dongfang family. And now, if Dongfang Yifeng were to die as well, the Dongfang family would not have many saints left. When the power of heaven's wrath was still present, The intimidation effect of a saint wasn't too obvious. Once the power of heaven's wrath disappeared, the saints would regain their cultivation base. At that time, the intimidation effect of a saint would be revealed. Swish! All of a sudden, a Tao diagram flew out from Dongfang Yifeng's body. It was a heaven-shaking diagram, with an endless amount of power of the immortal Tao gushing out, displaying a terrifying might capable of suppressing the heavens. The moment the Tao diagram appeared, Gu Zhong felt his body sink. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on him. Gu Zhong was shocked. This Tao diagram was extraordinary. It actually emitted a heaven-suppressing force similar to the one emitted by the mountain and river cauldron. Ha! It's still uncertain who will be the one to kill who. Dongfang Yifeng laughed. Since he dared to come here, he must have prepared for everything. This Tao diagram was an ancestral weapon of the Dongfang family. Open for me. Gu Zhong furiously roared as power erupted from his body, forcefully pushing away the suffocating pressure that was pressing down on him. After that, he sent a punch rumbling upwards. Boom! A loud bang rang out. Gu Zhong's punch directly landed on the Tao diagram. BZZ, the Tao diagram trembled and produced a supreme devouring force. In an instant, Gu Zhong was sucked into the sky-shaking Tao diagram. This caused Gu Zhong to be shocked. Gu Zhong felt the world spinning around him. In the next instant, he discovered that he had entered an unfamiliar place. There were mountains and forests around him, but the sky was gray. This place is... Gu Zhong was incomparably shocked. He finally understood that he had been sucked into the world within the Tao diagram. A world was nurtured within the Tao diagram. This was something Gu Zhong had never imagined. Therefore, Gu Zhong fell for it, and was sucked into the world within the Tao diagram. Ha! After I kill you, I'll go find your master. Dongfang Yifeng's voice came from all directions. No one could pinpoint his exact location. What a joke! You think you can kill me with such a method? Chapter 25:59. Dongfang Yifeng wasn't Gu Zhong's opponent, so he could only use his final trump card. He used the sky-shaking Tao diagram to trap Gu Zhong within it. He wanted to use the Tao diagram's power to obliterate Gu Zhong. This time, when Dongfang Yifeng left the Dongfang family's ancestral land, he brought along the sky-shaking Tao diagram of the Dongfang family. This was an incomparably powerful Tao treasure left behind by one of the Dongfang family's ancestors. Rumble. At this time, Dongfang Yifeng used all his strength to activate the sky-shaking Tao diagram. The cage of heaven and earth that was formed from the sky-shaking Tao diagram immediately shook. A destructive force appeared in this part of the world and rushed towards Gu Zhong. This destructive force was extremely powerful. The void was collapsing and chaotic qi seeped out from the cracks in the void. Gu Zhong was standing on top of a mountain. He raised his head and saw the dense spatial cracks in the sky. His heart couldn't help but tremble. He felt threatened. Buzz. An extremely powerful force descended from the sky, causing the void to tremble. Ripples spread out from the sky like transparent water waves. Bang! The mountain below Gu Zhong's feet suddenly collapsed. His entire body was instantly locked down by a force and floated in the void. He was inside the sky-shaking Tao diagram and couldn't avoid it at all. The powerful force coming from all directions made it hard for him to breathe. The bones in his body emitted cracking sounds. What a powerful suppressive force. Gu Zhong felt as if his body was being crushed by an ancient divine mountain. If it wasn't for his powerful martial body, an ordinary saint would have long been crushed. Humph! Gu Zhong's gaze turned sharp. He directly sat down in the void and activated his mysterious art. A layer of golden light immediately appeared from his body. 9 Tao patterns appeared faintly within the golden light. He directly activated the power of the Grand Tao. While sealing his body, he also blocked the power of the sky-shaking Tao diagram. Outside the heaven-shaking Tao diagram, Dongfang Yifeng, who was sitting cross-legged in the air above the Tao diagram, was incomparably shocked. Even the heaven-shaking Tao diagram was unable to kill this fellow. Dongfang Yifeng's entire body shimmered with a divine immortal light. He waved his hands, sending runes after runes onto the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. He wanted to unleash the full power of this ancient Tao diagram. However, with Dongfang Yifeng's cultivation, it was difficult for him to fully unleash the might of the ancient Tao diagram. Buzz. Just as Dongfang Yifeng was activating the ancient Tao diagram with all of his strength, the world within the Tao diagram began to tremble and then collapse. The heavens fell and the earth cracked apart as vast chaotic energy surged outwards. Within this ancient Tao diagram, the heavens and earth returned to chaos, displaying an extremely terrifying might. Guzhong was immediately submerged in chaos energy. Amidst the chaotic aura, an indestructible golden body floated up and down. 9 golden runes emitted an indestructible divine light and sealed the golden body. No matter how turbulent and mighty the chaotic aura outside was, it was still unable to destroy this golden body. Guzhong was trapped. Although his life wasn't in danger, he was trapped within the primal chaos. It wouldn't be an easy task for him to escape. Very well, I'll slowly exhaust you to death. Outside the heaven-shaking Tao diagram, Dongfang Yifeng's expression turned incomparably solemn when he sensed the changes within the Tao diagram. His opponent was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The Tao diagram trembled as runes intertwined on its surface, emitting an incomparably powerful aura. Essence energy from all directions was drawn over and entered the Tao diagram. The might of the Tao diagram grew even more powerful. At this moment, everyone who was watching the battle from afar was stunned. No one would have thought that this would be the result. Dongfang Yifeng had actually brought a supreme treasure from the Dongfang family with him. At the most crucial moment, he had summoned this treasure and sucked Guzhong into it. To the cultivation families of the Eastern Imperial Kingdom, this supreme treasure wasn't some sort of secret treasure. The Tao diagram that had sucked Guzhong into it emitted a terrifying might that could suppress the entire world. He actually brought this ancestral treasure out from the ancestral land. There were disciples of the Dongfang family hiding in the Eastern Imperial Kingdom. When they saw the scene in the sky above the city lord's palace, they were all extremely shocked. Hurry up and send this news back to the ancestral land. This Dongfang Yifeng is far too audacious. A disciple of the Dongfang family said. Dongfang Yifeng's relationship with the Dongfang family wasn't that great. Many disciples of the Dongfang family were very dissatisfied with his unruly behavior. Soon, the news was sent back to the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. That guy actually, the higher-ups of the Dongfang family, were all enraged. One should know that the ancestral Tao diagram was extremely important and could not be lost. If they lost the Tao diagram, the consequences would be unimaginable. He's truly out of control. This Dongfang Yifeng simply doesn't put the rules of our family in his eyes. A higher-up of the Dongfang family said angrily, "This time, he's really gone too far." Someone nodded and said, "But he still sucked Guzhong into the heaven-shaking Tao diagram." At the top of the great hall, a young man suddenly spoke up. Even though he had a youthful appearance, everyone who could appear in the great hall of the Dongfang family was a very important person in the Dongfang family. This young man was actually an old antique. Although he wasn't an ancient saint, he wasn't far from it. Some people could cultivate their entire lives and still not necessarily become a saint. However, there were also people who could become a saint after cultivating for a short period of time. Whether one could become a saint or not was actually restricted by many factors. This was related to one's encounters during one's growth. So what if he can kill Guzhong? You should know that the one behind Guzhong is the real person we need to deal with. Someone said, unhappily. All right, there's no need to say any more. Since it's already happened, let's just wait and see. Dongfang Chen, who was sitting on the throne in the main hall, spoke. He swept his gaze over everyone in the main hall with a terrifyingly gloomy expression. Patriarch, how can we just wait and see? The young man said with some surprise. He couldn't accept Dongfang Chen's decision, since Dongfang Yifeng had already suppressed Guzhong in the heaven-shaking Dao diagram. They should be helping Dongfang Yifeng. Could it be that you want to help that madman? A white-haired, middle-aged man said coldly to the young man, Yes, I want to help him. So what? The young man looked at the middle-aged man and said expressionlessly, If you want to go, then go by yourself. Another person stood up. You guys, Chapter 2560. Dongfang Xian was a sage-to-be from the Dongfang clan. This sage-to-be wasn't an ordinary one, but an ancient sage-to-be. In ancient times, he had already reached the sage-to-be realm. However, after countless years, he was still a sage-to-be, unable to take that final step. Even when the chaotic world appeared, he couldn't trigger a saint's heavenly tribulation in the chaotic world and become a saint. Although he wasn't a saint, Dongfang Xian's status in the Dongfang clan wasn't low. He was an elder of the Dongfang clan. Dongfang Xian and Dongfang Yifeng had a good relationship. In fact, Dongfang Xian and Dongfang Yifeng were cousins. In the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Xian was the only person Dongfang Yifeng had a say in. When he found out that Dongfang Yifeng had sucked Guzhong into the sky-shaking Dao diagram, Dongfang Xian felt uneasy. He felt that things weren't that simple. However, the elders of the Dongfang clan weren't happy with Dongfang Yifeng and wouldn't help him. Dongfang Xian could only go to the Eastern Imperial City by himself. Rumble. At this moment, inside the sky-shaking Dao diagram, the primordial chaos was vast and mighty. It was as if a chaotic world was being nurtured. The power of destruction was wreaking havoc. Nothing could be preserved. In this chaotic world, a golden figure sat cross-legged in the void, floating in the primordial chi. 9 golden Dao runes appeared on this figure and branded themselves on his body, emitting an immortal aura of the great Dao. No matter how turbulent the primordial chi outside was, it couldn't shake this figure. This person was Guzhong. His eyes were closed, and golden light flowed all over his body. A powerful aura spread from his body, like a sleeping golden god of war, giving people a great sense of oppression. This guy, after sensing the situation within the sky-shaking Dao diagram, Dongfang Yifeng was shocked to the extreme. This Guzhong was truly strong. At the very least, he was much stronger than an ordinary saint. He was actually able to last until now, without being destroyed by the sky-shaking Dao diagram. Rumble, Guzhong suddenly opened his eyes. He stretched out his right hand, and a divine spear immediately appeared in his hand. Thunderous sounds came from the divine spear in his hand. On the body of the divine spear, streaks of lightning could be seen. Dao runes in the shape of lightning appeared inside the spear, emitting the aura of the great Dao. Humph! Guzhong stood up from the void. He held the divine spear in his hand and stabbed upwards. A dazzling bolt of lightning shot out from the divine spear and shattered the void. However, this incomparably sharp attack was unable to truly break through the primal chaos void that had appeared within the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. Yes, Gu Zhong was shocked to see that his saint artifact was unable to break through the void. It had to be known that this divine spear had a great origin. It was a great saint artifact. Boom! Gu Zhong activated the divine spear with all his might. A thunderclap rang out, and the divine spear in his hand turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning. It was as though the strongest lightning Tao pattern in the world was being released in his hand. Shua! The lightning instantly tore through the primal chaos void and directly rushed out from the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. It almost pierced through Dongfang Yifeng, who was sitting cross-legged above the Tao diagram. What? Dongfang Yifeng was shocked. He had never imagined that his opponent would be able to pierce through the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. How is this possible? Dongfang Yifeng was in disbelief. One must know that this Tao diagram was a Tao treasure left behind by the Dongfang family's ancestor. It was an ancestral item of the Dongfang family. Once the Tao diagram appeared, it would seal the entire world. Even a saint would be able to kill it. However, at this moment, not only did Gu Zhong not die, he even broke through the seal of the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. He used an incomparably powerful force to pierce through the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. The heaven-shaking Tao diagram trembled. The crack that was created by the bolt of lightning was repairing itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Gu Zhong would not miss this opportunity to escape. He soared into the sky and transformed into a ray of golden light. He charged out from the crack on the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. Rumble, blinding bolts of lightning bloomed from his right hand. The powerful lightning energy wreaked havoc. Every single bolt of lightning pierced through the void. This is Dongfang Yifeng, who had retreated a long time ago, could not help but be shocked when he saw this. He could feel a powerful lightning energy erupting from Gu Zhong's hand. Retract! Dongfang Yifeng roared and activated the heaven-shaking Tao diagram with all his strength. Countless Tao runes emerged from the Tao diagram and rushed towards Gu Zhong. He wanted to swallow Gu Zhong back into the Tao diagram. However, after Gu Zhong suffered a loss once, he would not fall into the same pit again. He used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the fastest speed in the world. He instantly dodged the attack. "Eat my spear." Gu Zhong roared and directly threw out the bolt of lightning in his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the lightning in Gu Zhong's hand blossomed. The extremely powerful lightning energy suddenly exploded. It was like a heavenly punishment was descending, and it bombarded towards Dongfang Yifeng. At the moment when Gu Zhong threw out the lightning, Dongfang Yifeng felt a great danger enveloping him. The Thunder God spear in Gu Zhong's hand was a great saint weapon that could tear apart the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. If Dongfang Yifeng was hit by the Thunder God spear, even if he had the war immortal physique, he would still be killed. However, the speed of the lightning was extremely fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Dongfang Yifeng. He did not even have the time to dodge, and was immediately frightened out of his wits. Just when Dongfang Yifeng thought that he was about to be killed by his opponent, a divine shield suddenly appeared in front of him without any warning and protected him within it. Boom! The powerful lightning struck the divine shield, and cracks immediately appeared on it. It seemed as if the shield would shatter at any time. "Let's go." A voice came from behind Dongfang Yifeng. Then Dongfang Yifeng felt his waist tighten, and his entire body was pulled away. The person who came smashed out a formation platform and jumped onto it with Dongfang Yifeng. Buzz! A divine light appeared on the formation platform, and the person who came in Dongfang Yifeng were directly teleported out of this dangerous place. Preposterous! Seeing that Dongfang Yifeng was rescued by a young man, Gu Zhong could not help but be furious. That young man was definitely an expert from the Dongfang family. Chapter 2561. This is preposterous. Gu Zhong was both shocked and angered at the sight of a young man begging Dongfang Yifeng to leave. Just who was this guy? It was impossible for Gu Zhong to continue his pursuit because the formation platform that the two had used to escape had exploded. The formation inscriptions on the platform had all collapsed. He did not have the ability to reconstruct the teleportation formation inscriptions and continue his pursuit. Humph, if he dares to come again, I'll kill him. Gu Zhong gripped the Thunder God's spear tightly as his eyes flashed like lightning. He scanned his surroundings. Everyone watching from afar was shocked and did not dare to look at him directly. At this moment, the sky-shaking Dao pattern floated in the air and did not fly away. Gu Zhong stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the Dao diagram in his hand. Then he put it away. Although the heaven-shaking Dao diagram had a hole torn open by the lightning god's spear, this Dao diagram had the ability to repair itself. In the future, this Dao diagram would repair itself and become perfect again. Even Dongfang Yifeng is no match for him. It seems that no one in the Dongfang family can defeat Gu Fei and his disciple. In the Eastern Imperial City, the cultivator clans were in despair. The Dongfang family wanted to take back the Eastern Imperial City from the hands of Gu Fei and his disciple, but it was not going to be an easy task. Of course, some people did not think this way. One should know that the Dongfang family's foundation was incomparably deep. The fact that they were able to survive in the Eastern Realm for so many years was enough to prove their strength. If the Dongfang family wanted to defeat Gu Fei and his disciple, their only chance was to use the Dongfang family's ancestral weapon. At this moment, Gu Zhong returned to the Eastern Imperial City's governor's palace and continued to guard outside Gu Fei's seclusion grounds. He then sat down cross-legged and placed the Thunder God's spear across his knees. He closed his eyes and retracted all of his aura. Like a statue, he remained motionless, and no one could sense his presence. However, the lightning-like divine spear on his knees emitted a terrifying aura of destruction, and lightning-shaped inscriptions could be faintly seen on the spear's body. After this battle, all the cultivators in the Eastern Imperial City once again witnessed Gu Zhong's strength. This Gu Zhong was simply an undefeatable god of war. Being the enemy of such an existence was definitely everyone's nightmare. At this moment, in Gu Fei's seclusion grounds, endless array patterns filled up every inch of the void around Gu Fei. As for what was happening outside, he had no idea at all. At this moment, even if the world outside were to collapse, Gu Fei would not be able to sense it because his mind was completely focused on how to reverse the ancient teleportation formation. It was easier said than done to reverse the ancient teleportation formation. At this moment, Gu Fei had only successfully set up the ancient teleportation formation that could transport him back to the Tunglong continent. Successfully setting up this ancient teleportation formation was only the first step towards success. If he couldn't set up this ancient teleportation formation again, then everything would just be a pipe dream. While Gu Fei was deducing the ancient teleportation formation, He Tian, who had successfully escaped from the heaven realm to the human realm, was still wandering in the endless star field. The star field was boundless. Even an existence like He Tian was like a grain of sand in the Ganges River in the star field. He seemed insignificant. Damn it, when will I be able to return to the ancestral star of the soaring dragon? He Tian continuously complained. He decided on a direction and continued to teleport forward, traversing through the endless starry regions. However, all the starry regions were the same. They were desolate, silent, and without a trace of life. Everything was cold and desolate. That's just as He Tian crossed a meteorite belt. He was shocked by the scene that suddenly appeared in front of him. Outside the meteorite belt, there were actually countless bricks and debris floating in the air. Broken stone pillars, shattered stone statues, and exploded palaces. All of these formed a ruin that stretched as far as the eye could see. What's going on? Erebus was extremely shocked. He found it hard to believe that he had come across such a wasteland in the boundless star field. A ruin left behind after a great war? Haitian was not in a hurry to enter the ruin. Instead, he observed carefully. He had always been cautious, which was why he could survive in the heaven realm until now. What's that? Suddenly, Erebus saw a figure disappear from the ruins. This made him wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He couldn't sense any signs of life at all. Buzz. With a thought from Haitian, the void around him vibrated. Runes rushed out of his body and disappeared into the void around him. He was a formation grandmaster. With just a thought, he set up an invisible formation around him, shrouding the void within a radius of 300 meters around him. After doing all that, Haitian walked into the ruin and disappeared. The atmosphere on the soaring dragon ancestral star became a little strange. As the power of heaven's wrath continued to weaken, some old antiques who had been enduring for countless years could no longer sit still. Strange auras came from some of the forbidden and dangerous places on the soaring dragon continent, as if terrifying existences were awakening from their slumber. At this moment, even ordinary cultivators knew that the power of heaven's wrath that had existed for countless years was about to disappear. Ordinary cultivators had no idea what it meant when the power of heaven's wrath disappeared. But to the old antiques, once the shackles that had been restraining them were removed, they would be able to move freely in the world again. They would no longer have to suffer like this. When the power of heaven's wrath disappears, it will be the death of Gu Fei and his disciple. In the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family, a figure stood on a mountain peak and looked into the depths of the sky. He then said these words, "Master." At this moment, a figure appeared on the mountain peak without a sound. "Is that guy dead yet?" Dongfang Chen's voice was emotionless. He was saved by Dongfang Xian. The person quickly said, "Dongfang Xian." Dongfang Chen muttered to himself. His eyes flickered with a bright light. No one knew what he was thinking, not even his confidants. A storm was brewing in the Tunlong continent, but the Divine Ocean was relatively peaceful, as the overseas factions were all under Gu Fei's control. Gu Fei and Yen lived a peaceful and simple life in the ancestral land of the Demon Clan on the Falling Star continent, one of the 3 continents of the God-Fallen Sea. The indestructible combat body had returned to the Tunlong continent, but Gu Fei's true form remained in the Falling Star continent. He was waiting for the indestructible combat body to open a path between the Falling Star continent and the Tunlong continent. When that time came, he would be able to return to the Tunlong continent with his subordinates. Perhaps he could even attack the ancestral ground of the Dongfang clan. Chapter 2562. A storm was brewing. The power of heaven's wrath was about to disappear. The world was about to change. All the major forces were preparing, especially the ancient desolate land forces. They knew many secrets of the world and had been preparing for this since a long time ago. At this moment, the fallen god ocean was relatively peaceful because the 3 continents were under Gu Fei's control. The 3 overseas Saint Venerables were all subdued by him. The overseas forces were not weaker than the ancient desolate land forces. Gu Fei's real body was waiting and his subordinates were ready. Once the time came, they would come to the Tunlong continent in their strongest form. At that time, the entire Tunlong continent would change. The overseas forces would have to establish a foothold here if they wanted to enter the Tunlong continent. This would affect the interests of many forces. Conflicts were unavoidable. Gu Fei's real body had already thought of everything. He would take the Dongfang clan's territory and uproot them. He would end this conflict with the destruction of the Dongfang clan. Although the wait wasn't long, it was enough to make everyone restless, especially Gu Fei's subordinates. They were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. They couldn't wait to charge into the Tunglong continent. Rumble. On this day, an ancient cauldron was floating in the ancestral land of the Demon Clan in the Starfall continent. Dark clouds of doom loomed over the ancestral land of the Demon Clan. Bolts of lightning struck down from the clouds and struck the ancient cauldron. Buzz. The ancient cauldron trembled under the bombardment of the tribulation lightning. Primordial chaos chi circled around the cauldron, emitting an ancient aura. This was the primordial chaos chi. It was the most mysterious and ancient chi in the 3 realms and 6 paths. According to legend, the world had evolved from this chi. One strand of this chi could suppress mountains and rivers. The primordial chaos chi stabilized a part of the sky. Extremely powerful tribulation lightning struck down from the sky and struck the cauldron of mountain and river. However, no matter how powerful the tribulation lightning was, it couldn't shatter the space where the cauldron of mountain and river was. Someone was undergoing tribulation in the cauldron of mountain and river. The powerful tribulation lightning shook the world. A crimson dragon was roaring in the cauldron of mountain and river. The dragon's roar shook the world inside. Roar. The crimson dragon opened its mouth and inhaled, actually swallowing the tribulation lightning that filled the sky into its stomach, and then directly refining it into its own essence energy to replenish the essence energy it had lost. If someone saw this scene, their eyeballs would definitely pop out. This was tribulation lightning. There was actually a creature that dared to directly swallow this type of destructive power into its body. However, the crimson dragon did it. Streaks of lightning circulated around the scarlet dragon's body, which was as huge as a mountain ridge. Not only did it devour the tribulation lightning, but it also used the tribulation lightning to temper its body. Such boldness was not something that all living beings possessed. The so-called saint-level heavenly tribulation doesn't seem all that impressive. The crimson dragon's fighting spirit soared. Runes appeared indistinctly all over his body. Those were streaks of dragon-shaped Tao patterns. The power of the true dragon bloodline in his body had already completely awakened. The great Tao went from complex to simple. The countless runes on the crimson dragon's body were constantly changing. The seemingly endless runes gradually decreased until only 9 blurry dragon-shaped runes were left. This was the sign of becoming a saint. The crimson dragon was attacking the saint level. He was finally going to take that step. He was going to become a holy dragon and soar into the heavens. Rumble, the most powerful tribulation, lightning became stronger and stronger, as if it wanted to completely shatter the world inside the cauldron of mountain and river. When the tribulation lightning struck down, a pitch-black spatial crack would be left in the void. The crimson dragon bathed in the lightning. He enjoyed the feeling of the tribulation lightning tempering his body. This level of tribulation lightning could not harm him at all. A divine aura began to appear on the crimson dragon's body. At the same time, a faint sound of thunder came from the depths of the sky. Although the sound was soft, it made the crimson dragon shudder. Is it finally coming? The crimson dragon found it difficult to remain calm. This was a sign that the power of heaven's wrath was about to descend. The moment he became a saint, he would be killed by the power of heaven's wrath. Of course, this was the consequence of undergoing the tribulation outside the cauldron of mountain and river. Inside the cauldron of mountain and river, even the power of heaven's wrath could not enter and wreak havoc inside. Even though he knew this, The Crimson Dragon was still extremely nervous. He looked into the depths of the sky, and his aura was raised to the extreme. The entire void seemed like it was about to shatter. However, although the power of heaven's wrath had descended, it was blocked outside by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. It could not enter the world inside the cauldron of mountain and river. The Crimson Dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have suffered a tragedy. At this time, all the cultivators in the ancestral grounds of the demonic race were watching from afar. The commotion caused by the Crimson Dragon's tribulation was not small. Almost all the reputable people in the Endless Sea region had come. As Gu Fei's disciple, the Crimson Dragon actually had the cultivation and strength to break through to the saint level a long time ago. However, he had been suppressing his cultivation and did not trigger the tribulation. The Crimson Dragon's foundation of the Great Path was very sturdy, and his physical body was extremely powerful, which was why he seemed so relaxed when undergoing the tribulation. However, the 9 stages of the tribulation were not that easy to make it through. In the following period of time, the Crimson Dragon was finally injured. The power of the tribulation had almost obliterated his soul, turning him into a soulless walking corpse. However, he made it through. The 9 patterns gradually became clear. The divine aura was vast, and every rune was releasing an endless aura of the Great Path. Boom! After some time, a loud rumble was heard. The Crimson Dragon's entire body seemed like it was about to burn. The fiery dragon-shaped patterns finally took shape, and true divine aura appeared in the world. The cultivators who were watching Gu Zhong's tribulation from afar all looked at the cauldron of mountain and river in shock. A dragon's roar was heard from the cauldron of mountain and river, reverberating in the world. He actually succeeded. Someone said something like that. The Crimson Dragon had succeeded. The tribulation clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, but the power of heaven's wrath that was descending from the depths of the sky remained and did not retreat. The Crimson Dragon then used the 9 patterns to suppress his cultivation of the saint level. As such, the power of heaven's wrath immediately lost its target and retreated. The Crimson Dragon charged out of the cauldron of mountain and river. At this time, he had already become a holy dragon, and his entire body was surrounded by the aura of the Great Path. Roar! The Crimson Dragon roared at the sky. The huge dragon's body was changing, and a figure appeared in the world. It was a middle-aged man surrounded by flames. The middle-aged man's appearance was changing rapidly. He began to become younger. Eventually, a handsome young man with long crimson hair appeared. Chapter 2563. Red Dragon became a martial sage. He was the second disciple of Gu Fei to become a martial sage. After becoming a martial sage, Red Dragon's aura was obviously different. His sharp aura had been completely retracted. This was a phenomenon of returning to one's natural state. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, brother. The group of powerful beings who were watching the Scarlet Dragon's tribulation from afar rushed over and congratulated the Scarlet Dragon. One must know that a saint dragon was definitely stronger than any ordinary saint. This was the advantage of a race. Of course, this advantage was non-existent in front of Gu Fei. Even Khanate life forms were not as strong as Gu Fei, let alone the dragon tribe. At this time, Red Dragon knelt in the direction of Gu Fei. After bowing, he accepted the congratulations from the crowd. Gu Fei did not come out. He lived in seclusion in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the demon race. It was difficult for outsiders to see him. Even if someone came to visit, he would not meet them. You didn't make the wrong choice as a disciple. In a pavilion in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the demon race, a fairy in white smiled and said to a young man in black. There was a saucer in front of them. A faint fragrance of tea lingered in the pavilion. There was a teacup in front of them that had steam wafting from it. Those with poor temperament and conduct are not worthy of being my disciples. Gu Fei picked up the cup in front of him, took a sip, and said, Both of your disciples have become martial sages. Yao Yue's cultivation is a little weaker, but she will definitely become a martial sage. I wonder who will become a martial sage first, Yao Yue or our baby. Yenner said. She yearned for such a peaceful life, but she also knew that such a peaceful life would not last long. At her level of cultivation, she could naturally sense the subtle changes in the world, a great change that would sweep across the 3 realms, and 6 Dao was about to happen. No cultivator could avoid being swept into it. Linger has our bloodline. Maybe she will become a martial sage before Yao Yue does. Gu Fei said. Yenner nodded and stopped talking. She slowly sipped her tea. At this time, the ancestral land of the demon clan was very lively. Lanterns and streamers were hung everywhere. All the powerful clans of the Falling Stars continent had sent messengers to congratulate them. A crimson dragon becoming a sage was no small feat in the following 3 days. The people of the Clear Moon continent and the Purple Sun continent came too. No one dared to be negligent when Gu Fei's disciple became a martial sacred. The unaging demon child, the South Heaven hierarch, and the Purple Sun heavenly monarch all came. This was especially so for the unold demon child and the others. They used the Crimson Dragon's ascension as an opportunity to congratulate and pay their respects to the Crimson Dragon's master, Gu Fei. Since the 3 holy venerates came, Gu Fei had to meet them, the unold demon child, and the others entered the depths of the demon race's ancestral ground. Several hours later, they came out with grave expressions. After congratulating the Crimson Dragon, the unold demon child, and the other 2 saint venerables directly left. The Purple Sun heavenly monarch naturally returned to the Purple Sun continent. The South Heaven hierarch was still the ruler of the Clear Moon continent, overseeing it. The unold demon child, on the other hand, had become a loner and had been wandering around for years. The change is not far away. Before the unold demon child left the demon race's ancestral ground, he turned around and took a look at the demon race's ancestral ground before drifting away. At this time, all the sages in the 3 realms and 6 Daos had a premonition that the change was not far away. Some of the old antiques, who had lived for countless years, naturally knew this saying. The change of the world was about to happen, but no one knew what would happen when the time came. While the Crimson Dragon was becoming a martial sacred, in the East Imperial City of the Tunglong continent, Guzhong was like a stone statue guarding outside the place where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. Over the past few days, more and more spies from various forces had gathered outside the East Imperial City. These forces were not only from the East Imperial City, but there were also forces from outside the East Imperial City, especially the people from the archaic Dao sect. Ever since the great Heaven Saint Emperor had been defeated, the spies from the archaic Dao sect had set their eyes on the East Imperial City's City Lord office. They were paying close attention to the movements of Gu Fei and his disciple in the City Lord office. The great Heaven Saint Emperor was a big shot in the archaic Dao sect. His great-great-grandson had been killed by Gu Zhong. Such a great hatred naturally had to be avenged. However, even the powerful archaic Dao sect was afraid of Gu Fei and his disciple. They did not dare to attack them recklessly. The people from the Dongfang family were observing the situation quietly. They did not send any experts to cause trouble for Gu Fei and his disciple. After Dongfang Yifeng had been defeated, the people from the Dongfang family did not dare to appear again. No one wanted to die. The family leader of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Chen, knew very well that it was definitely not an easy task to get rid of Gu Fei and his disciple. At this time, he could not use the ancestral weapon. Furthermore, Gu Fei had a supreme saint weapon. Even if he used the ancestral weapon, no one knew if he could kill Gu Fei and his disciple. Dongfang Chen could not take the risk. The Dongfang family's ancestral weapon could not be lost. This was because an old antique of the Dongfang family, who had been asleep for countless years, was about to awaken. Once the old ancestor awakened from his slumber, no matter how strong the ultimate martial body was, no one would be a match for the old ancestor. Gu Fei's real body was waiting on the falling star continent, and the Dongfang family was also waiting. Rumble. At this time, there was a rumbling sound in the place where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. In his secret room, countless runes filled every inch of the void. These runes all emitted an immortal light of the way. They constantly intertwined and recombined, evolving into a vast number of formation runes. Even Gu Fei felt extremely strained. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was surrounded by golden divine light. 9 dazzling golden runes of the way appeared on his body and branded themselves onto his body. Boom! At this time, there was a muffled sound like thunder. A corner of the formation runes that Gu Fei was controlling suddenly collapsed, and the runes dissipated into the void. Gu Fei's body swayed, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Failed again. Gu Fei reached out and wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were still extremely determined. Reversing the ancient teleportation formation required too much effort and energy. It made him feel physically and mentally exhausted. He continued to evolve the formation runes. Soon, the collapsed corner of the formation reappeared and protected the formation. At this time, Array Grandmaster He Tian entered a ruin in the starry sky. This was the ruins of the Archean battlefield. Of course, the battle there was extremely intense, and everything was destroyed. In the dark and cold void, there were countless fragments floating. Among them, there were fragments of weapons and magic treasures that had long lost their divinity. One could even see dried corpses in these ruins. Countless years had passed, and the corpses did not melt. This was enough to show how powerful and terrifying these corpses were when they were alive. However, they had fallen here. As He Tian walked, he could not help but be shocked to the extreme. This Archean battlefield was not simple. He could even feel the terrifying aura of destruction coming from several places in the depths of the ruins. It was not the aura of living beings. It was not even the aura that could be produced by living beings. It was the power of the formation. In this battlefield, there were half-destroyed killing formations that were still in operation. If one was careless and entered these killing formations, they would be in big trouble. Of course, He Tian was a Array Grandmaster. These terrifying remnant formations might be a great threat to others, but they were nothing to him. What is that? At this time, He Tian suddenly saw a black shadow flash across the ruins on the right. When he wanted to see it clearly, the mysterious figure had already disappeared. He Tian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He still could not sense any life aura, not even the unique death aura of the undead. What is that? It can't be the legendary undying evil intent, right? Thinking of this, He Tian couldn't help but shiver. This kind of existence was the most terrifying thing in the world. In the past, the palace of deities on the moon deities became a famous ominous land in the heavenly realm because of this evil intent. He Tian couldn't help but speed up. He did not know if it was a blessing or a curse to enter these ruins. His figure disappeared into the depths of the ruins as he crossed over. The ancient crepe myrtle star was one of the 5 ancestral stars of the human realm. According to legend, an invincible sovereign once appeared on this ancient star in the distant past. Supreme crepe myrtle was definitely one of the most outstanding sovereigns since ancient times. In a mountain range to the south of the ancestral crepe myrtle star, a great battle was taking place. Violet chi spread for 30,000 miles. It was a battle between a godlike young man and another young man. Ji Chongkong, when are you waiting for your death? A purple-haired young man shouted. His voice reverberated in the mountains and spread far away. Purple patterns of the way rushed out from the young man's body, faintly discernible in the void, emanating a powerful aura of the great path. Haha, Ji Xiang, you want to kill me? Are you qualified? Said Ji Chongkong with a laugh. Bzzz. As he spoke, he waved his hands. Purple blades of light rushed out of his hands and slashed towards the purple-haired young man. Every purple blade of light contained a purple Tao rune. These were blades of light formed from the power of the great Tao. They could cut through the void. You said, I'm not qualified to kill you. The young man named Ji Xiang was instantly enraged. He was a genius of the Ji clan and had always been arrogant. He believed that he was not weaker than others. His entire body was glowing as if he had turned into a purple sun. The blades of light of the great Tao that slashed down actually dissipated in the void under the illumination of the purple divine. Sunday, you do have some ability. Chapter 2564. Ji Chongkong was incomparably powerful. He unleashed a great technique, wanting to devour the divine sun that Ji Xiang had transformed into. Rumble, the entire world was shaking. The aura of the great Tao was vast and mighty. The entire mountain range seemed like it was going to collapse. Cracks appeared on the mountain range, and countless rocks rolled down from the mountains. All the living beings in the region were terrified. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Boom! With a loud sound, the purple sun in the sky suddenly exploded. The destructive power shook the heavens and the earth, creating a huge hole in the sky. Chaotic chi lingered in the hole. At the same time, a figure vomited blood and retreated. He directly rushed into the hole and disappeared into the chaotic void. Humph! A cold snort was heard. An incomparably huge whirlpool appeared in the sky, devouring all the destructive power that was spreading in all directions. After that, a figure appeared in the sky. This person was Ji Chongkong. He had forced Ji Xiang to flee. He and Ji Xiang were both from the Ji clan. His status was 1 generation higher than Ji Xiang's. However, Ji Xiang was the current clan leader's man. Ever since he knew that Ji Chongkong was still alive, the clan leader of the Ji clan kept sending his trusted subordinates to get rid of Ji Chongkong. However, Ji Chongkong was no longer the Ji Chongkong of the past. Ji Chongkong's cultivation kept increasing while he was dealing with the clan leader's trusted subordinates. It's time to go somewhere and try my luck. Ji Chongkong stood in the void. Purple chi surged from his body. 9 purple Tao runes appeared on his body, emitting the aura of the great Tao. Swoosh! Ji Chongkong's figure disappeared in the void. Not long after Ji Chongkong left, a few incomparably powerful auras rushed over from afar. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair and a dragon headstaff in his hand. Where is the traitor? An aged voice resounded and spread far. The dragon head staff in the old man's hand had faint Tao runes on it. It was a powerful divine tool. Did Xiang lose? Behind the old man, a green-clothed middle-aged man looked at the destroyed mountain range and said in shock, "That traitor is actually so powerful." Another gray-clothed middle-aged man said in disbelief, "Preposterous." The old man was shocked and angry at the same time. Then he directly executed a great technique and replayed the battle between Ji Chongkong and Ji Ziang. The scenes of the battle replayed. The final scene was of Ji Chongkong leaving. Ziyang really lost to that traitor. The two middle-aged men were a little dumbfounded. One should know that Ji Ziang was a publicly recognized genius in the Ji clan. His cultivation was extremely powerful, and even some of the older generation experts were not his match. That traitor should have gone there. The gray-robed, middle-aged man suddenly said, "Does he want to undergo tribulation?" The green-clothed, middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at the gray-clothed, middle-aged man and said in shock, "Even if that traitor escapes to the ends of the earth, I will still kill him." After saying that, the old man left with the two middle-aged men and headed towards that place. While Ji Chongkong was causing huge waves on the Myrtle ancestral star, He Tian was still traversing through the ruins, floating in the starry sky. He suddenly realized that there was a huge bronze warship floating in front of him. The huge warship was thousands of meters long and looked like a small mountain. It was floating towards him. There was a huge hole on the body of the bronze warship. It was the imprint of a hand. The warship had been pierced by a palm. The person who did it was definitely a peerless expert. It should be known that ordinary people could not destroy a bronze warship of this level. This kind of warship was a terrifying battle tool that only a few superfactions could possess. He Tian was very careful. He was not in a hurry to board the warship. Instead, he carefully observed the warship from the outside. There was no aura of life in the warship. Looking through the palm-shaped hole, he could see some corpses floating inside. Buzz. The void around He Tian was vibrating. Formation runes were faintly discernible. The formation runes enveloped the void of 100 meters around him. Anything that entered the range of his formation would be instantly detected by him. After hesitating for a while, He Tian decided to board the warship. It should be known that there was a teleportation formation on a warship of this level. As long as he found the teleportation formation, he would be able to return to the ancestral star. This was the reason why He Tian took the risk to enter the unknown ruins. He wanted to find the teleportation formation or something else that could help him return to the ancestral star. There were only 5 ancestral stars in the entire human realm. Moreover, these 5 ancestral stars were scattered across the boundless star region. It was almost impossible to find one ancestral star after losing one's way. As the formation runes shrouded the warship, all the movements in the warship appeared in He Tian's mind. There were many corpses floating in the warship. It was obvious that the peerless expert who attacked the bronze warship had killed all the cultivators on the warship with a single palm strike. Even Erebus, who had already become a saint, felt his heart palpitate at this level of battle prowess. It must be known that he could tell from the formation patterns on this warship that this was a saint-grade warship. The person who could break a saint-class warship with a single palm strike was at least a saint ruler, saint emperor, or even a saint venerable. Just as Erebus had expected, he found a formation platform in the middle of the ancient battleship. However, the formation platform had already collapsed, but the runes on it had not been destroyed. If it was someone else, they would not be able to use the broken formation platform. However, who was He Tian? He was a formation grandmaster. To He Tian, repairing the formation platform was not a difficult task. After carefully observing the formation platform, He Tian began to repair it. He had collected a lot of divine materials, and this was the right time to use them. A few hours later, The cracked formation platform was repaired by He Tian. Rays of divine light flowed on the formation platform. After injecting spiritual qi into the formation platform, the runes on the inside of the formation platform immediately lit up. It's a formation platform that teleports to that place. Soon, He Tian was shocked. This formation platform was actually a formation platform built by a great sect from one of the 5 ancestral planets, the celestial Myrtle Star. What happened in the past? He Tian was very curious. A warship from the celestial Myrtle Star actually appeared here. Could it be that the great sect from the celestial Myrtle Star was fighting against other forces in the starry sky? Forget it. Who cares what happened in the past? I'll leave this damned place first. He Tian did not hesitate and immediately activated the formation platform. The moment he activated the array, he suddenly felt something approaching the ancient battleship at a rapid speed. This startled him. There was indeed something unknown hidden in the ruins. Whoosh! At this moment, the void above the formation platform suddenly trembled. He Tian's figure then disappeared from the formation platform. He had escaped right away. Roar! Just as my Tian was about to escape, a roar rang out from outside the ancient battleship. A huge figure appeared outside the ancient battleship. Boom! The huge black figure slammed down with its palm, and the entire ancient warship immediately collapsed. Even the ancient formation platform that He Tian repaired was shattered into millions of pieces. At the same time, in the depths of the celestial Myrtle Star, an ancient formation platform that had been sealed for countless years suddenly emitted waves of energy. Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, Eastern Domain, East Royal City, Gu Fei's seclusion ground. Rumble, powerful energy waves came from Gu Fei's seclusion ground. At this moment, runes began to revolve around Gu Fei's body, emitting an ancient and vicissitude aura. He had successfully reversed 1/3 of the ancient teleportation formation. However, to reverse the entire ancient teleportation formation was not something that could be done in a short period of time. At this moment, Gu Zhong, who was guarding outside Gu Fei's seclusion ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Why are there always flies coming to die? As he spoke, Gu Zhong stood up from the ground. He held the Thunder God's spear in his hand and took a step forward. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the city lord's estate. A chariot appeared out of nowhere in the sky above the city lord's estate. It was a chariot pulled by a flood dragon. There were 3 flood dragons in the Quasi-Saint realm. On the chariot stood a tall middle-aged man in purple immortal armor. Who the hell are you? Gu Zhong stared at the middle-aged man on the chariot and said indifferently, "Humph, how many years has it been since someone dared to speak to me like this?" The middle-aged man looked at Gu Zhong and said coldly, "Is that so?" Gu Zhong didn't mind. "What's the point of talking to someone like you? I'll just kill you and go back to comprehend my grand Tao." As the middle-aged man spoke, he immediately attacked Gu Zhong. With a wave of his right hand, the shadow of a dragon rushed out from his hand and pounced towards Gu Zhong. Roar! The image of the dragon instantly grew bigger. It raised its head and roared, causing the entire world to tremble. A supreme, true dragon's power burst out from the image of the dragon. True dragon force. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be shocked when he sensed this energy wave. To think that this fella would be able to unleash the true dragon force. Seems like this fella isn't a weakling. Kill! Gu Zhong waved the Thunder God spear in his hand. Like a long rod, he smashed it towards the huge dragon that was pouncing towards him. Powerful thunder and lightning power exploded on the divine spear. Bang! Chapter 25:65. The mysterious expert suddenly appeared in the East Imperial City and charged to the sky above the city lord's residence. Rumble, lightning energy wreaked havoc as Gu Zhong attacked. The thunder god spear in his hand turned into a dazzling lightning, instantly dissipating the true dragon energy unleashed by the mysterious expert. Roar. The roar of a dragon shook the sky. The dragon formed from the true dragon energy seemed to have a life of its own as it roared and dissipated in the sky, causing blood, flesh, and scales to splatter everywhere. Very good. Now it won't be so boring. The middle-aged expert on the chariot couldn't help but nod his head when he saw this. Gu Zhong was able to dissipate his attack and was worthy of him taking action. If Gu Zhong couldn't even withstand this attack of his, such an opponent couldn't even be considered an opponent. He could only be considered an ant that could be squashed to death. Who are you? Gu Zhong gripped the thunder god's spear and stared at the middle-aged expert on the chariot. His expression was incomparably solemn. This opponent was very strong. This person was able to pull his chariot with 3 quasi-saint dragons. One must know that quasi-saints were the strongest existences below the saint realm, especially when the power of heaven's wrath hadn't disappeared. Quasi-saints were the strongest existences. Since this middle-aged expert was able to pull his chariot with 3 dragons, his cultivation base must be incomparably strong. Who I am is not important. The middle-aged expert on the chariot looked at Gu Zhong and said, his eyes shone with a dazzling divine light, like 2 divine suns that were nurturing immortal runes. I don't think there's any grudge between us, Gu Zhong said as he tightened his grip on the thunder god's spear. Yes, there's no grudge. The middle-aged expert thought for a moment before replying. What? If there's no grudge between us, why did you come here to make me your enemy? Gu Zhong raged. There's no grudge, but there's karma. A junior asked me to help out once. Back then, I owed his ancestor a debt of gratitude. I can't do anything about it, the middle-aged expert said helplessly. Could it be those people from the Dongfang family? Gu Zhong's expression darkened. Hee, you guessed wrong. They're from the Dongfang family. Even if their patriarch came personally, he wouldn't be able to invite me. The middle-aged expert smiled and shook his head. It can't be Tianhong, right? Gu Zhong recalled the primordial Dao sect's ancient sage Tianhong, whom he had recently defeated. Other than the Dongfang family, only this primordial Dao sect's important figure wanted to deal with him. All right, it's hard to refuse a favor. Let's spar and go through the motions. As the middle-aged man on the chariot spoke, divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared faintly on his body. On his immortal armor, the shadows of incomparably powerful creatures appeared indistinctly. Gu Zhong was startled when he saw the image of the immortal armor on the middle-aged warrior. The countless beast phantoms eventually turned into 4 powerful phantoms. Roar. A huge dragon was roaring, emitting an extremely powerful aura of a true dragon. The 3 old dragons that were pulling the carriage immediately began to tremble in fear. True dragons were born to be a deterrent to flood dragons. Rumble, the void trembled. In front of the middle-aged cultivator, the phantom of a black tortoise appeared, and the entire world trembled under the pressure of this figure. It was as if this creature could crush the heavens and earth with a single flip. On the middle-aged warrior's right was a white tiger. A shocking, baleful aura emanated from this white tiger that was as large as a mountain. Roar. The might of the white tiger's roar was enough to shatter the entire heaven and earth. Su Chiman, even the chaos chi, was forced out of his body. Below the middle-aged warrior was a divine bird that emitted boundless divine flames. This divine bird was the undying divine bird of the south, the vermilion bird. 4 spirits of heaven and earth. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be moved. This middle-aged man's immortal armor was incredible. It was actually the legendary 4-Spirit Immortal Armor, an Immortal Sovereign's battle armor. I didn't think you would recognize my immortal armor. The middle-aged warrior was a little surprised. You are an immortal sovereign, or perhaps one of the earliest immortal sovereigns, the primordial immortal sovereign. As he spoke, Gu Zhong's body erupted with a heaven-shaking battle intent. The thunder god's spear in his hand vibrated. The Tao runes inside the spear turned into dazzling lightning that circulated around the spear's body. Brat, you really have a lot of questions. Come, if you can defeat me, I will tell you. The middle-aged warrior said with a smile. Very well, let's fight then. Gu Zhong didn't want to waste any more time. He moved the thunder god's spear to his left hand and pressed forward with his right hand. Golden Tao runes emerged on his right hand. Rumble, space trembled, and a huge golden hand appeared, slamming towards the middle-aged warrior standing on the chariot. Powerful ripples of power caused pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the space enveloped by the huge golden hand. Heaven-encompassing palm. The eyes of the middle-aged warrior on the war chariot suddenly brightened. Then, he also reached out with his right hand and pressed towards the incoming golden hand. A huge purple hand appeared in the void, meeting Gu Zhong's golden hand head-on. Boom! With a loud bang, the two hands collided. Extremely powerful energy ripples spread out. The Tao runes of the martial path and the Tao runes of the immortal path interweaved and destroyed each other. The golden hand and the immortal hand dissipated in the void. The two forces canceled each other out. Neither Gu Zhong nor the middle-aged warrior was able to suppress the other. Swoosh! Gu Zhong soared into the sky and displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps. With a single step, he instantly arrived above the middle-aged warrior and was about to stomp down. However, it was at this moment that the middle-aged fighter arrived before Gu Zhong. A purple fist smashed towards Gu Zhong, and an incomparably powerful force sent Gu Zhong flying. Gu Zhong's shock was no small matter. Even though the other party was strong, he had clearly underestimated this opponent. Kill! As Gu Zhong was sent flying, he roared in anger. 9 golden runes rushed out from his body, turning into 9 golden divine swords that pierced towards the middle-aged warrior. Every single golden sword exuded a majestic aura of the great Tao. You're going all out so soon? The middle-aged warrior couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw Gu Zhong displaying such a method. This little fellow was actually going all out, using the 9 Tao runes he cultivated to form swords to attack. Beezies, the middle-aged warrior stretched out his right hand, and a purple roulette appeared in his hand. As the roulette spun, a heaven-devouring force gushed out from it. The 9 golden sword lights were actually absorbed by the purple wheel and obliterated by it. This Gu Zhong rapidly retreated. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. His opponent was too strong. He was actually able to dispel his killer move so easily. Retract! The middle-aged fighter shouted at Gu Zhong. 9 immortal runes immediately appeared on the purple roulette, and each immortal rune shone with dazzling light. The power of the great Tao was boundless. The purple roulette displayed a terrifying might as though it wanted to devour the entire world, causing one's heart to palpitate. Gu Zhong, who was retreating, felt his body tighten. The heaven-devouring force from the roulette had already enveloped him. In the next moment, Gu Zhong was sent flying back towards the roulette. Rumble, Gu Zhong was both shocked and enraged. He directly used the Thunder God Spear. Rays of destructive lightning rushed out from the Thunder God Spear and bombarded the purple roulette. However, the roulette devoured everything. The rays of lightning that could tear the void were all devoured by the roulette in the middle-aged warrior's hand. Gu Zhong was incomparably shocked. One should know that the thunder god spear in his hand was a great saint tool. Although he couldn't fully unleash the power of this great saint tool, his attack was enough to force a saint to retreat. "Little fellow, you're not bad." The middle-aged warrior smiled. Preposterous. Guzhong found it difficult to stabilize his body. His body involuntarily flew towards the purple roulette in his opponent's hand. He had no choice but to use his trump card. Swoosh. Guzhong's body suddenly turned blurry. It was as if he was about to escape into the void, after which he flew backwards like an illusion. In an instant, he broke free from the devouring power that was spreading from the purple wheel. This is, on the war chariot, the middle-aged combatant couldn't help being shocked. He saw through the origin of this secret art that Guzhong had used. This secret art was extremely famous in ancient times and could be considered an undefeatable secret art. At this moment, Guzhong's blurry figure became solid once again. The 9 secrets of immortal path. The middle-aged warrior's expression turned solemn as he looked at Guzhong. The 9 secrets of immortal path wasn't an ordinary divine technique. It was a supreme secret technique created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Humph! Guzhong snorted coldly and didn't say anything. His eyes swept over the middle-aged warrior on the chariot like a bolt of lightning. His battle intent surged like a rainbow. Very good. A cultivator should advance courageously and be indomitable. The middle-aged warrior looked at Guzhong and nodded. Guzhong didn't say anything. He held the thunder god spear in his hand. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. "You've cultivated more than one secret technique." The middle-aged warrior's eyes lit up again. "Roar!" Guzhong roared. Rays of golden light appeared around him like bolts of lightning. His aura soared, and his chi and blood flourished like a primordial true dragon. The middle-aged warrior wasn't in a hurry to act. He quietly looked at Guzhong, allowing him to increase his strength. Rumble. A powerful force was released, causing the void around Guzhong to tremble. The potential of his martial physique was stimulated by the secret technique. It was as though the entire world couldn't contain this powerful martial physique. Chapter 2566. The pressure from the middle-aged cultivator was too great. Guzhong had no choice but to go all out. BZZ, the void trembled. Rays of golden light flowed around Guzhong's body like lightning, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Sky Ascension's secret technique. What a surprise! The middle-aged cultivator standing on the chariot allowed Guzhong to increase his strength. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. His lips curled into a smile. He was very confident. "Eat my fist." At this moment, Guzhong's entire body was surging with energy. His entire body felt like it was swelling up. He had nowhere to vent his energy, so he had to vent it out. Boom! Guzhong directly punched the middle-aged warrior on the chariot. A violent force erupted and immediately shattered the sleeve on his right arm. His left hand held onto the thunder god spear as he punched out with his strongest fist, displaying an invincible fist intent. When the middle-aged warrior saw Guzhong unleashing such a punch, his countenance finally changed. Such a punch wasn't something that just anyone could unleash. This kind of invincible fist intent needed to be tempered thousands of times before it could become a kind of supreme battle intent. As Guzhong punched out, the space in front of his fist trembled as black spatial cracks appeared. Guzhong's fist was like a huge golden mountain as it pushed forward. Roar! Feeling the might of Guzhong's punch, the 3-headed serpent that was pulling the chariot immediately felt uneasy. It roared continuously, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. Everyone in the East Imperial Kingdom could hear it. "Who is that?" to actually use 3 serpents to pull the chariot. The cultivators in the East Imperial Kingdom were all shocked to the extreme. The powerful aura emitted from the 3 serpents caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. The aura of the immortal Tao is boundless. That person must be an expert of the immortal Tao. Someone said something like that. Experts that could appear in the East Imperial Kingdom were most likely here to look for Gu Fei and his disciple. This time, there was no exception. Gu Zhong, you're going to die this time. On a mountain peak outside of the East Royal City stood an old man with white hair and beard. This person was carefully restraining his aura. This person was the big shot from the primordial Tao sect that Gu Zhong had chased away. Ancient sage Tianhong. Ancient sage Tianhong's status was very important in the primeval Tao sect. However, in front of the middle-aged fighter, he was just a junior. The fighter was indebted to his ancestor. At this time, the middle-aged warrior stretched out his right hand to block the attack. His expression turned solemn. His opponent had used the Ascension secret technique, and the strength of his martial body had soared to a terrifying level. This kind of power could definitely compete with a sage at his peak. Buzz. The void trembled as immortal runes shot out from the middle-aged cultivator's hand, imprinting themselves onto the surrounding void. It was at this moment that Gu Zhong felt a powerful force surging over from the front. His fist had encountered an incomparably powerful resistance. The middle-aged combatant's right hand sealed the void between heaven and earth. Gu Zhong felt as if the void around him was about to solidify. He felt as if he was in a swamp, and his movements became sluggish. Roar. Gu Zhong let out an angry roar as his long hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes became extremely sharp, and his body burst with dazzling golden light. 9 golden runes appeared on his body, releasing an immortal aura of the Great Path. Just as Gu Zhong felt that his movements were normal, a fist appeared in front of him. Bam! His vision turned black as he was punched in the right eye. The powerful impact almost caused him to faint. Stars danced in front of him as he stumbled backward to avoid the attack. However, before he could stabilize his body, he felt another pain in his abdomen. He had been punched again. How is this possible? Gu Zhong was extremely shocked. He couldn't even see how his opponent had punched. This made him extremely shocked. His opponent's combat power had far exceeded his expectations. Kill. Gu Zhong shook the Thunder God spear in his hand, and a large amount of the power of thunder and lightning immediately bloomed from the Thunder God spear. In an instant, it covered a radius of 10,000 feet. Every bolt of lightning emitted a terrifying destructive aura, tearing the heavens and earth apart. There were lightning-shaped runes in the Sea of Thunder and Lightning. However, a shadow of a dragon broke through the Sea of Thunder and pounced towards Gu Zhong, sending him flying. This dragon shadow was the Azure Dragon. The middle-aged cultivator was wearing the 4 spiritual immortal armor. This was a legendary immortal armor with a great origin. When wearing this immortal armor, there would be the protection of the 4 spiritual immortal armor. Puffed, Gu Zhong spurted out a mouthful of blood. He held onto the Thunder God spear tightly as golden blood flowed from his hand. So powerful, Gu Zhong was sent flying thousands of feet away. His left hand that was holding onto the Thunder God spear was already a bloody mess. The power of the Azure Dragon's attack was extremely powerful. Even if he used the secret technique of ascension, it would still be difficult for him to resist it. How is this possible? Gu Zhong was shocked to the extreme. The toughness of his martial body was absolutely invincible among those of the same level. Furthermore, under the state of using the secret skill of ascension, the potential of his martial body was stimulated. The combat strength of his martial body was definitely multiplied. He couldn't accept this reality. The cultivators in the Eastern Royal City, who were spectating from afar, were also stunned by this scene. That immortal cultivator could actually suppress Gu Zhong. This was truly unbelievable. Is that person an immortal venerable? Someone asked. In their opinion, only the legendary immortal venerables could be a match for Gu Fei and his disciple. However, immortal venerables weren't like ordinary cultivators. The power of heaven's wrath still exists. Even if an immortal venerable came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Gu Fei and his disciple. Someone voiced out his doubt. Rumble. At this time, the middle-aged cultivator finally moved. He took a step forward and instantly walked out from the war chariot. A powerful immortal pressure caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble. The silhouettes of 4 spiritual beasts appeared around him. Each of them emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. The 4 spiritual immortal armor was truly extraordinary. The middle-aged cultivator didn't even activate the armor, but it could defend against all attacks. Although you're strong, you're still not my opponent. Call your master out. The middle-aged cultivator pressed towards Gu Zhong. Immortal Tao energy surged from his body. His power was in a strange state and didn't exceed the limits of the mortal realm. However, the middle-aged cultivator could use this power to defeat Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was both shocked and furious. However, he knew that the other party wasn't wrong. Even if he grasped the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, supreme arts were useless in the face of absolute power. Although he still had other immortal arts that he hadn't used yet, he knew that there was no need for them to be used. Who exactly are you? Gu Zhong was unwilling, but this person was truly undefeatable. No matter how strong his battle intent was, it was useless. The other party's overwhelming strength was the most important thing. Overwhelming strength was enough to make anyone despair. However, Gu Zhong didn't despair. His battle intent was still strong and didn't show any signs of depression. It's best if you don't know who I am. The middle-aged war chariot didn't want to reveal his identity. Don't tell me you're the legendary 4 spiritual immortal sovereign. Gu Zhong suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in shock. 4 spiritual immortal sovereign was one of the 9 primordial immortal sovereigns. He was the direct disciple of the supreme Tao ancestor and also the inheritor of one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the godly seizing secret art. The supreme Tao ancestor had imparted the godly seizing secret art to 4 spiritual immortal sovereign. The middle-aged cultivator didn't say anything and continued to press towards Gu Zhong step by step. The entire heaven and earth trembled along with his footsteps. With each step, his aura grew stronger. When the middle-aged cultivator took 9 steps, the sky seemed like it was about to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The Eastern Royal City below was affected as well. However, the city had its defensive formation. The middle-aged cultivator's aura was too powerful, causing the defensive formation to activate. Then, a layer of divine light enveloped the entire East Royal Palace, isolating the powerful pressure that descended from the sky outside. Gu Zhong was forced back again. He coughed up blood as the thunder god's spear in his hand emitted dazzling lightning. Inside the spear, there were lightning-shaped Tao runes faintly appearing. 4 spiritual immortal sovereign. At this moment, a voice rang out in the Eastern Royal City's City Lord residence. A wave of divine sense spread out from the residence. So you're Gu Fei. The middle-aged cultivator stopped. You know who I am, yet you still dare to come here. Your courage is truly commendable. Gu Fei's divine sense spread out from the residence once again. I've come here specifically to meet you. Come out and fight. The middle-aged cultivator's gaze swept across the Eastern Royal City's City Lord residence. Soon, he found a rather special place in the residence. There was a faint ripple coming from that place. I see. The middle-aged cultivator seemed to have noticed something. 1 month from now, here and now, I'll fight you. Gu Fei was silent for a moment before he said such words. Very well, I'll wait for you for a month. After saying that, the middle-aged cultivator returned to the chariot. Then, the 3 old serpents that were pulling the chariot roared at the same time. They pulled the cultivator and charged into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. He left just like that. Gu Zhong stood in the sky and scratched his head in confusion. Seeing this scene, the cultivators in the eastern royal city were dumbfounded, especially those from the Dongfang clan. It wasn't easy to find someone who could suppress Gu Zhong, but this mysterious man left just like that. What's going on? Chapter 25:67. Seeing the middle-aged cultivator leave. Ancient sage Tianhong, who was on the mountain outside the East Imperial City, was dumbfounded. How can he leave? Ancient sage Tianhong muttered to himself. He had spent a lot of effort in order to invite this person. After all, it had been very difficult for him to find this person. If it wasn't for the fact that this person was indebted to his ancestors, this person would definitely not have bothered with him. After all, this person had a great background. Ancient sage Tianhong then left. Gu Zhong stood in the sky for a long time before flying down. He entered the East Royal City below and returned to the East Royal City Lord's residence. Master, Gu Zhong arrived outside the place where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. You've worked hard. A voice rang out in Gu Zhong's mind. The battle just now had even alarmed Gu Fei, who was cultivating in seclusion. He had no choice but to speak up and set up a duel with that person in a month's time. To cultivators, a month's time was very short. It was also because of this that the middle-aged cultivator agreed. It's not hard at all, disciple, Gu Zhong replied. He had an urge to cry. He was so useless that he had to alarm his master. If it wasn't for his master, he would probably be dead today. All right, we'll talk after I come out of seclusion. Gu Fei said. After that, he didn't say anything else. In the secret room where he was cultivating in seclusion, countless runes interweaved, and an ancient aura filled the air. The runes interweaved and recombined, and the initial form of an ancient formation was revealed. Gu Fei was still constantly deducing and didn't dare to relax. He only had a month's time. Yes, Gu Zhong replied. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and placed the lightning god's spear on his knees. He closed his eyes, and the aura on his body gradually disappeared. Very quickly, he became like a stone statue and did not move at all. On the other hand, the lightning god's spear on his knees was flowing with electricity, emitting a powerful and terrifying aura of destruction. The battle had ended. No one had expected it to end like this. The incomparably powerful middle-aged cultivator had actually retreated. This made many people in the East Imperial City feel extremely disappointed. Gu Fei and his disciple were like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. How they wished that someone could move this mountain away. However, it was extremely difficult to move the mountain. The silent East Imperial City gradually calmed down after half a day of clamor. At this moment, Gu Fei spared no time in deducing the ancient formation. One must know that once he succeeded, his true body would descend, and he would have nothing to fear. As long as he successfully reversed the ancient teleportation formation and lured the overseas forces into the Tunlong continent, no force in the entire Tunlong continent would be able to threaten Gu Fei. One had to know that the 3 holy venerables of the outer seas had all been subdued by Gu Fei. 1 month, inside the secret chamber, within the endless symbols, 2 beams of dazzling divine light suddenly shone. That was Gu Fei's gaze, which seemed to be able to see through the void of heaven and earth. He was doing incomparably complicated things, continuously deducing the ancient formation, and then reorganizing the ancient formation. The great formation's embryonic form had already taken shape. This was an extremely important step. Rumble, sounds of wind, and thunder gradually resounded in the secret chamber. Just as Gu Fei was deducing the ancient formation with all his might on the ancestral star of the crepe myrtle, in a desolate historical site, an ancient formation platform that had been sealed for countless years suddenly lit up. Squawk! On an old tree beside the ancient formation platform, a strange bird squawked and flew away. In this desolate historical site, very few living beings could be seen. This historical site was filled with collapsed palaces and pavilions. Moreover, between these palaces and pavilions, bones could be seen scattered on the ground. There were immortal runes and incomplete ancient formations here, which already possessed terrifying power. Though this was a historical site, no one dared to enter. This was the famous land of immortals on the ancestral star of the crepe myrtle. Legend has it that in the distant past, an extremely powerful living being was born here. That living being eventually ascended to the heavenly realm from this place. Therefore, this place was called the Land of Immortals. However, the Land of Immortals today was no longer the rare Land of Immortals. The Land of Immortals now was merely an ancient relic. There were no immortals here, not even ordinary living beings could be seen. No one knew what happened back then. An extremely powerful sect was reduced to ashes just like that, erased from the ancestral star of the crepe myrtle. At this time, waves of immortal energy came from the desolate ruins. An ancient formation platform that was still in good condition was glowing. The runes on the ancient formation platform continued to light up. The worldly essence of the surroundings gradually gathered from all directions and entered the ancient formation platform. Whoosh! At this moment, the space above the ancient spirit formation platform trembled like water. Then, a figure passed through the layer of water and appeared on the ancient spirit formation platform. This is the immortal light emitting from the ancient formation platform dissipated. The runes on the ancient formation platform gradually disappeared into the interior of the platform. Then, the ancient formation platform that had not been used for God knows how long went silent. Could this be the ancestral star of the crepe myrtle? He Tian glanced at the surroundings, only to see that everything was in ruins. In addition, there were even some places that emitted supreme killing intent, as well as terrifying auras. What's going on? He Tian stood on the formation platform. He was not in a hurry to get down from the platform. One should know that other than the platform, he could not be sure if there were any other dangers. An ancient relic like this was not simple. It definitely hid peerless killing intent. If one was not careful, even a sage would die here. Humph! In the end, He Tian resorted to the old method and released runes. Runes rushed out from his body and disappeared into the void. The current Erebus could easily execute such a technique that could be used to form a formation out of nothing. In an instant, He Tian set up a killing formation around himself. This killing formation was hidden in the void and enveloped hundreds of square meters around He Tian. He Tian sensed that there was no danger around the ancient array platform. If there was any danger, it would have been triggered by the runes a long time ago. He was a grandmaster of arrays. Traveling in this dangerous place was much safer than ordinary cultivators. To know that only a grandmaster of arrays could form arrays from the void, very quickly, he walked down the ancient array platform. After deciding on a direction, he walked forward. It was very easy to get out of this place. All he had to do was decide on a direction and keep walking. Eventually, he would be able to leave this place. This was a stupid method, but it was very effective. He Tian carefully walked out of this place. At this moment, someone wanted to enter this place in search of a great fortune. This place was the land of ascension. Legend has it that there is a great fortune here. It is the real land of ascension, a place that can nurture natural-born beings. Since the ancient times, countless people have come here to try their luck. However, most of them failed to find the legendary land of ascension. Moreover, among these people, a portion of them died on the way, unable to walk out of this place. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the land of ascension. This person was the traitor that his clan members called Ji Chongkong. The real land of ascension was definitely a special place. However, this kind of heaven-defying place had disappeared long ago. However, someone once saw the legendary land of ascension in this place. Ji Chongkong came here to try his luck. If he really found the land of ascension, then he would no longer need to be afraid of anyone from the Ji clan. Just as Ji Chongkong was pacing back and forth outside the land of ascension, the experts of the Ji clan had already arrived. Ji Chongkong, let's see where you can run to this time. An aged voice came from the sky. Then, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Ji Chongkong. It was an old man with white hair and a beard. The old man held a dragon head staff. Although he looked very old, the immortal Tao energy rippled from his body. There was no sign of aging. Ji Yunlong, I didn't expect you to be able to track me here. On top of a mountain, Ji Chongkong stared coldly at the old man standing in the sky. At this moment, another two figures descended from the sky and landed behind the old man. These two immortal Tao experts looked middle-aged. In the world of cultivation, appearance did not mean anything. No one would judge a cultivator's age from their appearance. One should know that in the world of cultivation, there were often people who looked like children or young people, but their real age was extremely frightening. They were truly old antiques. Ji Chongkong died. The moment they saw Ji Chongkong, the two middle-aged men immediately charged at him. Powerful energy ripples exploded from their bodies. Swoosh! One of the middle-aged men waved his hand, and a purple sword light immediately rushed out from his hand. It flew towards Ji Chongkong. Rumble, lightning flashed. The other middle-aged man held a lightning seal in his hand and unleashed an endless amount of lightning power towards Ji Chongkong. The aura of destruction filled the air. The power of lightning represented destruction. Humph! Ji Chongkong stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared in his palm. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the whirlpool. The sword light and the lightning power that filled the sky were all devoured by the whirlpool that appeared in his right hand. What? The two middle-aged men could not help but be shocked when they saw this. How did Ji Chongkong's cultivation reach such a level? At this moment, the heaven-devouring power that surged out from Ji Chongkong's palm spread out and enveloped the two middle-aged men. Chapter 2568. Heaven-Devouring Hand. The old man with the dragon head staff was shocked when he saw Ji Chongkong extend his hand and suck the two middle-aged men over. Bang! The old man struck out with the dragon head staff. An extremely powerful shockwave immediately exploded from the dragon head staff. The air trembled and immediately dissolved the heaven-devouring force from Ji Chongkong's hand. The two middle-aged men immediately fell from the sky. They hurriedly used their Xian Qi, and their bodies emitted a divine light. They soared into the sky and did not truly fall to the ground. It really is the heaven-devouring hand. The two middle-aged men were extremely shocked. It must be known that the heaven-devouring hand was a secret technique of the Ji clan. Its power was shocking. Legend has it that when cultivated to the extreme, the entire world could be contained within the palm of one's hand. Only the heaven-devouring hand has such power. The old man with the dragon headstaff squinted his eyes. Light flickered in his eyes, and a powerful aura spread from his body. Rumble! The air around the old man trembled. Rays of celestial light of the great Tao revolved around him, giving people an extremely powerful pressure. The old man's name was Ji Yunlong. He was an expert of the older generation of the Ji clan. In terms of seniority, Ji Yunlong's seniority was above Ji Changkong's. Of course, Ji Yunlong had already chosen a side. He stood with Ji Changkong's group. Thus, Ji Yunlong naturally did not wish for Ji Changkong to return to the Ji clan. However, although Ji Changkong was framed and lost in the chaotic world for tens of thousands of years, he only managed to survive until the chaotic world reappeared after experiencing countless hardships and dangers. To be able to endure until the chaotic world reappeared, his mental fortitude was rare in this world. Ji Yunlong, don't waste your energy. You can't do anything to me. Ji Changkong looked at Ji Yunlong calmly and said, "Humph, is that so?" Ji Yunlong waved his hand and ordered the two middle-aged men to step back. He himself walked forward and raised the dragon headstaff in his hand. Rumble! The sound of thunder rang out, and 9 purple lightning bolts rushed out from the dragon headstaff. They transformed into 9 huge dragons and pounced towards Ji Changkong. The clan's 9 thunder dragon rod. When Ji Changkong saw this, he finally remembered the dragon headstaff in the old man's hand. It was a great treasure of the Ji clan. It was a Tao artifact refined from the bones of an ancient lightning dragon. A Tao artifact could be said to be the carrier of the great Tao. It contained nearly complete Tao patterns. Such a Tao artifact could only be refined by a holy venerate at the very least. On the other hand, the ancient thunder dragon was a connate life form that was born from lightning. It was peerlessly powerful, and even though it couldn't compare to supreme existences like the Grand Emperor, it wasn't much weaker. The thunder dragon's bone itself was a rare divine treasure that contained the power of the great Tao of thunder and lightning. The might of the 9 lightning dragon scepter refined from the thunder dragon's bone was naturally not weak. Heaven-devouring palm. Ji Changkong directly used the Ji clan's great technique. He extended his right hand, and a black whirlpool immediately appeared in his palm. Boom! The space in front of his palm began to tremble, and pitch-black spatial cracks began to appear. It was as if the entire world was about to collapse. The 9 purple lightning dragons directly rushed towards Ji Changkong's hand. They were forcefully pulled over by an incomparably powerful force, and were about to be swallowed by the black hole in Ji Changkong's hand. Seeing this, Ji Yunlong couldn't help but be shocked. How did Ji Changkong become so powerful? Kill! The old man Ji Yunlong used all his strength to activate the 9 thunder dragon scepter. A terrifying destructive force exploded from the 9 thunder dragon scepter. The 9 dragons roared at the sky at the same time. Rumble! Endless power of thunder and lightning erupted from the 9 dragons. Streaks of purple lightning filled the void, turning the entire world into a sea of thunder. This was the 9 heavens violet lightning, the most powerful type of lightning in the world. Every single bolt of lightning could shatter a mountain ridge, displaying its terrifying might. The powerful lightning energy forcibly pushed Ji Changkong's heaven-devouring palm away. The vast and mighty heaven-devouring palm forced Ji Changkong to retreat. Whoosh! Ji Changkong's figure was like a phantom in the sky. He quickly retreated, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the sky. In just an instant, he had retreated thousands of miles away, avoiding the range of the 9 heaven purple lightning, and landed on a mountain peak. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky. The 9 dragon shadows carried endless purple lightning and chased after Ji Chong Kong. A mountain peak was swept by the purple lightning and exploded, turning into dust. Humph! In front of the 9 thunder dragon scepter, even the heaven-devouring palm is not enough. The old man Ji Yunlong's voice resounded. His tone was filled with killing intent. He came out of the Ji clan's ancestral land with only one goal, and that was to kill Ji Chong Kong. The Ji clan leader did not like to see Ji Chong Kong. One must know that the current clan leader of the Ji clan was at a disadvantage when he fought with Ji Chong Kong for the position of clan leader. The older generation of the Ji clan did not think highly of him. However, the current clan leader of the Ji clan tricked Ji Chong Kong, causing him to fall into the chaotic world. After that, he became the clan leader of the Ji clan. The clan leader of the Ji clan was snatched from Ji Chong Kong. Of course, Ji Chong Kong was really unlucky. He underestimated the ferocity of his opponent. The fight for the position of clan leader did not require a life and death battle. However, he did not expect that his opponent wanted him dead for the position of clan leader. Preposterous! Ji Chong Kong stood on the mountain peak, his long hair fluttering behind him. He stared at the 9 dragon shadows, his body emitting a vast and mighty purple chi. I will devour the 9 dragons for you to see. Ji Chong Kong roared and used the heaven-devouring palm with all his might. He used all his strength, and his clothes were instantly shattered by the power that erupted from his body. Heaven-devouring palm with both hands. Ji Chong Kong's body surged with power. The power in his body directly gathered in his hands. Buzz. The air trembled. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared on Ji Chong Kong's hands. The whirlpools quickly grew bigger and bigger. The 2 whirlpools actually covered half of the sky. The sky was collapsing, and the earth was shaking. Bolts of purple lightning entered the 2 pitch-black whirlpools and were refined by the heaven-devouring palm. The power of the Ji clan's heaven-devouring palm was definitely not simple. It could devour the heaven and earth and absorb the essence of the heaven and earth for its own use. Reckless! Ji Yunlong's aged voice came from the purple sea of lightning. No one was clearer than him about the power of the 9 lightning dragon staff. One must know that he was the user of the 9 lightning dragon staff. Rumble, the 9 dragons released endless purple lightning. A terrifying destructive aura filled every inch of the sky. This was a power that caused people to despair. It could destroy everything. The purple sea of lightning followed the 9 dragons and rushed towards Ji Chong Kong. Bolts of lightning were directly devoured by the 2 black whirlpools. The extremely terrifying destructive power was actually attracted by the heaven-devouring palm. The powerful lightning was constantly refined. Ji Chong Kong's aura was constantly increasing. The power of the 9 lightning dragon staff was too strong. Very quickly, bolts of lightning appeared on his body. The feeling of the lightning on his body was not good. One must know that the lightning represented the power of destruction in the world. Wherever the lightning passed, all life would be severed. Ji Chong Kong's physical body was incomparably strong, but he still felt that it was somewhat unbearable. Burst you! Ji Yunlong directly drove the 9 lightning dragons towards the 2 black whirlpools formed by Ji Chong Kong's heaven-devouring palm. Boom! One of the dragons rushed into the whirlpool. The entire black whirlpool immediately trembled and actually showed signs of collapsing. I'll devour! Ji Chong Kong used all his strength. The black whirlpool trembled and actually devoured the lightning dragon. At the same time, a dragon-shaped wound appeared on his body. This was the final power of the 9 lightning dragon staff, released from Ji Chong Kong's body. It injured him. This was the power of the great Tao. with Ji Changkong's current cultivation, it was difficult to completely refine it. What? Ji Yunlong found it hard to believe. This Ji Changkong could actually devour the power of the 9 lightning dragon staff. This caused him to be in disbelief. One must know that the 9 lightning dragon staff was an important treasure of the Ji clan. Rumble. At this moment, another dragon rushed into another whirlpool. At the same time, Ji Changkong's body trembled. Bolts of purple lightning wandered around his body, emitting crackling sounds. Pooh! There was a flash of blood. The instant the huge dragon was swallowed by the whirlpool, another bloody wound appeared on Ji Changkong's body. A stream of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Good, let's see how you hold on. When Ji Yunlong saw this scene, he continued to use the power of the 9 lightning dragon staff to attack Ji Changkong. The third dragon, emitting endless lightning, rushed over. Ji Changkong clenched his teeth and endured. He used all his strength to execute the heaven-swallowing palm and absorbed the third dragon. Without any suspense, a third dragon-shaped wound appeared on Ji Changkong's body. Blood had already dyed his upper body red. Some parts of his bones were even exposed. I'll risk it. Ji Changkong knew that it was hard to get off the back of a tiger. If he retreated, he would only die. If he persisted, there was still a chance of survival. The 9 lightning dragon staff was truly worthy of being an important treasure of the clan. Although Ji Changkong had mastered the heaven-swallowing palm, his cultivation was not enough. He could not display the true power of this great technique. One dragon after another was devoured by him. His body was badly mutilated. Fresh blood dyed the soil under his feet. When the 8th dragon-shaped wound appeared on his body almost collapsed. I'll send you on your way. Chapter 25:69. The might of the 9 lightning dragon staff was earth-shattering. The 9 lightning dragons displayed their terrifying might. However, Ji Changkong used his own strength to block the 8 lightning dragons. Roar! Ji Changkong roared angrily on top of the mountain. His entire body was drenched in blood. The soil under his feet was already dyed red with blood. Drops of blood with a faint purple glow continuously dripped from his body to the ground. The 8 dragon-shaped wounds on his body were a ghastly sight. The dragons on the wounds bared their fangs and brandished their claws, as if they could charge out of his body at any time. These were injuries of the great Tao. Even if Ji Changkong cultivated the heaven-devouring hand, he could not dispel this power. He could only force it out of his body. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. Purple lightning illuminated the heavens and earth. The 9th lightning dragon charged towards Ji Changkong. This was the strongest and also the last lightning dragon. The 9 lightning dragon staff displayed its strongest might. The terrifying power of lightning tore the heavens and earth apart. The sky seemed like it was going to collapse. Come! Ji Changkong raised his head to the sky and roared. His eyes were filled with incomparable sharpness. He stared at the lightning dragon rushing towards him. His battle intent surged. Even if he were to face such an existence, he would not retreat. In the primal chaos world, he had encountered even more dangerous things than this. Roar! Ji Changkong roared again and again. His hands gradually joined together. The 2 black whirlpools in the sky also merged, becoming one. The vast and mighty heaven-devouring power emitted from the black whirlpool multiplied. Boom! A large area of the void collapsed and was swallowed by the black whirlpool. The endless lightning that bombarded down from the sky was directly swallowed by the black whirlpool. It turned into pure worldly essence and was absorbed by Ji Changkong's immortal body. It is impossible for you to survive under the 9 lightning dragon staff. Obediently accept your death. Ji Yunlong's disdainful voice came from high up in the sky. In his opinion, Ji Chongkong would die without a doubt. One must know that the power of the 9 lightning dragon staff was not something someone of Ji Chongkong's level could contend against. Is that so? Ji Chongkong sneered. Roar! The lightning dragon roared. The entire heaven and earth trembled. The lightning dragon, that was as large as a mountain, directly collided with the black whirlpool in the sky. Rumble! The two extremely powerful forces were fighting against each other. Surprisingly, the dragon formed by the purple lightning was not devoured by the black vortex. The black vortex was showing signs of collapsing. Bolts of lightning tore through the void, leaving behind pitch-black spatial cracks wherever they passed. Pooh! Ji Chongkong spat out a mouthful of blood. His body cracked again. A dragon-shaped wound appeared on his forehead. It looked like his head was going to explode. The great Tao energy from the 9 lightning dragon staff wanted to destroy Ji Chongkong's soul. It hasn't even been devoured by my heaven-devouring hand, and the great path injury is already appearing? Ji Chongkong was incomparably shocked. This 9th purple thunder dragon was very strong. It was much stronger than the previous 8 dragons. This was the embodiment of the strongest power. I want to survive. Ji Chongkong roared furiously in his heart. His gaze was incomparably resolute. His entire body was releasing rays of immortal divine light. It was as if purple lightning was circling around him. Boom! The powerful lightning dragon stretched out its claws and tore through the void. The black vortex shook violently and almost collapsed. Preposterous! I'm going all out! Ji Chongkong roared furiously. He directly soared into the sky and pounced into the black vortex. In the purple lightning sea, Ji Yunlong was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. He never would have thought that Ji Chongkong had cultivated the heaven-devouring hand to such a level, transforming my body into the heaven-devouring hand, devouring the heaven and earth. Ji Yunlong muttered to himself. His voice trembled. Rumble! The black vortex grew bigger and stronger. The heaven-devouring power that flowed out from the vortex grew even stronger. The endless lightning power was constantly devoured and refined. Roar! The lightning dragon roared. It was as if it had a life of its own. It seemed to have sensed a threat. It actually crazily charged towards the black vortex that was trying to devour it. However, the black vortex continued to devour its power. Its power kept increasing while the lightning dragon's power kept decreasing. As time went by, the lightning dragon was actually sucked in by the black vortex. It could not struggle free and was gradually at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Ji Yunlong found it hard to believe. This was the power of the 9 lightning dragon staff. Roar! The lightning dragon roared. It wanted to tear the void and rush out of the black vortex. However, it was a little too late. The black vortex that had devoured the endless power started to suppress the lightning dragon. Ji Chongkong's body transformed into the heaven-devouring hand, displaying the power of this great technique to the extreme. Die! Ji Yunlong continuously activated the power of the 9 lightning dragon staff. Endless lightning power burst out from the staff. 9 dragon-shaped lightning Tao patterns appeared on the staff. The lightning dragon displayed a terrifying destructive power. The black vortex shook violently as if it was about to collapse. However, the black vortex did not truly collapse. It stubbornly persisted. Finally, under Ji Yunlong's dumbfounded gaze, the 9th lightning dragon was actually devoured by the black vortex. Following that, the entire purple lightning sea was devoured. An extremely terrifying energy fluctuation appeared between the heavens and the earth. Rumble. A faint sound of thunder came from the depths of the sky, a terrifying fluctuation that seemed like it was about to destroy the entire heaven, and earth came down from the sky. This was the power of heaven's wrath. It was above the heavenly Tao. It could even kill sages. It was the existence of the power of heaven's wrath that forced the ancient sages to choose to seal themselves. Even Ji Yunlong was shocked to the extreme when he sensed the terrifying aura of destruction descending from the sky. He seemed to have done something extremely stupid. Ji Changkong's power had already surpassed the limits of the mortal world. He had attracted the descent of the power of heaven's wrath. The black vortex disappeared, and a figure appeared in the void. An incomparably powerful aura spread out from his body. The entire heaven and earth trembled. I originally wanted to continue suppressing it, but now Ji Changkong knew that he could no longer suppress his cultivation. He had already touched the limits of the mortal world and attracted the power of heaven's wrath. Ji Yunlong's expression changed when he felt the energy fluctuation from Ji Changkong's body. Ji Changkong was about to become a sage. This was not a good thing. Actually, what Ji Yunlong did not know was that Ji Changkong had already suppressed his cultivation for a very long time. He wanted to find the flying immortal land and undergo his tribulation. The flying immortal land was a very special place. It was not within the 3 realms or the 5 elements. It was outside of the 6 Daos. Even the power of heaven's wrath could not sense its existence. It was precisely this kind of place that cultivators dreamed of undergoing their tribulation. Here, quasi-sages could undergo the sage tribulation and become sages above the heavenly Tao. This was one of the few legendary places that even the power of heaven's wrath could not reach. The flying immortal land was located within these ruins. However, it wasn't an easy task to find out about this place. It required great luck. What are those bastards doing outside? In the flying immortal ruins, He Tian was carefully exploring a place. However, the outside world was in chaos. Strangely, no matter how intense the battle outside was, the ruins were not affected at all. Even the power of the 9 lightning dragon scepter could not damage a single blade of grass in the ruins. Whoosh! At this moment, Ji Changkong's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. He actually charged into the flying immortal land just like that. Seeing this scene, Ji Yunlong was shocked. One should know that the flying immortal land was a famous dangerous place in the ancestral star. Even the powerful ancient sages were not willing to enter this place easily. The flying immortal land was very dangerous. How could it be easy to find the real flying immortal land? Since ancient times, countless geniuses had entered the flying immortal land in search of the real flying immortal land. However, no one had ever succeeded. However, the instant Ji Changkong charged into the flying immortal land, all sorts of strange phenomena appeared in the flying immortal land. Immortal palaces appeared in the flying immortal land. The flying immortal land seemed to have fairies singing from the 9 heavens. It was as if countless immortal palaces had appeared in the endless ruins. This sudden change shocked He Tian. However, he soon discovered that these were all illusions and not real things. Numerous blurry figures, numerous illusory immortal palaces. What were all of these foretelling? No one knew. This was the secret of the flying immortal land. Perhaps only existences at the supreme being level were qualified to know this secret. He Tian sensed some kind of fluctuation of the great Tao. This made him extremely shocked. At this moment, Ji Changkong was bathed in immortal light. A path of immortal light appeared under his feet. This path of immortal light extended into the depths of the flying immortal land. At this moment, an ancient jade talisman on Ji Changkong's neck released an immortal light. It was this jade talisman that resonated with some kind of power in the flying immortal land. This was a guiding force that had never appeared before. This was because it was a legend. According to the legends, people with great luck could be guided to the real flying immortal land. Whoosh! He Tian's figure disappeared in the void. In the next moment, he also stepped onto the path of immortal light. Ji Changkong never expected that someone could step onto this path of guidance. He was about to say something when the path of guidance sent the two of them into another world. This is the legendary flying immortal land. Ji Changkong was extremely shocked. This was definitely a rare immortal land. There were spiritual mountains floating in the sky, and there was a heavenly spring of life flowing on the ground. It was filled with vitality,